Busted by my superstar wife after I cheated. The beautiful and talented star, Ling Qingxue, got married, but netizens quickly noticed that her husband was unreliable. Not only does he never do anything serious, but one day he's taking Ling Qingxue into the mountains to pick mushrooms, and the next is taking her to the river to catch crabs. Under his influence, the goddess is becoming less and less focused on her work. However, this couple is becoming more and more lovable. Li Luo discovered that his wife was capable of writing, composing, and singing. He initially planned to just relax and enjoy life, but after 2 years of marriage, one day he couldn't bear to see his wife struggle with the creation of a song. So, he pulled out the first song he had written in his previous life on Earth. That's when the netizens exclaimed, "So Li Luo's songwriting talent surpasses his wife's." Li Luo, less fishing and more songwriting. Ling Qingxue, honey, the netizens want you to write another song. Li Luo shook his head repeatedly, wife, I really have run out of ideas. You tell the netizens too. My husband says he has run out of inspiration. A group of netizens, don't believe him, that old Li is just being dishonest. Chapter 1, My husband went fishing. Marriage is a matter of skill. If it's done well, you can relax and stop worrying about making money. Just like Li Luo right now. In a place called Qingxue, on the outskirts of Rongchen, a large river flows off into the distance. By the riverbank, Li Luo is fishing. His obedient star wife, Ling Qingxue, wants to eat spicy Cruciancop tonight. So, after lunch, he grabbed his fishing gear, walked out of their detached villa, and strolled about 500 meters to the river to fish. Sure, you could buy fish from the market, but wild fish caught from the river are far better than anything from the market. He thought he'd try fishing first, and if he didn't catch anything, he would go to the market. Li Luo's wife, Ling Qingxue, is 24 years old. She's still young but already a famous singer in the music industry. Her looks are unmatched, and her body is outstanding. She has countless fans, with over 30 million followers just on Douyin. 3 years ago, after Li Luo crossed over from Earth to this world, he met the then up-and-coming Ling Qingxue. A year later, they got married. Ling Qingxue is from Hangzhou, Zhejiang Province, and attended Rongqing Music Academy. She was well known at school both for her beauty and talent. In her sophomore year, she began to gain recognition in the music world with her original song The Story of Youth, which she wrote, composed, arranged, and performed herself. By the time she graduated and married Li Luo, she had already released 10 original songs, built a solid reputation in the music scene, and had savings of over $1 million. When Li Luo saw his wife could write, compose, and sing, he thought she had unlimited potential. After hesitating for just 3 seconds, he made a major decision: he was going to relax. The events that followed proved he had made the right decision. After their marriage, perhaps because of Li Luo's constant support, Ling Qingxue's inspiration exploded. She created several hit songs in a row, her fame skyrocketed, and her bank account grew every day. Less than 6 months later, they bought this detached villa here in Qingxue. From then on, Li Luo's days of relaxation became even more comfortable. The view here is great, with a river flowing by, perfect for fishing. But Li Luo wasn't completely idle. In addition to his daily deep conversations with Ling Qingxue and his constant support of her, he also cultivated the land around the villa. He had nearly half an acre of land, which he planted with peppers, tomatoes, leeks, eggplants, cucumbers, bitter melons, and other vegetables. Eating homegrown, pesticide-free vegetables was always better than buying from the market. Li Luo had grown up in a rural area, so farming was second nature to him. His former self, also named Li Luo, was from Chixin village in Luoshui County, Sichuan Province. Over the past 2 years, Li Luo had taken Ling Qingxue back to his hometown a few times, mostly to visit his parents. Though they were his former parents, since he now inhabited his former body, it only made sense for him to visit them. Li Luo had also invited his parents to live in the villa, but they preferred staying in the village. Since they were only in their 40s and still in good health, they didn't need his care, so he didn't push them. Cooking +1. The voice in his mind had become familiar, but Li Luo still felt pleased. After he married Ling Qingxue and decided to embrace a life of relaxation, a system was activated in his mind. Since then, whenever Li Luo relaxed in the afternoon sun while listening to soothing music, he'd hear music +1. When he was intimate with Ling Qingxue, he'd get endurance +1. When he passed by a locksmith shop, he'd hear locksmithing +1. While farming, it was physical strength +1. Their +1 bonuses kept coming. Anything Li Luo could think of, the system would apply. However, some of the skills, like locksmithing, didn't seem that useful. Was he really going to become a locksmith now that he was relaxing full time? He could only laugh and accept them, since they didn't cost him anything. Each stat maxed out at 100, and their music stat had already reached 100, meaning Li Luo was now the top music master in this world. He had perfected the ability to create music, and any song from his past life could be replicated flawlessly. But Li Luo had never needed to use this power, since his wife could easily create popular hit songs on her own. Additionally, his cooking stat had just reached 60, which meant he was at an average chef level. This was also useful because, to keep his relaxed life going, he had to make sure his wife was happy and well fed. At that moment, the bobber on the water twitched. Li Luo's eyes brightened. He waited for the right moment, then raised his rod. It was a small crucian carp, weighing only about 1 tael. Unfortunately, it was too small. To make spicy crucian carp, it had to be at least 4 taels. No problem, he would keep fishing. Back at the villa, about 500 meters away, Ling Qingxue was lounging lazily on the sofa. Her long, slender legs were white and smooth, and her beauty, coupled with her flawless face, made anyone who looked at her dizzy. At that moment, she was on a video call with her college friend, Lin Yushin, with whom she had always been close. "Qingxue, where is your husband?" After chatting for a while, Lin Yushin asked about Li Luo. Ling Qingxue smiled and said, "My husband went fishing." "Fishing again?" Lin Yushin sighed. "He is always fishing." "Qingxue, him doing nothing all day isn't he good for you either?" "No, it's not like that." Ling Qingxue said. "I wanted to eat spicy crucian carp tonight, so he went fishing. Wild crucian carp from the river is much better than what you can get from the market. He is doing it for me." "But when you don't want fish, he still goes fishing, doesn't he?" Lin Yushin said. "Qingxue, you've been married for 2 years, and he hasn't worked a single day, hasn't he done a real job, and hasn't he earned a penny? If I had known you could have a husband like this who just lies down and enjoys life, I'd have gone through gender reassignment surgery to marry you. Having the wife earn money while you just lay back and enjoy, that's the best deal." "He does work," Ling Qingxue replied. "He is the one who cleared and cultivated the land around our villa. He planted all the vegetables, and now we eat our own organic, pesticide-free produce." "Okay, he does farm, but I bet that's just because he is so bored, he has to find something to do," Lin Yushin teased. "Well, you can't say that. Farming is hard work," Ling Qingxue replied. "You don't know my husband. He is actually really great and talented. Most importantly, he is so good to me. I'm very happy. And that is enough for me. Having a good husband is better than anything else. Isn't he that true?" Lin Yushin said, "But the outside world says you're blind for marrying a lazy bum who does nothing but lay around and enjoy life." Ling Qingxue smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. I don't care, and neither does my husband. Let the world say whatever they want. As long as we're happy, that is all that matters. Life is for us to live, not for others to judge." Lin Yushin nodded slowly. She couldn't argue with that. It was clear that Ling Qingxue was happy and satisfied. And that was enough. Chapter 2, My wife has been troubled by the song for days. After a while, Lin Yushin spoke again. "By the way, Qingxue, how's the song you're writing for Rongchen? Have you finished it yet?" Ling Qingxue shook her head. "Not yet. I've decided on the style. I want to make it a folk song, using a soothing melody to tell the story of Rongchen. But as for how to actually write it, I still have no idea." Lin Yushin said, "The folk style sounds good. They say Rongchen is a city for relaxation, so a soothing melody definitely suits it. It's normal to have no ideas yet. Writing a song for a city is always difficult. Don't worry, Qingxue. With your abilities, I'm sure you'll get it done." Ling Qingxue sighed. "I hope I can come up with something soon. It's been a few days, and I still have no inspiration." Lin Yushin encouraged her, "I believe in you." After chatting a bit longer, they ended the video call. Ling Qingxue rubbed her forehead and continued to think about the song. She had studied in Rongchen for 4 years and had chosen to settle here. She really liked the city. Writing a song for it was something she was eager to do. This was also one of the main reasons she accepted the invitation from Rongqing's cultural tourism department. However, the difficulty of writing this song was greater than she had imagined. After several days, she still had no good ideas. This made her feel a bit discouraged. But she didn't give up. She still believed that she could create something she was proud of and that would meet the expectations of Rongqing's cultural tourism department. After thinking for a while, Ling Qingxue stood up and walked out of the villa. She went to a vegetable garden nearby. It was early summer, and the tomatoes, eggplants, peppers, cucumbers, and bitter melons that her husband had planted were all bearing fruit and starting to ripen. It was a delightful sight. Whenever she felt uninspired, Ling Qingxue liked to walk around the garden. She had lived in the city all her life and had never been to the countryside before marrying Li Luo, so she was unfamiliar with farming. But now, influenced by Li Luo, she had not only learned a lot about farming but also grown fond of the vegetable garden. Seeing all the red, green, and purple vegetables flourishing in the ground made her feel happy. There was a sense of joy from the harvest. After walking around the garden, Ling Qingxue felt much better, but sadly, the song still had no breakthrough. She returned to the villa and lay back down on the sofa, deciding not to think about the song for now. She would wait for her husband to come home and have his famous dubbin fish for dinner before thinking about it again. Maybe after a full meal, she would suddenly get an idea. Her husband's cooking was getting better and better. At the riverside, Li Luo had finally caught a fish, about half a kilogram, which was just the right size for making dubbin fish. He was excited because he had caught a fish for his wife's favorite dish. There was still time, so he decided to fish a bit longer. This river was rich in fish, including common species like crucian carp, yellow catfish, and whitebait, as well as rarer ones like mandarin fish and seven-star fish. The water quality was good, and the resources were abundant, making it a paradise for fishermen. As the clock neared 5 p.m., Li Luo began packing up his gear to head home and make dinner for his wife. After catching the previous half-kilogram crucian carp, Li Luo caught another one, about 4 ounces, which would also be perfect for dubbin fish. In total, he had caught about 30 to 40 fish, including some smaller crucian carp, yellow catfish, and whitebait. It was a pretty good haul. Back at the villa, only Li Luo and Ling Qingxue were at home. Initially, Ling Qingxue suggested hiring a housekeeper for cooking and cleaning, but Li Luo didn't like the idea of a stranger living in the house, so he declined. He preferred doing the chores himself. Ling Qingxue didn't mind either. She wasn't fond of having a stranger around, so it was better not to hire anyone. She could occasionally help with cooking and cleaning if needed. As for children, they were both young. Li Luo and Ling Qingxue were the same age, so they weren't thinking about having kids just yet. When Ling Qingxue saw Li Luo return, she happily went to greet him. "Honey, how was the catch?" Li Luo smiled and replied, "Not bad." He placed the bucket he was carrying on the ground, and Ling Qingxue bent over to peek inside. Her eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, "2 big ones." Li Luo said, "Those 2 are crucian carp. They are perfect for dubbin fish." Ling Qingxue, even more delighted, wrapped her arms around his neck and gave him a sweet kiss. "Wow, you caught wild crucian carp just for me. I feel so happy." Li Luo hugged her slender waist and returned the kiss. After they parted, Li Luo picked up the bucket and walked to a nearby fish pond. The pond was irregularly shaped, about 20 square meters in size, with a depth of around 1.5 meters. It wasn't stocked with ornamental fish. Instead, it contained the crucian carp, yellow catfish, and other fish Li Luo had caught but hadn't yet eaten. He placed all the newly caught fish into the pond, except for the whitebait, which was too fragile and might die. Those would be fried later. Once all the fish were in the pond, Li Luo took a pair of scissors and started to clean and prepare the fish. Ling Qingxue crouched beside him, watching. After a bit of work, Li Luo entered the kitchen with the cleaned fish and began making the dubbin fish. This dish was a famous Sichuan delicacy, with rich sauce and tender, flavorful fish that many people loved. After marinating, frying the fish, and cooking with the seasoning, the finished dish looked mouth-watering. Once their whitebait was fried, dinner was ready. At the dinner table, Ling Qingxue eagerly picked up a piece of fish and tasted it. After eating, she exclaimed with joy, "Honey, your cooking is getting better and better. After eating your dishes, I can't even eat mine anymore." Li Luo laughed, then I'll cook more often. You can cook occasionally. You're the best. Ling Qingxue said, her heart swelling with happiness. Others may not understand Li Luo, but she felt nothing but bliss. After finishing the meal, Ling Qingxue suddenly had an epiphany. She finally had inspiration for the song. She was thrilled and quickly grabbed a piece of paper and a pen to jot down her ideas. Li Luo saw this and was equally happy. He knew that Ling Qingxue had been struggling with the song for several days, and now, she had found inspiration. He was confident that she would create something as good as or even better than a popular song about Chengdu from his past life. He couldn't wait to see what she would come up with. Chapter 3, The Song Must Be Brought Out. Afterward, Li Luo decided not to disturb Ling Qingxue and took the dishes to wash. He then lay on the sofa and scrolled through videos, discovering that the news about the Rongqing tourism and culture inviting Ling Qingxue to write a song for the city had already spread online. Many netizens were discussing it. Rongqing tourism and culture did a good job this time, I support it. Much better than last time with that tired old trope. Last time, people from other places really laughed at us. Now, the competition between cities' tourism and culture is getting fiercer. Writing a song for a city seems like a really tough task. I wonder what kind of song Ling Qingxue will create? Ling Qingxue is unbeatable in looks and figure, but she is truly a powerhouse. She has a great singing ability and incredible talent for songwriting. I believe she will write a beautiful song. Such a pity she married too early. Who gets married right after college? She could have done better than marrying a man who is always lounging around, doing nothing but fishing. A grown man, just fooling around, not thinking about supporting the family. I'm so jealous. I wish I were her husband. People say her husband is very handsome. Anyone got a photo to share? I want to see if I'm more handsome than him. No photos, just know his name is Li Luo. When they got married, Ling Qingxue wasn't as famous as now. They kept it really low-key, and no photos ever leaked. Anyway, Ling Qingxue shouldn't have gotten married so early. My goddess. Definitely. Li Luo didn't mind the comments, even though they called him a lazy man who didn't do anything. He found it amusing since they were all envious of his lifestyle. Har har. Let them keep admiring. After scrolling for a while, Ling Qingxue walked over and sat on his lap, handing him a draft and saying, "Hubby, I just wrote this, take a look." Whenever she finished a piece of work, Ling Qingxue always showed it to Li Luo first. Although she knew Li Luo didn't understand music theory, he could still appreciate the lyrics. Most importantly, Ling Qingxue just wanted to share her joy with him as soon as possible. Li Luo took the draft and said, "My wife is really a genius musician, writing a song so quickly. I'll reward you with a new position tonight." Ling Qingxue's face flushed. Li Luo chuckled. After all these years of marriage, she still blushed. Ling Qingxue sighed and said, "It's still far from done. It's just a rough draft. But I'm not satisfied with it. It feels too ordinary." Li Luo said, "Let me have a look first." After reading, he nodded. The quality was good. It couldn't be considered ordinary. But it could be better with some polish and revision. He believed in her talent. "I don't understand the musical score, but from the lyrics, it's definitely good. Just refine and revise it, and it will be a high-quality song. I believe in you, wife." Ling Qingxue nodded. "I'll go make some changes." She stood up to leave, but Li Luo held her waist and said, "You've worked hard today. You should rest. Let us revise it tomorrow. We need to be well rested to have the energy for more changes." Although he believed in her, he didn't want her to get too tired. Ling Qingxue thought for a moment and agreed, "All right." She then snuggled back into Li Luo's embrace. The next day. At 9 a.m., Li Luo woke up from a pleasant dream. Ling Qingxue was still asleep beside him. He let her sleep longer and went to make breakfast. After eating his share, he stepped outside to check on the garden. There was a cucumber ready to be harvested, glistening under the sun. It looked beautiful. He picked it and thought about making a cucumber and pork soup for lunch. He wandered around the other plots, inspecting the plants. By the time he returned to the villa, Ling Qingxue had already woken up and eaten breakfast. She was sitting, reviewing the draft she wrote last night. Li Luo didn't disturb her. He placed the cucumber in the kitchen and then went up to the outdoor balcony to relax in a rocking chair and enjoy some sunshine. The weather was still warm enough for sunbathing. After a while, Ling Qingxue came over. Li Luo asked, "How is it today? Any better ideas?" Ling Qingxue shook her head with a wry smile. "No." She sat down beside him and sighed, "I feel like I won't be able to create a good song this time." Her face looked a bit weary. It was the first time Li Luo had seen such exhaustion on Ling Qingxue's face in their 2 years of marriage. He felt heartbroken. He sat up, pulled her into his arms, and gently said, "Don't put too much pressure on yourself, my love. Don't rush. We can always cancel the whole thing and let Rongqing Tourism find someone else. We don't need to take the 500,000. This invitation came with a 500,000 renminbi reward if the song was accepted, but no copyrights would be transferred. It was different from her usual work where she had full control. When you create something on your own, you don't feel rushed or pressured. But when you're working for someone else, it builds pressure over time, and that makes it harder to create something great. Ling Qingxue wasn't upset about the money. She just really wanted to write a song for the city she loved. Li Luo gently asked, "Do you want to take a walk outside?" Ling Qingxue nodded. Yes. The two of them left the villa. The outdoors was beautiful, but Ling Qingxue wasn't in the mood to appreciate the scenery. The tired look on her face hadn't gone away. Li Luo watched her, then after a moment of hesitation, he made a decision. To keep his wife from feeling exhausted, he had to take action. The song had to be brought out now. Chapter 4. After Chengdu was released, my wife no longer had a headache. After walking for a while, Ling Qingxue said, "Husband, let's go back." Okay. The two returned to their villa. Ling Qingxue went to the open-air balcony on the second floor. She wanted to continue to change the song. Li Luo went to the study. Took out a pen and paper and wrote down a song, Chengdu, by Zhao Lei in his previous life. Zhao Lei wrote the lyrics and music of this song himself, and also arranged it. After it was released, it was very popular and many people liked it. Although this move may affect his plan to lie down. But even if he can't lie down, he can't let his wife have regrets, right? Besides, it doesn't mean he can't lie down. It's easy to run out of ideas when writing songs. It's not impossible to run out of ideas after writing only one song. After that, Li Luo walked out of the study and went into the kitchen again. Make lunch first. After eating, Li Luo said to Ling Qingxue, "Wife, I have a music score here, I want to show it to you." Music score. Ling Qingxue was puzzled, "What music score?" "A song about Chengdu." Li Luo said, "I went to the field to pick vegetables this morning. Suddenly a strange wind blew and blew a music score. I don't know where it came from." Ling Qingxue rolled her eyes. She didn't believe her husband's obvious nonsense. However, she was very curious about what kind of song it was. So, she ignored her husband's nonsense and said, "Husband, show me the music score." Okay. Li Luo gave the music score to Ling Qingxue. Ling Qingxue took the music score and opened it. Chengdu? Chengdu is also called Chengdu. Using the two words Chengdu as the song title. It's simple and direct. "Husband, why does this handwriting look so much like your handwriting?" Ling Qingxue said. "This is what I copied down. The music score I scraped down was not very clear, so I copied it down." Li Luo said. Ling Qingxue was too lazy to pay attention to him. Continue to read. First look at the lyrics. "It's not just the wine last night that made me cry. It's not just your tenderness that makes me reluctant to leave." The lyrics are good. It's very well written. Ling Qingxue's eyes lit up. Then look at the music score. It feels very good too. Moreover, it's a folk song. It's the same as the ideal style in her mind. Both the lyrics and the music are of high quality. Where did this song come from? Ling Qingxue naturally didn't believe what Li Luo said just now. Could it be that my husband wrote it himself? Ling Qingxue suddenly looked at Li Luo. But this shouldn't be possible. My husband doesn't understand music theory. Even if he can write the lyrics, he can't compose the music. Or does my husband actually know music theory and is very proficient in it, but he has been hiding his incompetence? Looking into Li Luo's eyes, Ling Qingxue said, "Husband, did you write this song yourself? Li Luo shook his head repeatedly, no. How can I write a song? It's just a gust of wind. Husband, do you think I'm stupid? Ling Qingxue was a little angry. Li Luo obviously knows music theory and can write songs. But he has deceived her for 2 years. Now he wants to continue to deceive her. Although Ling Qingxue was really shocked, she couldn't believe that Li Luo could write songs. Logically speaking, Li Luo shouldn't be able to write songs. Li Luo didn't graduate from a music major. However, except for the fact that this song was written by Li Luo himself, Ling Qingxue really couldn't think of how this music score could have come from. Li Luo certainly knew that Ling Qingxue was not stupid, and he didn't really think of deceiving Ling Qingxue. He just wanted to tease Ling Qingxue. So, now he admitted it directly, I can't hide it from my wife. I did write this song. Listening to Li Luo's personal admission. Although Ling Qingxue was mentally prepared, she was still shocked and very surprised. Then she snorted and turned her head away. Li Luo said again, wife, at the beginning, I really couldn't write songs. I didn't graduate from a music major, so how could I write songs? It's been these 2 years, I often watched you write songs. Under the influence of you, I slowly began to understand some music theory. I don't know how good my songwriting is. After all, I have never written one before. This time I don't want you to be so stressed, so I want to try to see if I can write it myself. This is my first attempt. When they first got married, Li Luo really couldn't write songs, and he couldn't even read the 5-line music. This is not a lie. It was later that after the system was activated, music continued to +1, and then I slowly understood music theory. Hearing Li Luo say this, Ling Qingxue turned her head and looked at Li Luo. If this is true, then how high is Li Luo's musical talent? Just by watching myself write songs for 2 years, I understand music theory. Moreover, I can write such a good song. Even if I let those music masters see it, the quality of this song is definitely not low. Is it really like this? Ling Qingxue still doesn't believe it. Although theoretically, such a genius should exist. But it shouldn't be possible that my husband is like this, right? If it is true, I am too lucky. However, when I just got married, Li Luo didn't understand music theory, which should be true. Ling Qingxue didn't know whether she should believe it or not. At this time, Li Luo continued, wife, I don't have much musical talent. This time I just got inspiration suddenly, and I was lucky. If I were asked to write any other songs, I would definitely not be able to write them. Ling Qingxue rolled her eyes. My husband is lying again. However, no matter what, it is a great surprise that my husband can write such a good song. Wife, what do you think of this song? Li Luo asked again. Ling Qingxue wanted to get angry for a while, but after hearing Li Luo's question, she couldn't help but said, very good. Both the lyrics and the music are of very high quality. Chengdu cultural tourism should be satisfied, and it is likely to be popular. Li Luo was very happy and said, if that's the case, my wife doesn't have to worry about the song this time. Ling Qingxue smiled, but quickly put away her smile and said, husband, do you want to sing this song yourself? This song is not difficult, you should be able to sing it. It's the same if you sing it. Li Luo shook his head repeatedly, I won't sing. Wife, you sing. I'm not good at singing. Ling Qingxue saw that Li Luo looked like he was afraid to avoid her, so she didn't force him and said, then I'll sing. However, the name of the lyricist and composer must be your name. It's your creation, it's your creation. It can't be written as my creation. Li Luo nodded. This doesn't matter, it's better if the outside world knows it. As long as it doesn't affect his lying flat, it doesn't matter. Chapter 5 was this song written by Ling Qingxue's husband who doesn't do his job. After that, Ling Qingxue stood up, picked up a guitar and said, husband, let me try to sing it now. Do you think there are any mistakes? Li Luo said, my wife is a talented musician and a talented singer. Naturally, there will be no mistakes. Ling Qingxue rolled her eyes again. Then she started to play and sing by herself. Li Luo was intoxicated by what he heard. His wife's singing skills were just great. The song was sung. Li Luo gave a thumbs up and said that the singing was very good and perfect. Ling Qingxue was very happy in her heart, but she still looked a little angry. Then she took Li Luo to the door of the recording studio. The recording studio had all kinds of professional equipment. Husband, you should be able to arrange music, right? I'll leave the arrangement of this song to you. Wife, I really can't arrange music. This is really only for you. You can compose music, but you may not be able to arrange music. This is normal, but Ling Qingxue obviously didn't believe it. Or maybe she didn't disbelieve it, she just wanted to see if Li Luo could even arrange music. So, she hummed softly and turned away. Li Luo knew that if he insisted that he couldn't arrange music, Ling Qingxue would definitely believe it in the end. But after hesitating for a while, he still pushed open the door of the recording studio and walked in. 3 days later, Ling Qingxue had finished recording the song Chengdu. Husband, I'll send the song file to Director Chen of Rongchen Culture and Tourism now. Li Luo nodded, okay. I'll have a hard meal at noon today to celebrate. Thank you for your hard work, husband. My wife is the one who's working hard. Rongchen Culture and Tourism. Including Director Chen Xueming, everyone was looking forward to Ling Qingxue sending their work. This time they spent 500,000 yuan to ask Ling Qingxue to write a song, which was a rare generosity. But they must not make a mistake. Now that cultural tourism is becoming more and more popular in various places, they have thought of various ways to gain traffic, but the results are not very ideal. Moreover, most of the netizens in Chengdu, including netizens in other parts of Sichuan province, do not buy into their methods and always complain about them. Playing a joke, netizens also complained that they were ridiculed by people from other places. This time, they finally got praise from netizens, saying that they finally did something reliable. It is really not easy to get praise from netizens. So, they can't fail. Ling Qingxue's strength is obvious to all. Although it is very difficult this time, I believe Ling Qingxue can create a good song. Someone said so. The rest of the people, including Chen Xueming, all nodded. They naturally believe in Ling Qingxue. Otherwise, they would not look for her. I just don't know when Ling Qingxue can send the song. It's been 10 days. Although I know that 10 days is not a long time. It's normal to spend 1 or 2 years to write a song. However, everyone really wanted to see the song as soon as possible. At this time, Chen Xueming's phone rang. It was Ling Qingxue calling. Could it be that the song has been created? Chen Xueming's eyes lit up and he quickly answered the phone. It turned out to be true. After hanging up the phone, Chen Xueming said to everyone very happily, Ling Qingxue has already created the song and sent it to me. When the others heard it, they were also very surprised. In that case, what are we waiting for? Hurry up and listen to the song. Chen Xueming logged into his email and downloaded the song file sent by Ling Qingxue. Chengdu? Use the word Chengdu directly as the song title. That's right. Click on the lyrics file. Everyone needs to listen to the song while reading the lyrics. Originally, everyone's attention was only on the lyrics. But someone was surprised and said, look at the song information, the lyrics and arrangement are not Ling Qingxue. Huh? The others saw that it was true. Lyrics, Li Luo. Composition, Li Luo. Arrangement, Li Luo. Singer, Ling Qingxue. It turned out that Ling Qingxue didn't write the lyrics and compose the music herself. Everyone was very surprised. Who is Li Luo? I haven't heard of this name. After a while, someone whispered, Ling Qingxue's husband seems to be called Li Luo. Ling Qingxue's husband? The man who lies down all day and does nothing? He wrote this song? Impossible. Everyone didn't believe it. Could it be that Ling Qingxue didn't want the outside world to continue to say that her husband was a man who lies down, so she deliberately said that the song was written by her husband? In fact, she wrote it. This possibility is very high. Forget about this, listen to the song first. At this time, everyone had already read the lyrics. Everyone was very surprised. The lyrics are well written. Every sentence is very good. Can't wait to hear what it feels like to sing it. Start playing. The prelude comes on. Very soothing, very comfortable to listen to. It feels very good. The city of Chengdu is very suitable for soothing melodies. After the lyrics, the prelude once again surprised everyone. The lyrics are sung. The melody of the first sentence is very nice. The more you listen, the better it sounds. Everyone, including director Chen Xueming, began to get excited. Before they finished listening to it once, they were sure that this time it would not fail. Not only would it not fail, it would also likely achieve better results than expected. Once this song comes out, I'm afraid many people will yearn for their Chengdu. Chengdu is going to be popular. After listening to it once, they are more sure that Chengdu is going to be popular. Everyone is very excited. Ling Qingxue is really amazing, this song is very well written. It's confirmed, use this song. At the same time, it is also confirmed that this song was written by Ling Qingxue. Even if her husband could write songs, he certainly couldn't write so well. Or maybe they wrote it together. But 99% of it was done by Ling Qingxue. Ling Qingxue insisted that it was written by her husband, and no one else could do anything about it. Even if it was copyright, she could also register it in her husband's name. Besides, copyright can be set to be hidden, and other people have no authority to check it. It was written by her husband, so it was written by her husband. For Chengdu's cultural tourism, this doesn't matter. It may even generate higher popularity. This is still a good thing. By the way, look at this line of lyrics. Walk to the end of Yulin Road and sit at the door of the tavern. Is there really a tavern at the end of Yulin Road? Does anyone know? Someone asked. Indeed there is. Another person said, I saw it when I passed by once. The name seems to be tavern. It really exists. That tavern is likely to usher in a huge wealth. Everyone was so emotional. Afterwards, Chen Xueming said, I will reply to Ling Qingxue right now and tell her that we are very satisfied with the song. It is settled. The 500,000 yuan reward will be arranged immediately. Qingyuan Villa. Li Luo was cooking the main dish for lunch today in the kitchen. Duck with young ginger. This dish uses young ginger and duck as the main ingredients, and it tastes quite good. Both Li Luo and Ling Qingxue like it very much. Ling Qingxue walked in and said happily, Honey, Director Chen replied that he is very satisfied with the song. If it is confirmed, we will use that song. Although Li Luo was not surprised, he was also happy. So, he was relieved. Chapter 6 Wife, I've run out of ideas. Soon after, the duck with young ginger was served. A tomato and egg soup was also made. Let's eat. Ling Qingxue found the duck with young ginger more and more delicious. Honey, your cooking skills are really getting better and better. I think so too. Rongchen Culture and Tourism is discussing how to release the song Chengdu. A decision was made quickly. That is to release it in the form of a video on the official account of Douyin Rongchen Culture and Tourism. You just need to edit the relevant materials of Rongchen into a video, and then use Chengdu as the background song. It's very simple. The relevant technicians immediately started video production. The next day, at 10 a.m., the official account of Rongchen Culture and Tourism Douyin officially released the video. The next step is to wait for the video to go viral. It should go viral, right? Ling Qingxue hasn't created the song yet. It's been more than 10 days. It seems that the difficulty of this creation is really great. Otherwise, with Ling Qingxue's ability, it doesn't take so long to create a song. Although it is normal to spend 1 or 2 years to create a song. However, for people with high creative talent, it often doesn't take too long to create a song. It must be difficult to write a song for a city. Don't worry, just wait patiently. Many netizens in Chengdu have been discussing it every day during this period, and have been looking forward to it. And surprises often appear inadvertently. Fuck. Go to the official account of Chengdu Cultural Tourism Douyin to watch. The song written by Ling Qingxue for Chengdu is out. It's very nice. But there is one thing that makes people very puzzled. Someone said so. The news quickly spread on the internet, and many netizens in Chengdu, including many netizens in other parts of Sichuan province, knew about it. Everyone was very surprised. Finally, I've waited for it. I'll go and watch it. As for what is puzzling, I believe you will know after watching. This is indeed the case. The author of the lyrics, music, and arrangement are all Li Luo. Ling Qingxue's husband who does nothing all day? This is absolutely impossible. No one believes it. Ling Qingxue deliberately let her husband become the creator of the song, wanting to change the outside world's view of her husband. This is unexpected. However, no matter what, listen to the song first. Start playing. The soothing melody makes most people feel very comfortable. The more you listen, the brighter your eyes become. A very nice song. Although not everyone thinks it is nice, most people think it is nice. That's enough. It sounds good, really good. The melody is good, and I like the lyrics very much. Walk with me on the streets of Chengdu, tilde tilde, until all the lights go out and don't stop. I really want to hold someone's hand and walk on the street. But my girlfriend is inflatable, and she won't go even if I hold her. You will hold my sleeves, and I will put my hands in my trouser pockets. I like this sentence. It feels warm, happy, and romantic. Walk to the end of Yulin Road and sit at the door of the tavern. Do you know that there is really a tavern at the end of Yulin Road? I'm afraid it will be a big hit. Really? Damn. This is overwhelming wealth. The boss is too lucky, right? I'm afraid he secretly gave it to Ling Qingxue gave a big gift. Wait, the lyrics and arrangement of this song are all by Li Luo. What's going on? Does anyone know? It should be that Ling Qingxue deliberately said that this song was created by her husband so that the outside world would no longer say that her husband is a waste. This possibility is very high. That should be the case. But, I can't figure it out. What is so good about Li Luo that makes Ling Qingxue care about him so much? I can't figure it out either. I despise that lying man. But, I'm getting more and more envious. Did Li Luo save the Milky Way in his previous life? Fuck. Netizens are increasingly despising Li Luo, but at the same time, they are also increasingly envious. Qingyu Bei Viller. Ling Qingxue looked at the comments of netizens and laughed, "You lied to me. Look, netizens don't believe that you wrote the song." Li Luo said with a smile, "It's better if they don't believe it. The less they believe it, the more they envy me. You see, they keep saying that they despise me, but in fact, they envy and jealous of me. Who made me have a good wife?" Ling Qingxue pretended to be disgusted and said, "Goosebumps all over the floor. Old. No, Li Luo, in order to make netizens believe that you can write songs. How about you write a song for me every week in the future?" Li Luo shook his head after hearing this. "Wife, this won't work, absolutely not. I have run out of ideas and can't write any other songs anymore." Ling Qingxue rolled her eyes and was about to say something else when the phone rang. It was Lin Yushin calling. "Answer it." "Qingxue, what's going on? How come the composer and arranger of that song is Li Luo? You are not really trying to save face for your husband as netizens say." Lin Yushin said. Ling Qingxue said, "What are you thinking? That song was really written by my husband. It turns out that my husband can write songs, and he writes them very well. He just hasn't written them yet, so we don't know. Qingxue, you won't lie to me, will you?" Lin Yushin couldn't believe it. Ling Qingxue, "Yushin, do you think I will lie to you?" This. Lin Yushin hesitated. Logically, she should believe that Ling Qingxue would not lie to her. But this is really incredible. It's okay that Li Luo can write songs. The key is how can he write so well? This song is really good. She only listened to it once and fell in love with it completely. How can that man who does nothing all day long write such a good song? She would rather believe that Qin Huang asked her to send money than believe this. But in the end, Lin Yushin still chose to believe. Not to believe Li Luo, but to believe Ling Qingxue. It can only be said that she didn't know Li Luo at all before. In fact, she really didn't know him. Although they met several times, they just said hello to each other and didn't even say a few words. Okay, she was wrong. However, Li Luo obviously has a talent for songwriting, but he deceived Qingxue for 2 whole years. It's really hateful. Also, the reason why Li Luo deceived Qingxue is nothing more than not wanting to use his brain to write songs, but just wanting to lie down and enjoy. I despise him. How can a grown man who obviously has talent only want to lie down and enjoy, and then let his wife make money? It's also Qingxue's fault that he is willing to let him lie down. However, I didn't know he could write songs before, so I let him lie down. Now Qingxue shouldn't let him lie down again, right? Thinking of this, Lin Yushin said again, "Qingxue, since he is so talented in writing songs, you can't let him lie flat anymore. Let him write songs for you, 1 song a week." Ling Qingxue said, "I said the same thing. But he said he has run out of ideas and can't write any more songs." Lin Yushin. After a while, Lin Yushin said, "Qingxue, don't believe him. Chapter 7. Her husband is a waste. After finishing the call with Lin Yushin, Ling Qingxue looked at Li Luo and said with a smile, "Husband, did you hear that?" Li Luo smiled and said, "She doesn't have much creative ability, how can she know how difficult it is to create a good song? In order to create Chengdu, I have almost exhausted all my talents. It will take 10 or 8 years to recover. Only a genius like my wife can create good songs one after another." Ling Qingxue was too lazy to pay attention to him. Chengdu. A small tavern at the end of Yulin Road. This tavern is not big and the business is average. It doesn't make much money, but it won't starve to death. The owner is called Lin Wenyu, and he is a little worried. Now the tavern can barely run. What if one day it can't run anymore? It's still early and there are no customers in the store. An old customer named Tang Peng walked into the store. After seeing Lin Wenyu, he laughed and said, "Boss Lin, congratulations, your tavern is going to be popular." Lin Wenyu was puzzled and said, "Brother Tang, why do you say that?" Tang Peng said, "It seems that Boss Lin doesn't know the song yet." Song? Lin Wenyu was still puzzled, "What song?" Tang Peng said, "Does Boss Lin know that Rongchen Culture and Tourism invited Ling Qingxue to write a song for Rongchen?" Lin Wenyu nodded, "I know this." Tang Peng said again, "The song has been written now. Boss Lin, listen to it on the official Douyin account of Rongchen Culture and Tourism, and you will know why I said that just now." Lin Wenyu quickly opened the Douyin app on his mobile phone. See it. Chengdu? A very straightforward song title. Started listening. After listening to it once, he found the reason. Lin Wenyu was unprecedentedly surprised and excited. How could his tavern have such luck? This is incredible luck. Tang Peng then said, "Boss Lin, netizens now say that you secretly gave Ling Qingxue a gift, so she wrote your tavern into the song. You didn't really give her a gift, did you?" Lin Wenyu laughed and said, "It would be great if I could give Ling Qingxue a gift." Tang Peng nodded. Of course, he also knew that the so-called gift was just a joke among netizens. Then he said, "Boss Lin, has Ling Qingxue been here before?" Lin Wenyu shook his head, "I don't know. If she has been here, it must have been before she became famous. If she came here after she became famous, I will definitely have a very deep impression." Tang Peng said, "I guess she came here during her college years." Lin Wenyu said, "But isn't this song composed by Li Luo?" "Who is Li Luo?" "I've never heard of this name." Tang Peng said, "Ling Qingxue's husband." However, everyone speculates that this song was actually composed by Ling Qingxue. Ling Qingxue didn't want the outside world to look down on her husband, so she said it was written by her husband. Lin Wenyu sighed, "Her husband is the winner in life." Tang Peng said, "Who said it wasn't? Everyone despises her husband, but who wouldn't envy him?" At this time, several people came to the door of the tavern. "I didn't expect there is a tavern here. This is even more interesting. Has Ling Qingxue been to this tavern? Let's go in and take a look." "Let's go." Hearing such a voice coming from outside the tavern, Lin Wenyu clenched his fists in excitement. It's coming. The effect is coming so quickly. My tavern is going to be popular. Their Chengdu video is popular. Not only did it top the Douyin hot list, but bloggers also began to interpret and recommend it. Although they were trying to get traffic, they also brought more popularity to their Chengdu video. More and more netizens from other places have seen the video. The song Chengdu is nice. It makes me want to walk around the streets of Chengdu. We should also sit in front of the pub at the end of Yulin Road. Ling Qingxue is worthy of being my goddess. She has released another hit song. It's a pity that the goddess has already married someone else. However, even though she is a wife, she is still my goddess. Isn't this song written by her husband? Fuck, you really believe it? Young people are so naive. I know what you said, but you are just guessing. What if her husband is not just a layman as he seems? What if her husband, if she really has no talent, Ling Qingxue would not have married her, right? Of course there is a possibility like what you said, but it is very small. I heard that her husband either goes fishing or lies still. At most, he grows some vegetables for his own consumption. How could such a person write such a good song? As for why Ling Qingxue wants to marry him? Who knows? Anyway, no one agrees to their marriage. Anyway, Ling Qingxue has released another good song. Chengdu will be popular because of this song. Chengdu tourism has made a big move. Let's see if other tourism will have any reaction. Other tourism has not responded yet. However, many tourism have paid attention. Chengdu tourism has really succeeded this time. It seems that the method of making a city popular with a song is indeed feasible. The premise is that the song must be good enough. Chengdu tourism has set an example for everyone. Those with resources may wish to follow suit. Indeed, many tourism have plans to imitate, although this will be said to be copying others. But as long as it can be popular, let people say whatever they want. Many musicians and singers in the entertainment industry have also noticed the song Chengdu. Compared to the fact that this song can make Chengdu popular, they want to know exactly who wrote this song. Could it really be written by Ling Qingxue's husband who does not work? If it is true, some singers will be completely envious and hateful. Originally, Ling Qingxue married a husband who does not work all day long. They gloat over her misfortune and make fun of her from time to time. No matter how talented and popular you are, Ling Qingxue, what can you do? You still didn't marry a good man. They envy Ling Qingxue's talent and fame, but they can find a psychological balance in the fact that Ling Qingxue married a useless husband. If the balance is broken, Ling Qingxue's husband is not a waste. Their mentality is going to explode. There are indeed some singers like this. They are now asking who wrote Chengdu. I really want to hear that it was written by Ling Qingxue. It's hard to say. From what Ling Qingxue said, it was written by her husband. It's very decisive. Maybe we really misunderstood her husband. However, this is the answer I got. Although it is not confirmed that it was written by Ling Qingxue's husband, everyone's opinion of Ling Qingxue's husband has obviously begun to change. This is unacceptable to them. No, it must not be like this. The fact must be, as many netizens speculated, the song was written by Ling Qingxue herself. She just wanted to change the image of her useless husband in the eyes of the public. Her husband is a waste. It was in the past, it is now, and it will be in the future. It must be like this. Of course, except for this part of the singers who have this mentality, most singers only have a question in their hearts. Did I really misunderstand her husband before? Chapter 8. Get some patchouli and go back to make patchouli Crucian carp. Chengdu cultural tourism. The video of Chengdu really went viral, and the popularity of the city of Chengdu on the internet has also increased, making other cultural and tourism places very envious. Also, netizens in Chengdu have praised them in various ways. This is the first time that netizens have praised them so much. In the past, they only complained about them. Everyone, including Chen Xueming, was very happy. Their decision this time was really correct. Of course, it is also thanks to Ling Qingxue for creating such a good song. Ling Qingxue is indeed a talented woman, she is amazing. Qingyu Bay Villa. Li Luo walked out of the villa with fishing gear. He is going fishing again this afternoon. And Ling Qingxue will go with him. Ling Qingxue does not like fishing, and she rarely goes fishing with Li Luo. But today she wants to go. I am in a good mood, so there is no way. Ling Qingxue wants to go, and Li Luo is very happy. After walking for a while, Ling Qingxue called Li Luo, and then pointed to a wildflower bush not far ahead, and said with great surprise, "Honey, look, butterflies. There are butterflies." Li Luo has already seen it. In the wildflower bush ahead, there are several butterflies flying or resting on the tips of the flowers. There are white ones and black ones. This is the first time the two have seen butterflies this year. No wonder Ling Qingxue is so surprised. Li Luo is actually very happy, he likes to see these summer elves. Every time he sees them, he feels that nature is so beautiful. Li Luo smiled and said, "It's early summer now, and butterflies must have appeared. Dragonflies, cicadas, etc. will soon appear." Ling Qingxue nodded, "I look forward to hearing the first cicada chirp of this year without knowing it." Li Luo is also looking forward to it. The cicada chirp may be a little noisy, but it is a moving piece of music in summer, and it is also an agreement between people and cicadas in summer. It would be a great pity if we can't hear the cicada chirp in summer. Continue to set off again. After walking for a while, Li Luo saw a bunch of weeds on the roadside. His eyes lit up and he pointed at the weeds and said to Ling Qingxue, "Wife, do you know this kind of grass?" Ling Qingxue shook her head, "No. Is there anything special about this grass?" Li Luo nodded. This is patchouli. It is a food ingredient. Its tender stems and leaves can be eaten. It has the effect of strengthening the spleen and replenishing qi. Patchouli. Ling Qingxue said, I know patchouli. It seems to be a Chinese medicinal material that can treat vomiting, diarrhea, fever and chills. It turns out that patchouli looks like this, just like the weeds on the roadside. Li Luo smiled and said, it is indeed a weed, many Chinese medicinal herbs are weeds. If we catch a crucian carp of the right size later, we will get some patchouli here when we come back and make patchouli crucian carp. Eating patchouli crucian carp in summer is more comfortable than eating bean-curd crucian carp. Ling Qingxue's eyes lit up and said, I know there is a dish called patchouli crucian carp, but I seem to have never eaten it. Then husband, you must catch a crucian carp of the right size. Li Luo nodded, no problem. Your husband's fishing skills are quite good. He can catch any fish he wants. Just brag. You will know later. The two continued to set off again. Soon after, they arrived at the river. Li Luo caught the fish, and Ling Qingxue opened a folding stool and sat next to him to watch. After watching for a while, he took out his mobile phone and prepared to play Douyin for a while. As soon as she opened Douyin, she said, huh, and after a while, she said, honey, Douyin official sent me an invitation letter, inviting me to participate in the next Douyin original new song ranking competition. Do you think I should participate? Li Luo knew something about the Douyin original new song ranking competition. It is held every 2 months, and Douyin official invites singers to participate. Singers can also sign up for the competition by themselves, but they may not be qualified to participate if they sign up by themselves. Douyin official will select some singers from all the registered singers to qualify according to relevant rules. The unsuccessful singers must wait for one period before signing up again. Although this is not a large-scale competition with high authority, because Douyin has huge traffic, almost all singers are very interested in participating. If a star singer declined the invitation of Douyin official in a certain period, it must not be because he was not interested in participating, but because he did not have a good original song for the time being. For star singers, if they rank too low in the competition, it will be a very face-losing thing. Therefore, despite their great interest in participating, star singers are more cautious about participating. If there is no good original song, I would rather not participate. There are no prizes or bonuses in the competition. Because the competition itself is the best prize and bonus. If you can get not only the first or second place in the competition, but also the top 5, you will get huge traffic and the song will definitely be popular. It depends on how popular it can be. The final benefits cannot be compared with some substantial prizes and bonuses. Douyin officials invited Ling Qingxue to participate again. Could it be that they saw that Ling Qingxue's Chengdu became popular again today? Douyin officials are also good at catching hot spots. Li Luo said, Douyin officials took the initiative to invite, which is a good thing. I think I can participate. How long is it before the next round of the competition starts? Ling Qingxue said, half a month. Li Luo said, enough. Such a long time is enough for my wife to create a good song to participate in the competition. Ling Qingxue laughed a little. How afraid is this husband that she asked him to create a song? Before he even opened his mouth, he blocked what he was going to say. He just didn't want him to have his way. So Ling Qingxue said, husband, I want you to compose songs. Husband composes songs and wife sings, we are perfect match made in heaven. Li Luo said, wife, it's not that husband doesn't want to. But you know, husband just finished composing a song, Chengdu, and his vitality was seriously damaged. It will be really difficult to recover without a year or 2. Wife is so amazing, it's just a Douyin original song chart competition, wife can compose any song and it will be perfect. Ling Qingxue rolled her eyes. Actually, she originally planned to compose songs this time, she just said that on purpose. She will not stop composing songs because her husband can also compose songs. For her, composing songs may sometimes be a headache and frustration. But it is more of a kind of happiness, especially when the finished work can make her very satisfied. So, she will not stop composing songs herself. Then husband, take a rest this time. When I encounter difficulties, husband will come to help. Ling Qingxue said. Li Luo's eyes lit up and he nodded repeatedly, okay. My wife is awesome. Don't worry, I will definitely catch 2 crucian carps weighing about half a pound today and make them with radish sauce. Good luck, husband. Afterwards, Ling Qingxue replied to Douyin's official message and formally accepted the invitation. Chapter 9, The Rain Keeps Falling. At this time, Li Luo finally opened his business. A yellow croaker. It weighs about 2 taels, which is considered to be quite large. Yellow croaker is also called yellow catfish, yellow bone fish, etc. It has tender meat, no small bones, high nutritional value, and is a treasure among fish ingredients. Although it is not a crucian carp, Li Luo is also very happy. This yellow croaker is quite big. But husband, where is the crucian carp? Ling Qingxue said. Li Luo said, don't worry. The next one will be. As a result, the next one is really. It weighs nearly 4 taels. This size can be used to make a pour for a crucian carp. Li Luo laughed loudly, very proud, and said, wife, how is it? You said to catch a crucian carp, so you catch a crucian carp. Ling Qingxue also smiled and said, good luck. Li Luo said, this is not luck, it's skill. Ling Qingxue pouted, she didn't believe it. But Li Luo was really good at fishing today. By 5 p.m., he had caught 5 crucian carps weighing about half a catty. The rest of the fish, big and small, totaled more than 40. Another fruitful afternoon. He went home. He went back to cook the patchouli crucian carp. Li Luo was very happy to catch such a good catch in front of his wife. Ling Qingxue also gave a thumbs up. It seems that my husband is really good at fishing. When passing by the patch of patchouli, Li Luo picked a handful of tender stems and leaves. Back to the villa. Still put the rest of the fish in the fish pond for the time being. All 5 fish weighing about half a catty were cooked into patchouli crucian carp. After killing the fish, wash the patchouli and chop them for later use. After some operations, the patchouli crucian carp was out of the pot. Stir fry another vegetable dish and make a soup. Let's eat. After Ling Qingxue tasted a piece of fish, her eyes lit up and she said, it's really delicious. Very fresh and appetizing. Li Luo smiled and said, it really has an appetizing effect, and it can also relieve heat, remove dampness and regulate qi. A gastache crucian carp is an ideal delicacy on the summer table. Eat more. Okay. At night, when it was almost time to go to bed. It was raining. It was getting heavier. The sound of the rain was crackling. Some people like the sound of rain, while others feel annoyed when they hear it. Both Li Luo and Ling Qingxue like the sound of rain, especially at night. So, tonight is destined to have a good sleep. The next day. Early in the morning. The rain was still falling. Li Luo woke up to the sound of rain. Has it been raining all night? It's been raining long enough. Walked into the kitchen and started preparing breakfast for 2 people. Listening to the sound of rain outside the window, thinking about the rain that had been falling all night, he suddenly got interested and hummed. The rain has been falling, and the atmosphere is not harmonious. Under the same roof, you gradually feel your heart changing. He just hummed this sentence. After a while, Ling Qingxue's voice suddenly came from behind him, what's next? Keep singing. Li Luo choked. Looking back, he saw Ling Qingxue wearing a sling, leaning lazily on the doorframe of the kitchen. Her long legs were white and her net height reached 176 centimeters, which made people feel confused. Wife, you got up so early today. Wait for your husband for a while, breakfast will be ready soon. Li Luo quickly turned his head and said. Ling Qingxue said, husband, you were singing just now. A new song I have never heard of. It's pretty good, keep singing. Li Luo said, wife, that's not a song. I just thought about the rain that had been falling all night, and suddenly I felt something. Is that so? So that's how it is. I know, husband. Ling Qingxue said in a low voice. No. No what? Li Luo was a little confused. Looking back, he saw that Ling Qingxue's eyes were already a little fluttering. Want to cry? What happened suddenly? Li Luo hurried over and said, wife, what's wrong? What do you know? Ling Qingxue turned her head slightly and said, weren't you sighing just now? That's right, we have been living under the same roof for 2 years, and there is no freshness anymore. I can understand, and I don't blame you. Got it. This girl misunderstood. Li Luo hurriedly said, "Wife, you misunderstood. It's just a song." Li Luo understood. This girl didn't graduate from acting major, how come her acting skills are so good? Li Luo was really a little panicked by her previous sad and lonely look. "Honey, what did you say that was?" At this time, Ling Qingxue's face still had no sadness or loneliness. Li Luo could only say, "Thinking about the rain all night, I suddenly got an inspiration. But there is only a rough outline. I will write it down after I perfect it." "That's almost right." Ling Qingxue smiled proudly, "Thank you for your hard work, husband." "And, husband, I'm hungry. It will be ready soon." Li Luo returned to the stove and continued to work. After it was done, "Let's eat." After eating, the rain gradually stopped. The two walked out of the villa. The air after the rain felt fresher. "By the way, wife, do you remember that we went up the mountain to find mushrooms last year?" Li Luo asked. "I remember." Speaking of this, Ling Qingxue's eyes brightened. That was the first time she went up the mountain to find mushrooms since she was a child. The first mushroom she found was a chicken mushroom. When she found the chicken mushroom, she still remembered the unprecedented surprise and excitement. She had lived in the city since she was a child. How could she have experienced such a life? She felt that since she married Li Luo, her life was much more colorful than before. This was one of the reasons why she felt very happy. "Do you want to go find mushrooms again now? After the rain, it is the best time to find mushrooms," Li Luo said again. "Okay. Let's go now." Ling Qingxue was very excited. "Then let's change equipment." "Okay." Soon, both of them changed their equipment. Long rain boots, long clothes and long pants. "Let's go." Less than 2 kilometers away from the villa, there is a mountain forest called Shaoqingshangshan. It's not a towering mountain, but it's enough to find some mushrooms. Even people living in the urban area of Rongqing will drive there to find mushrooms or have fun. The two walked and watched along their way. Mushrooms don't have to be found in the forests. Mushrooms can grow anywhere along their way. It's just that some mushrooms are unknown. I don't know if they are poisonous. I don't dare to pick them randomly. The two saw several mushrooms along their way, but they didn't recognize them, so they didn't pick them. I'd rather miss the delicious food than eat it at the risk of lying in a coffin. Arrived at Xiaoqing Mountain. I found that there are quite a few people who come here to find mushrooms today. They should all come from the urban area of Rongqing. Now more and more city people are interested in going out of the city to find mushrooms in the mountains. One is fun. The other is for delicious food. Look over there. Ling Qingxue. Oh my god, it's Ling Qingxue. A very surprised and excited voice came into the ears of Li Luo and Ling Qingxue. Li Luo was a little helpless. Being a star is good in everything, but it's not good to be easily recognized wherever you go. Chapter 10. Take my wife to the mountains to find mushrooms. The few people who recognized Ling Qingxue were indeed from the urban area of Rongqing. All of them were girls. Today, they came here together to find mushrooms. It is said that after a heavy rain, mushrooms will grow in the mountains. As for why? They didn't know, anyway, they just knew that there was such a saying. But they didn't expect to meet Ling Qingxue as soon as they arrived here. It seems that Ling Qingxue also came here to find mushrooms. Are big stars also interested in finding mushrooms? This is really unexpected. Suddenly, I feel that Ling Qingxue is very down to earth. Is the boy next to her husband? So handsome. Looking at the entire entertainment industry, it is difficult to find a better looking one. The key is that he is very healthy. No wonder Ling Qingxue will get married. Just looking at the appearance is enough to make people fall. After hearing their voice, Ling Qingxue turned her head to look in the direction where their voice came from. Then he waved. Several girls were even more excited when they saw him. They ran over quickly. One of the girls said excitedly, "Miss Ling, can I take a photo with you and send it to you?" Ling Qingxue smiled slightly and nodded, "Sure." Several girls were even more excited, and then they all secretly glanced at Li Luo, who was standing not far away. If Li Luo was willing to take a photo together, it would be even better. Although it is said that Ling Qingxue's husband does not do his job all day, he is handsome. It's a pity that Li Luo did not want to take a photo together, and they were too embarrassed to invite him. They could only give up. After taking the photo, the girls thanked Ling Qingxue and said goodbye. Someone took a photo with Ling Qingxue, and Li Luo was no longer surprised. After the few people left, he and Ling Qingxue set off again. By the way, husband, why do you say that after it rains, there will be a lot of mushrooms growing? Ling Qingxue asked. Li Luo said, the mushrooms are not newly grown. They have always been there, but they are very small and difficult to find. Because mushrooms are a kind of fungus, their fruiting bodies cannot synthesize nutrients by themselves, and can only absorb nutrients and water from the soil. When it doesn't rain, the nutrients and water in the soil are insufficient, and they grow very slowly. Once it rains, the soil is full of water, the nutrients can be dissolved quickly, and the nutrients become sufficient. Under such conditions, the fruiting bodies of mushrooms will grow and expand rapidly, and they can grow into a large one overnight. So that's it. My husband is really amazing, he knows everything. Ling Qingxue is very happy. At this time, a green, flat spherical mushroom appeared in Ling Qingxue's sight. It's a pity that it is a poisonous mushroom. Ling Qingxue said, hubby, there is one here, but unfortunately it is a poisonous mushroom. Let me see. Looking in the direction of Ling Qingxue's finger, Li Luo's eyes lit up and he said happily, this is not a poisonous mushroom, it is a blue-headed mushroom. It tastes delicious and has a long-lasting fragrance. It is one of the most delicious mushrooms. Really? Ling Qingxue was surprised and delighted, and said, it looks like a poisonous mushroom. Li Luo smiled and said, you can't tell whether it's a poisonous mushroom by its appearance. Some mushrooms look like poisonous mushrooms, like this one, but they are actually very delicious and edible mushrooms. Some mushrooms look very beautiful, but they are actually extremely poisonous, such as Amanita muscaria. Ling Qingxue nodded, I know, husband. Li Luo squatted down and pulled out the blue-headed mushroom, and said, wife, look around to see if there is another one. Blue-headed mushrooms usually appear in pairs, and there should be another one around. Is there such a saying? Ling Qingxue was surprised again. It was the first time she heard such a saying, I'll look for it. As a result, she really found another one less than a meter away. It was even bigger. Ling Qingxue was very surprised and leaned over to pull it out. It really appeared in pairs, the magical nature. Both Li Luo and Ling Qingxue were very happy to have harvested 2 blue-headed mushrooms at the first sight. Continue to look. At this time, the girls had already made a video of the photo with Ling Qingxue and posted it on Douyin. Let's go to Shaoqingshangshan to look for mushrooms today. Let's see who we meet. The Douyin account with the most followers has only 3 digits. Usually, the videos posted can get dozens of likes and a few comments. The video of the photo with Ling Qingxue posted today also did not cause any waves at the beginning, just like the videos posted normally. However, an hour later, both the number of likes and the number of comments were almost the same. The video went viral. Fuck. It's my goddess Qingxue. What is the goddess doing in Shaoqingshangshan? Isn't she also looking for mushrooms? Ling Qingxue is also interested in looking for mushrooms. This is really unexpected. Are all the big stars now so down to earth? It's obvious that Li Luo took Ling Qingxue there. That boy doesn't do his job, but is very interested in looking for mushrooms, fishing and catching eels. My goddess has such delicate skin that can be blown away. Isn't Li Luo afraid that a branch will suddenly appear and scratch Ling Qingxue? He doesn't know how to be gentle with women. Ling Qingxue is also suffering by marrying Li Luo. Netizens complained about Li Luo. However, after complaining, they all felt that Li Luo took Ling Qingxue to the mountains to look for mushrooms, which made Ling Qingxue more down to earth. This kind of Ling Qingxue is more real and more likable. Unlike many other stars who always give people a feeling of being high in the clouds. From this perspective, it is not completely without benefits for Li Luo to not do his job. Not bad. In the future, he can take Ling Qingxue to do more things like this. They like to watch. Several girls were very happy to see their videos go viral. However, netizens' complaints about Li Luo made them panic. I wonder if Li Luo will be angry after seeing it. Although netizens' complaints were not malicious, they were complaints after all. If Li Luo got angry, it would be all their responsibility. After all, if they didn't post the photo with Ling Qingxue on Douyin, nothing would have happened. They just wanted everyone to envy them for being able to take a photo with Ling Qingxue. They didn't expect that Li Luo would be criticized by netizens. Should we delete the video? I was reluctant. Finally, a video went viral and I was able to gain some fans. But after some hesitation, I still deleted the video. However, they soon realized that they had deleted it too late. The news that Li Luo took Ling Qingxue to the mountains to look for mushrooms had already spread on the internet. What should they do? They are still in Xiaoqing Mountain. Why don't they go look for Ling Qingxue, Li Luo and others to see if they can find them again? If they find them, they will apologize to them. That's the only way. So, the girls stopped looking for mushrooms and started looking for Ling Qingxue and Li Luo. Chapter 11. Hubby, this song is better. But when you specifically want to find someone, you often can't find him. The girls searched until 12 noon but still couldn't find Ling Qingxue and Li Luo. In the end, I had no choice but to give up. They could only apologize in their hearts for what happened to Li Luo. Li Luo and Ling Qingxue have returned to the villa. In addition to the 2 blue-headed mushrooms at the beginning, the 2 people later discovered more blue-headed mushrooms, a dozen large and small chicken mushrooms, and about 2 kilograms of chanterelles. The harvest was quite good. We had a mushroom feast for lunch today. Li Luo was working in the kitchen. Ling Qingxue was watching videos nearby and said, "Husband, netizens say you are too unkind to women by taking me to the mountains to look for mushrooms. What should I do?" Li Luo said, "What do they know? I am taking you into nature, to feel the gifts of nature. To make your life more colorful." Ling Qingxue said, "Since I married you, I do feel that life has become more colorful. Husband, continue in the future." Li Luo nodded, "No problem. Let me arrange it for you." Good. After a while, the mushroom dinner was ready. Pork slices with tricholoma, stir-fried chicken mushrooms, stir-fried chanterelles, and a chicken mushroom soup. It looks delicious. It tastes more delicious. Ling Qingxue kept saying it was delicious. Thank you for the gift of nature. After dinner, Ling Qingxue began to create. She already had some preliminary ideas. Although I successfully tricked my husband into giving me a song today, I can't stop creating my own works. Li Luo also wrote the music for The Rain Keeps Falling. This is a song sung by Zhang Yu in his previous life, with lyrics written by Xi Yilang, music composed by Zhang Yu, and arranged by Michael Thompson. A very nice song. Give it to Ling Qingxue in 10 days or so. 3 days later, Ling Qingxue completed the creation of the work. The song is called Rainy Night. It's also about rain. Honey, please give me some comments. Ling Qingxue handed the music score to Li Luo and said hopefully. Li Luo took the music score and said with a smile, "It definitely has the potential to be a big hit." Ling Qingxue rolled her eyes and said, "You haven't even looked at it yet." Li Luo started to watch. It is not in the same style as The Rain Keeps Falling, but the quality is really good. It may not be as popular as The Rain Keeps Falling, but it should also be popular. Li Luo said, "It can be popular indeed, but it depends on how popular it can be. If it participates in the next Douyin original song ranking competition, it shouldn't be a problem to get into the top 5, not to mention first or second place." Ling Qingxue said, "I also judged it this way. But it's hard to say. If everyone performs well in the next issue and the quality of the songs is very high, my song may be ranked around the top 10, or even lower." Ling Qingxue was very satisfied with this song and liked it very much. However, songs that you are satisfied with and like may not necessarily become popular. Any musician can deeply understand this. As for the number of singers participating in the Douyin original song ranking competition, it is not fixed in each issue, but generally ranges from 20 to 30 people. Li Luo said, "The possibility of all the singers having a collective explosion is very small. It would be great if 5 or 6 songs can become popular in each episode." Ling Qingxue said, "But we can't rule out that possibility. By the way, husband, where's your song? It should have been written, right? Take it out and let me see it." Li Luo said, "Wife, you know that my talent and ability are far inferior to yours, and I can't compose songs as fast as you. It may take me a few days, or even a week." Ling Qingxue said speechlessly, "Husband, do you think I will believe it?" Li Luo said, "Why not believe it? Everyone has different talents and creative speeds." Ling Qingxue looked at Li Luo without saying anything. Okay, I'll work overtime and it will be ready in 2 days, tomorrow, at the earliest. Okay, I just finished it this morning. I'll go get it right away. Li Luo stood up and walked away quickly. Ling Qingxue snorted softly, not honest at all. Not long after, Li Luo came back with the music score of The Rain Keeps Falling. Hand the music score to Ling Qingxue. Ling Qingxue took it, and after seeing the song title, her eyes lit up and she said, I thought of this song title and was planning to use it, but in the end I chose Rainy Night. Li Luo smiled and said, this is called a telepathic connection between a couple. Ling Qingxue looked at Li Luo, her eyes sparkling. Hubby, I like this sentence very much. Looking at Ling Qingxue's reaction, Li Luo remembered that this sentence had never appeared in this world before. This poem comes from Untitled, by Li Shangyin, a famous poet in the Tang dynasty. It goes like this: although I don't have the wings of a phoenix to fly together, our hearts are connected with each other with a single thought. This poem doesn't exist in this world. I just blurted it out unintentionally, but I didn't expect to show off in front of my wife. Li Luo laughed and said, as long as my wife likes it. Ling Qingxue began to look at the music score. After watching it, she said in surprise, honey, I think your song is better than mine. My husband is really better than me. Her husband is better than her, so she will only be surprised and happy. Li Luo said, the two songs have different styles, and it's hard to say which one is better. Ling Qingxue shook her head. Hubby, this song is indeed better, and it should be very popular. If we take this song to participate in the chart-topping competition, even if everyone performs well together, it is very likely to win first place, and at worst it should be able to enter the top 3. Husband, I have decided to use your song to participate in the chart-topping competition. As for my Rainy Night, I will just release it directly. Li Luo certainly had no objection to this arrangement and said, just let my wife arrange it. There are many ways to release songs. You can release an album with about 10 songs, or you can just release one song. Any music platform can publish it. For listeners, music platforms require paid listening and paid downloading, and singers can get a share of the revenue from the music platforms. This is also one of the main ways for singers to earn income. You can also publish it for free on the Douyin platform. Netizens can listen and watch for free, but cannot download. And the singers can still make money. Moreover, the income may be higher than that of posting songs on music platforms. How to publish it? It depends on the singers themselves. Most singers alternate between music platforms and Douyin. The same is true for Ling Qingxue. Ling Qingxue decided to release this song Rainy Night on Douyin. She has more than 30 million Douyin fans, which is not the top among singers, but is also among the best. Moreover, ever since the news spread a few days ago that Li Luo took her into the mountains to look for mushrooms, the number of her fans has skyrocketed. So far, the number has increased by more than 3 million in just a few days. If this trend continues, it will be just around the corner for the number of fans to exceed 40 million. Why the surge? Do netizens think she is very down to earth? It is possible. Chapter 12. Some netizens began to believe that it was Li Luo's work. Next, Ling Qingxue began to compose music. Recording. 2 days later, the song was recorded. It can be published now. According to the previous decision, it will be released directly on Douyin. After some operations, the release was successful. At the same time, Ling Qingxue also posted a video, saying that she had released a new song and hoped that everyone would like it. No netizens expected that Ling Qingxue would release a new song today. Because the song Chengdu, created for the city of Chengdu, was just released a few days ago and is now very popular. So, after seeing Ling Qingxue's video, netizens were all very surprised. Is Goddess Ling so productive recently? But it was also very surprising. How about going and listening to this new song after Chengdu? I see. Rainy Night. Lyrics, Ling Qingxue. Song, Ling Qingxue. Arranger, Ling Qingxue. Singer, Ling Qingxue. All of them are Ling Qingxue, that's right. I told you, Ling Qingxue created all of her works herself. How could her husband, who doesn't do his job, possibly compose songs? Why didn't Ling Qingxue mention that the composer and arranger was her husband Li Luo this time? It must be that the last time I said that, the effect did not meet my expectations, so there is no need to continue saying it. Ling Qingxue originally thought that after she said that, netizens would think that her husband was not what everyone thought, and that her husband was actually very talented. But I didn't expect that almost all netizens didn't believe it. In this case, there is no need to say that it is her husband's work. So, this song is all about Ling Qingxue. However, some netizens have put forward different opinions. Let's just say that this time the song information is all about Ling Qingxue. Is it possible that it proves that the previous song, Chengdu, was really her husband's work? Otherwise, Ling Qingxue could actually continue to say that this was her husband's work. There is no unnecessary statement. Because if Ling Qingxue is really trying to whitewash her husband, then it is very necessary. If no one believes her the first time, then she will continue the second and third time. After it happens many times, people gradually begin to believe it. But this time there is no such thing. This shows that Chengdu is really her husband's work, and this time Rainy Night is her own work. In fact, when we say that her husband is lying down and that he does not do his job, it seems that it is all hearsay. I don't know when the news started to spread, and her husband never showed up to refute the rumor, so everyone started to talk about it. But in fact, we don't know enough about her husband. Maybe we really misunderstood her husband. As for why her husband has not come out to refute the rumors, maybe he feels it is unnecessary. Anyway, no matter what people say, it will not affect their lives as a couple. When this view came out, many netizens' first reaction was, how is it possible? But if you think about it more carefully, it seems to make some sense. Maybe this is really the truth of the matter. In fact, think about it again. Everyone has been saying that they can't understand why Ling Qingxue would marry a man who does nothing all day long. So, if the man is not idle and is also very talented, would there be no doubt? This group of people gradually believed this statement. However, some netizens who hold the previous view have come out to refute. If that's the case, then why did it take until 2 years for her husband to write his first song? Ling Qingxue and her husband have been married for 2 years, right? 2 whole years, and he only wrote his first song today. Is it possible? Don't say that her husband only started learning to write songs recently. How can a newcomer write a good song like Chengdu? Is it possible that her husband has actually been writing all along, but his previous works were not of high quality, so they were not published? Or maybe this is actually a work from a long time ago, but it was only published now. Well, this is impossible. Chengdu was written at the invitation of Chengdu Culture and Tourism, so it must be a new creation. That is the situation mentioned above. No. If it is really her husband's work. The two sides engaged in a heated debate. Netizens gradually divided into 2 camps. One camp firmly believes that Chengdu is not Li Luo's work, and that Li Luo could not possibly have the talent to compose songs. The other camp believes that Chengdu is Li Luo's work, and they really misunderstood Li Luo before. Neither camp could convince the other. While arguing, both sides of course clicked on Rainy Night, Ling Qingxue's new song. The debate must continue, and the other party must be convinced, but the new song must also be listened to at the same time. Regarding the evaluation of this new song, both of them have basically the same opinions. Sounds good. Ling Qingxue is indeed a famous talented woman. Although not every song she composed is good, at least most of them are very nice. This song is going to be popular again. Not to mention high heat, at least medium heat. The songs that become popular are at least absolutely excellent. Ling Qingxue is awesome. I like Ling Qingxue more and more. She is so beautiful and talented, and most importantly, she is very down to earth. She feels very real. Unlike many other stars, they always feel like they are in the clouds and are not on the same plane as ordinary people like us. The reason why Ling Qingxue is so down to earth is really thanks to her husband Li Luo. Otherwise, Ling Qingxue would definitely be like other stars, high up in the clouds. I don't refute this. Li Luo's idleness is not without its benefits. At least it makes Ling Qingxue more down to earth. I wouldn't be surprised if Ling Qingxue went to the fields with Li Luo to catch eels one day. Har har har. If that's true, Ling Qingxue will probably gain a large number of fans again. Anyway, Ling Qingxue is going further and further on the path of becoming an abnormal star. Love Moon Bay Viller. Li Luo said to Ling Qingxue with a smile, I seem to have discovered a secret recipe that can help you increase your followers quickly. Ling Qingxue knew what the secret recipe was that Li Luo was talking about, and said, I don't want it. I follow you to do this and that because I really find it interesting, not to gain fans. I am a talented person, and I gain fans through the quality of my works. Li Luo laughed. Of course, he was just talking. Ling Qingxue added, I didn't expect that today, after the release of Rainy Night, so many netizens would begin to believe that Chengdu was really your work. It's a pleasant surprise. Li Luo said, it doesn't matter whether netizens believe it or not. If netizens believe it, I'm very happy. If they don't, it doesn't matter. Ling Qingxue nodded. Li Luo's indifference to fame was one of the reasons why she liked Li Luo so much. Because she is the same. She didn't actually seek fame. Otherwise, if she could find more capital for operations and more packaging, her fame would be much greater than it is now. Chapter 13 Hangzhou, My Wife's Home. In addition to many netizens who were surprised that Ling Qingxue had released a new song, many musicians and singers in the entertainment industry also paid attention to Ling Qingxue's new song. They listened to the song and found the quality to be very good. However, compared to the quality of the song, they were more concerned about the fact that the songwriter and arranger were all Ling Qingxue's. Is it true, as many netizens say, that this can prove that the previous song, Chengdu, was indeed Li Luo's work? Some musicians and singers had already changed their views on Li Luo, thinking that maybe they really misunderstood Li Luo. Now, more musicians and singers have begun to waver in their views of Li Luo. However, those singers who believed that Li Luo was a waste, and that Li Luo must be a waste, otherwise they would be even more envious and jealous of Ling Qingxue, still firmly believed that Chengdu was not Li Luo's work. They share the same views as netizens from the other camp on the internet. Love Moon Bay Villa. Li Luo and Ling Qingxue walked out of the villa and came to a vegetable patch next to it. Come and pick 2 bitter gourds. I had bitter melon and pork slices for lunch today. Originally, Ling Qingxue never ate bitter melon because she thought it tasted bitter and difficult to swallow. But Li Luo said that bitter melon has very high nutritional value and can nourish blood and liver, moisten spleen and kidney, invigorate qi and strengthen yang. Moreover, it is very beneficial to the skin. It can enhance the vitality of the cortex and make the skin delicate and healthy. It's not important to nourish the kidneys and strengthen the yang, but it can make the skin delicate and healthy. Ling Qingxue's eyes lit up. So I forced myself to eat bitter melon. Now that I eat more of it, I don't think bitter melon is so unpalatable anymore. After picking 2 bitter gourds, I picked 2 tomatoes and a cucumber. Make some cold cucumber salad and a bowl of tomato and egg soup, and today's lunch is ready. Keep it simple. In life, it is impossible to have big dishes or hearty meals for every meal. Return to the villa. Li Luo walked into the kitchen and started working. Ling Qingxue was helping out on the side. Honey, I want to go back to Hangzhou to visit my parents. Ling Qingxue said. Li Luo nodded, sure. I haven't been home for so long, I should go back and take a look. How about we set off tomorrow? Ling Qingxue is the only daughter in the family. She left Hangzhou at the age of 18 to study in Chengdu, then married Li Luo and settled here. Her parents have always missed her very much. During the Chinese New Year last year, the 2 of them went back home, and it has been nearly half a year now. Okay. Thank you, husband. Ling Qingxue was very happy. Li Luo smiled and said, silly girl, it's only right for us to go back and see our parents. After 2 dishes and 1 soup are ready. Let us eat. Ling Qingxue became more and more accustomed to the taste of bitter melon. I ate a lot today. After dinner, Li Luo booked 2 tickets to Hangzhou, which would take off at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Time soon came to the next morning. The 2 got up early, had breakfast, packed their luggage and the gifts they had prepared for Ling Qingxue's parents, and drove to the airport. The 2 of them have 1 car, but they rarely drive it. Arrived at the airport. Get on the plane. Take off. Landed in Hangzhou at 1:30 p.m. Although the distance to Hangzhou is far, the time goes by very quickly. After leaving the airport, I found a restaurant and had a simple meal, then took a taxi and went straight home. Ling Qingxue's home is in Shihu district, not far from West Lake. The West Lake in this world is no different from the West Lake in Li Luo's previous life, but the fame is very different. In the past, was West Lake fun and worth visiting? Although there are different opinions, it is undeniable that West Lake is really famous and is one of the most famous scenic spots in the country. However, the West Lake in this world is only famous in Hangzhou, and is not well known in other places. It is not even well known in other parts of Zhejiang province. Most people from Zhejiang province who are not from Hangzhou don't know that there is a West Lake in Hangzhou. The reason for this is probably that there are no legendary stories such as the legend of the White Snake, Liang Zhu, Jigong, and Su Xiao. The reason why Westlake was so famous in the past life has a lot to do with these legends. Arrived outside Ling Qingxue's residential area. The two got out of the car, picked up their luggage and gifts, walked into the community, and knocked on Ling Qingxue's door. Ling Qingxue's parents, Li Luo's father-in-law and mother-in-law, had been waiting for a long time. "Dad, Mom!" Ling Qingxue and Li Luo both shouted. Okay. Li Luo, come in quickly. You've worked hard along the way." Both his father-in-law and his mother-in-law asked Li Luo to go into their house and rest quickly. Of course, they also knew what the outside world thought of Li Luo, but they didn't care. The outside world didn't know their son-in-law at all. They were very satisfied with Li Luo. The family was happy and chatted for a long time. Later, Ling Qingxue saw a large basin of river shrimps in the kitchen. She exclaimed, "Dad, you bought so many river shrimps. Are you going to make Longjing shrimps?" Ling Qingxue's father is called Ling Yi. Upon hearing this, he said he wanted to make Longjing shrimps. When Li Luo heard this, he knew that his chance to show off had come. So he quickly said, "Dad, I'll do it. How about you guys try the Longjing shrimp I made?" Li Luo's cooking attribute data has reached 60. Although Longjing shrimp is a famous dish in Hangzhou and belongs to the Zhejiang cuisine, he can also make it. Moreover, it is delicious. At least it tastes much better than what Ling Yi makes. Ling Yi did not argue with Li Luo, but smiled and said, "Li Luo, you can also cook the dishes from our Hangzhou. Then your mother and I will have to taste your cooking skills." Li Luo said it should taste good. Then he walked into the kitchen. See what other ingredients are there. In addition to Longjing shrimp, we must make a few other dishes. There is also pork belly and green peppers. Then make another dish called twice cooked pork with green pepper. Last year, Li Luo's father-in-law and mother-in-law went to Li Luo's hometown for a few days. They had a special liking for the Sichuan dish of twice cooked pork, saying that the half fat and half lean meat made it fat but not greasy, and was fragrant and delicious. Let them feel it again today. The best ingredient for twice cooked pork is pork belly, but pork belly can also be used. There are also tofu skin, pork tenderloin, etc., which can be made into a dry fried ring. This is also a famous dish in Zhejiang cuisine. With tofu skin, pork tenderloin and eggs as the main ingredients, the dish is bright yellow in color, crispy and fragrant, and tastes crispy and refreshing, with a crisp sound like a bell ringing. Also stir-fry some vegetarian dishes and make a soup. Li Luo quickly arranged the dishes. Seeing that Li Luo took the initiative to cook and had already arranged the dishes, Ling Qingxue was very happy and said she would help. When it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Luo and Ling Qingxue started to busy themselves in the kitchen. Ling Yi and his wife were very happy to see Li Luo and his wife busy in the kitchen. This kind of life is wonderful. Chapter 14, Wansong Academy is not famous. I wrote a story and it became famous. After a busy period, the dishes were ready. Serve it all on the table. It's time for dinner. Both my father-in-law and my mother-in-law's eyes lit up. The colors of these dishes were very bright and the aroma was very strong. Is Li Luo's cooking skill much better than before? Try the Longjing shrimp first. The father-in-law and the mother-in-law each picked up a shrimp and put it into their mouths. Soon, the father-in-law said in surprise, "It's delicious. It's as delicious as the ones made by the chefs in those big hotels. It's much better than what I make. Li Luo, your cooking skills have improved." Hearing her father say this, Ling Qingxue was very happy, and her eyes were full of joy when she looked at Li Luo. Li Luo said with a smile, "Dad, Mom, you guys should try the twice-cooked pork again." Well, after tasting the twice-cooked pork, my father-in-law said, "The twice-cooked pork in Sichuan is really delicious. It smells good and tastes even better." My mother-in-law also said that it was true. Li Luo added, "Dad, Mom, when are you going to Rongqing again, or come to my hometown to play for a few days? I will cook for you every day." Well, my father-in-law and mother-in-law agreed again. Afterwards, the deep-fried bell dish also won praise from my father-in-law and mother-in-law. They also said that Li Luo was very attentive to make their Zhejiang cuisine so delicious. Li Luo said it was nothing. The whole family was very happy with this meal. The next day. Morning. Li Luo and Ling Qingxue woke up one after another. Honey, I'm taking you to our West Lake again today. How about it? Ling Qingxue said. Li Luo nodded, sure, I think your West Lake is very beautiful. Then let's get up, have breakfast, and then set off. Ling Qingxue was very happy. Good. The two got up, washed, had breakfast, said goodbye to their parents, and left the house. Came to the edge of West Lake. Looking around, there are tourists, but not many. The two people walked slowly. It is so pleasant to walk and enjoy the lake. Walk across a dam and come to a bridge. This bridge is called the Long Bridge, but the length of the bridge deck is actually not long, no more than 10 meters. Li Luo said, Wife, this bridge is no more than 10 meters long, why is it called the Long Bridge? Ling Qingxue shook her head, I don't know. Maybe it was very long when it was first built, but then it gradually became shorter for various reasons. Li Luo nodded, maybe. However, the bridge may not be long, but the love is long. Ling Qingxue's eyes lit up and she said, My husband, that's right. But why do you say that? Li Luo laughed and said, just a casual expression of emotion. Ling Qingxue nodded, not caring, and continued, Wan Song Ridge is not far from here. There is a Wan Song Academy on it. It's quite big. Husband, you have never been there. Do you want to go and see it today? Wansong Academy has no reputation in this world, but it was quite famous in the previous life. Because it is the place where Liang Shanbo and Zhu Yingtai studied in the legend, it is also called Liangzhu Academy. Li Luo had been to Wansong Academy in his previous life, but he had never been there in this world. When he came back with Ling Qingxue before, although he had been to Westlake, he had never been to Wansong Academy. Now Li Luo is naturally very interested in taking a look. So he said, okay, let us go and have a look. Let's go, then. The two men walked towards Wansongling again. After walking all the way, we finally arrived at Wansong Academy. This place is a bit far from the West Lake, but it still belongs to the West Lake scenic area and is also one of the West Lake attractions. But this place is deserted and few people come here. This is normal. There are not many tourists even in West Lake, let alone here. Two people walked into the academy. It's very quiet inside and the area is large. It's definitely a good place. Li Luo observed along the way and found that there were some differences from Wansong Academy in his previous life, but the differences were not big. It's such a pity that such a beautiful place has so few tourists. Ling Qingxue said. Li Luo nodded, he also felt it was a pity. Although the absence of tourists can be said to be a good way to keep it natural and simple, but since it is a scenic spot, it would definitely be better for people to know about it and appreciate it. You can appreciate both its quiet natural beauty and its rich historical and cultural heritage. After thinking for a while, Li Luo said, if we want to attract more tourists here, the solution is actually very simple. We just need to make this place famous. Ling Qingxue said, that's true. But the key is that we can't make this place famous. The West Lake Scenic Area has tried various ways to promote Wansong Academy, but they have almost no effect. Many people are willing to visit West Lake, but they are not willing to come here. First, this place is relatively far away. Second, the word academy has almost no appeal to tourists. Li Luo said, it is indeed difficult to attract tourists by relying on the academy itself. But you can, my wife. You can shoot a video here and post it on Douyin, saying that the scenery here is beautiful and the cultural heritage is profound. Welcome everyone to come and play and check in. The effect will definitely be good. Ling Qingxue said, there should be an effect, but it won't be as good as you imagine. People may like me very much, like to listen to my songs, and be interested in some of my things. However, if you want them to go out and take action to check in at a place I recommend, the effect will not be ideal. Moreover, the duration is very limited. There will be some effect at the beginning, but after a week or 2 weeks, it will probably be completely back to the way it was. Li Luo nodded. That is true. Celebrities do have some appeal, but it is not as strong as imagined. In this case, we can only try Li Luo's method. After hesitating for a moment, Li Luo said, perhaps we can write a story related to this place. If the story can be spread and have a big enough impact, perhaps many people will want to visit this place in the story. Story? Ling Qingxue nodded, this may be a solution. But this story must be circulated very widely and have a great influence. How easy is it to create such a story? Li Luo said, it's not easy. But if you don't try, how do you know if it works? Ling Qingxue looked at Li Luo and said, husband, do you mean to create such a story? Li Luo nodded, I have such an idea. Ling Qingxue's eyes lit up, and she said, come on, husband, I believe in you. Li Luo laughed and said, I'll try my best. Li Luo was not trying to create a story, but was planning to copy a story from his previous life. It is Liang Shanbo and Zhu Yingtai, one of the four great folk love legends in the previous life. I don't know if it will work, but I think it will work. Li Luo had never thought of copying the story of his previous life, but now that Ling Qingxue knew that he could write songs, and wrote them very well, there was no need to keep other aspects secret. His talent is destined to be revealed. Chapter 15 Liang Shanbo and Zhu Yingtai. There is a problem, though. After the story is written, where should it be published? Looking for an online novel reading platform to publish? That's possible. There are also many novel readers in this world, and there are at least a dozen novel reading platforms of all sizes. Honey, why don't you publish it on Zhongjin novel website? This website is one of the novel platforms with the largest traffic, and I sometimes read novels on it. After you publish it, I will promote it for you on Douyin. Ling Qingxue said. Li Luo smiled and said, then I'll listen to my wife. With my wife's promotion, I feel it will definitely become popular. Ling Qingxue also smiled and said, then my husband must work hard to write with higher quality. Li Luo said there was no problem. Continue walking around the academy. Two girls were walking towards us, they looked like tourists. Finally met tourists here. It's not easy. Both Li Luo and Ling Qingxue were very happy. The two girls also saw Li Luo and Ling Qingxue and were obviously stunned. Then, their faces were full of surprise and disbelief. It was obvious that they had recognized Ling Qingxue. After hesitating for a while, he walked over and said, Ms. Ling, you're back in Hangzhou. Can I take a photo with you? They knew that Ling Qingxue was from Hangzhou, and they were also from Hangzhou. They are proud that Hangzhou has produced a big star like Ling Qingxue. They came to Wansong Academy today and didn't see any other tourists along their way. Just when they thought they were the only two tourists in Wansong Academy today, two people came over from the opposite side. Looking closely, it turned out to be Ling Qingxue. Quite unexpected and pleasantly surprised. It turns out that Ling Qingxue is back. The boy next to her must be her husband Li Luo. Very handsome. Moreover, he doesn't look like a person without ability. Chengdu should be his work. Why are you so sure? Feel. The two girls wanted to take a photo with Ling Qingxue. After hesitating for a while, they finally plucked up the courage to walk over. After greeting Ling Qingxue, they also wanted to greet Li Luo. But they were too embarrassed to speak, and they didn't know how to address him. In the end, they could only smile and nod. Ling Qingxue smiled slightly and said of course. The two girls were even more excited. They stood on both sides of Ling Qingxue and took out their cell phones to take selfies. Li Luo took the initiative to stand aside so as not to affect the three people taking photos. He encountered this kind of thing frequently and was very familiar with it. After taking the photos, the two girls also asked if they could post the photos on Douyin. Ling Qingxue also agreed. The two girls expressed their gratitude very excitedly, then said goodbye to the two people and stopped disturbing them. Not long after walking, he couldn't wait to make a video of the photo he had just taken and posted it on Douyin. I'm at Westlake Wansong Academy, and I ran into my goddess. So excited, so thrilled. There was no ripple at the beginning of the video, but after more than an hour, the number of likes and comments increased rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Fuck. Ling Qingxue is back in Hangzhou. I regret not going to Wansong Academy today. I ran into Ling Qingxue and her husband at Westlake before. I wanted to go over and take a photo, but I didn't have the nerve to go. It turned out that they went to Wansong Academy again. Wansong Academy is very deserted, with only a few visitors a day. I didn't expect Ling Qingxue to go to Wansong Academy. These are all local netizens in Hangzhou. In addition, there are also many netizens from other places. Where is Westlake Wansong Academy? It seems to be located in Hangzhou. Is Ling Qingxue going back to her parents' home? Didn't they say Li Luo was also there? Why isn't Li Luo in the group photo? I noticed that no one took a photo with Ling Qingxue with Li Luo. Did they say that no one wanted to take a photo with Li Luo? Or did Li Luo know that he has a bad reputation online, so he didn't dare to show up? Har har har. I guess he doesn't dare to show up. If I were Li Luo, I wouldn't dare to do that either. Wouldn't it be better if Li Luo didn't show up? We only want to see the goddess, who wants to see him. Finally, there is news about the goddess again. I saw the goddess again. Not bad, not bad. Li Luo and Ling Qingxue have already left Wansong Academy. It's already 4 p.m. I bought some food and went back. Tonight Li Luo plans to continue showing off his skills in front of his father-in-law and mother-in-law. Night. After dinner, Li Luo returned to the room he lived in with Ling Qingxue and turned on the computer. There is a computer in the room. He is ready to start writing. I have been in this world for more than 2 years, and this is my first time typing. I always felt that I would not be used to typing. But now I really have to write, which is not bad. I have been lying down for 2 years, and now I have the opportunity to let a classic story from my past life come into this world. In the past, the story of Liang Zhu has been passed down for thousands of years. During such a long period of time, people have repeatedly processed and created the story, so there are many different versions. However, no matter which version it is, the main plot is the same. For example, Disguised to Study, Sworn Brotherhood on the Grass Bridge, Studying Together with Classmates, 18 Farewells, Meeting on the Tower, Crying at the Grave and Turning into a Butterfly, etc. These plots exist in any version. After Li Luo thought about it for a while. Start writing. The general meaning is, in Shanyu County, Huaiji County, Zhejiang Province, there is a wealthy family named Zhu. The Zhu family had a daughter named Zhu Yingtai, who was very smart and fond of reading since childhood, and she wanted to go out to study. Li Luo types very quickly. Because over the past 2 years, the system has been coding +1 from time to time. The value has now reached 45, which allows him to write at a speed of 8,000 to 10,000 words per hour. There is also memory +1. This did not enhance his memory, but rather enabled him to recall very clearly any literature he had read in his previous life. Now the value has reached 55, which allows him to completely recall any work with less than 100,000 words without any error. So, it is very easy for him to write the story of Liang Zhu now. Ling Qingxue was watching TV with her parents in the living room and did not disturb Li Luo. My parents were also very happy when they learned that Li Luo planned to create a story in the hope of making Westlake Wansong Academy famous. Regardless of whether it succeeds or not, it is enough that the son-in-law has this intention. Time slowly came to 10 o'clock in the evening, and Ling Qingxue gently pushed open the door of the room. I thought Li Luo was still typing, but I saw Li Luo lying on the bed watching videos. But that's normal. After typing for a long time, I must be tired. It's time to lie down and take a rest. Ling Qingxue walked over, lay down next to Li Luo, and said, "Hubby, how much have you coded?" Li Luo said, "It's almost 1/5 done. It will be all coded in 2 days." So fast. Ling Qingxue was very surprised. Li Luo said, "It's just a short story of only tens of thousands of words." In fact, if Li Luo puts all his effort into typing, he can finish it all by typing until the early morning tonight. But it's not necessary. This matter is not urgent in 1 or 2 days. That's already very fast. Ling Qingxue was surprised again. It seems that my husband has more than just the ability to compose songs. Chapter 16, My Husband is So Talented. The next 2 days. While accompanying his father-in-law and mother-in-law, Li Luo also found time to finish coding Butterfly Lovers. Is everything finished? Then I'll start reading it. Ling Qingxue said happily. She didn't watch it in advance, but waited until Li Luo finished everything before watching it together. Li Luo nodded, "Let's see." Ling Qingxue started to watch. The opening passage roughly means that there is a girl named Zhu Yingtai from the Zhu family in Shanyu County, Huaiji Prefecture. She wanted to go out to study, but at that time women were not allowed to show their faces outside, so she disguised herself as a man and went to Hangzhou to study. The story begins with a girl disguising herself as a man to go out to study, which is quite interesting. Moreover, the writing style feels very sophisticated and does not seem like a work written by a newcomer at all. It turns out that my husband has the talent to write novels. Ling Qingxue watched and commented in her mind. On the way, he met a young man named Li Qingxue, who was also from Kuaiji County and was also going to Hangzhou to study. The two hit it off immediately and became sworn brothers. They then went to Hangzhou together and finally chose to study at Westlake Wansong Academy. Here it comes. Wansong Academy is here. Ling Qingxue's eyes lit up. However, this alone is not enough to make Wansong Academy famous. It depends on what happens next. The two studied at Wansong Academy for 3 years. During this time, they always studied, ate and slept together, but Liang Shambua never knew that Zhu Yingtai was a girl. Is there such a simple man in the world? He slept with a woman for 3 years without knowing that she was his bedmate. Is it a bit presumptuous for my husband to write this? However, the story is set more than 1,000 years ago. It is possible that there was such a simple man. Moreover, this plot is bound to spark heated discussions. It's a breaking point. Looking at it this way, this episode is still very good. The story is getting more and more interesting. Keep watching. Zhu's father urged Zhu Yingtai to go home. Zhu Yingtai had no choice but to return home. Liang Shambua saw him off, and when they reached the long bridge over Westlake, he decided not to see him off after crossing the bridge. As a result, the two of us were on the long bridge, you took me over and I took you over. I went back and forth a total of 18 times. After 18 trips, Zhu Yingtai finally left. Seeing this, Ling Qingxue's eyes were already extremely bright. My husband is so talented. She had read quite a few novels, but this was the first time she had seen such a way of expressing the deep affection and reluctance between two people. She wondered if this was the first time anyone had ever written something like this. But I think it should be. Moreover, once this story spreads, the plot of the two people seeing each other off 18 times on the long bridge will most likely become an illusion and be called 18 Farewells. The more Ling Qingxue thought about it, the happier she became. My husband is really awesome. At the same time, Ling Qingxue also remembered what Li Luo said on the long bridge 2 days ago when the two of them went for a trip to the Westlake. Although the bridge is not long, the love is long. At that time, Li Luo said that he just had a sudden feeling, and Ling Qingxue didn't care. But now think about it, although the bridge is not long, the love is long. Isn't this exactly what Liang Shambua and Zhu Yingtai are talking about? Could it be that my husband had already conceived this story at that time? But this should not be possible. At that time, neither of them had yet arrived at Wansong Academy. It should be that my husband suddenly had this emotion at that time. Then after arriving at Wansong Academy, when he was conceiving this story, he thought of the long bridge and the emotion he had at that time, and then there was this plot of the 18 Farewells. Could this be a proof that my husband is really talented in novel writing? The reason why my husband didn't show any talent in this area before was because he had never tried to write a novel. Now that I try, my talent can no longer be hidden. Ling Qingxue was even happier. Also, after reading the whole story to this point, I really feel that Wansong Academy may become popular because of this story. It's not certain yet, but it should be possible. My husband actually did it. Ling Qingxue was a little bit unbelievable again. She was not optimistic at first. It was almost impossible to use a story to make Wansong Academy, which was naturally discouraged and cold, popular. Even if we ask those famous novelists to do this, it would be difficult to do it, right? But who knew that my husband is so talented in writing novels? Ling Qingxue couldn't help but feel a little excited. Keep reading. Liang Shambua finally found out that Zhu Yingtai was a girl, and then he prepared the betrothal gifts and went to the Zhu family to propose marriage. But Zhu's father despised Liang Shambua's poverty and refused to marry his daughter to him. He then insisted on marrying his daughter to Ma Wencai, the son of the Shanyu governor. Liang Shambua and Zhu Yingtai met on a tower, and finally said goodbye with tears, making a vow that, if we cannot sleep in the same bed in life, we must be buried in the same grave in death. Afterwards, Liang Shambua became sick from lovesickness and died of depression. Liang Shambua is dead. Is my husband going to write a tragedy? Tragedy certainly has its own artistic qualities, but most readers still prefer comedy. Of course, the husband definitely has his own ideas and arrangements. Finish reading it first. Zhu Yingtai was heartbroken when she heard the news of Liang Shambu's death. Then she agreed to marry Marwan Cai. She just made one request: their wedding sedan had to take a detour to Liang Shambu's grave, and she wanted to go and pay her respects. This scene made Ling Qingxue dumbfounded. If Liang Shambu's death is a tragedy, people may not be able to accept it. Then this plot is a huge poison point, and readers will never accept it. After all, this is the first time my husband has written a novel, and he has not read many novels before. He doesn't know which poisonous points he absolutely cannot touch. I'll have a good chat with him later. This needs to be changed. Liang Shambu can die, and even Zhu Yingtai can die with him. Tragedy is hard to accept, but it is impossible for all stories to be comedies. Sometimes tragedy has to be accepted. However, it is absolutely impossible for Zhu Yingtai to marry Marwan Cai after Liang Shambu's death. This is a big taboo. It really needs to be changed. Although Zhu Yingtai made a special deed to pay homage to Liang Shambu's grave during her marriage, which showed that she still had feelings for him, it was of no use. Readers won tea by it. Thinking this in her mind, Ling Qingxue continued to look back. And when I saw it, I was soon extremely surprised, shocked, and delighted to know the answer. Her husband is much more talented than she imagined. One can even say that he has a very high talent for writing novels. Because she saw the ending. Zhu Yingtai went to Liang Shambu's tomb to pay homage. Suddenly there was lightning and thunder, and a crack appeared on Liang Shambu's tomb. Zhu Yingtai jumped in without hesitation. The tomb was then closed again. Soon after, 2 butterflies flew out of the grave, dancing tenderly. Chapter 17. My husband wrote a novel, everyone is welcome to read it. The ending completely shocked and amazed Ling Qingxue. In this way, although it is still a tragedy, it has an endless romantic color. It can even be said that it is not a tragedy anymore. Although the 2 people were not able to be together during their lifetime, they were able to turn into butterflies and dance together after death, which was enough to make up for the regret of not being able to be together during their lifetime. Such ideas and imagination are enough to amaze everyone. Moreover, it will definitely become an eternal classic in the history of novels. Ling Qingxue was very sure of this. My husband is a genius at writing novels. Their whole story has an imaginative and romantic ending, and Wansong Academy is really going to become popular. Including the West Lake Long Bridge. Before, I just thought it was possible. But now it is almost certain. Ling Qingxue was very happy and said to Li Luo, "Hubby, I'll ask my parents to come and see it." After saying that, he opened the door and called his father-in-law and mother-in-law in. My father-in-law and mother-in-law are both in their 40s and they occasionally read novels. After hearing that his son-in-law had finished writing the story, he was also very happy. Even without Ling Qingxue calling him, they would definitely want to read it. After watching it, I was also amazed. It turns out that my son-in-law is so talented in writing novels. I felt before that my daughter married the right person, and now I feel even more that she has found a treasure. My father-in-law and mother-in-law were very happy. After talking to Li Luo for a long time, he left the room and closed the door. "Honey, when are you going to publish it?" "Now." Ling Qingxue asked after her parents left. Li Luo nodded. "Since it's already been written, let's publish it. It makes more sense to publish it." Ling Qingxue said, "After you publish it, I will promote it for you on Douyin." Li Luo said, "Thank you, wife. Also, I actually plan to compose a piece of music about this story. I will try to compose it after we return." Ling Qingxue's eyes lit up. "This is possible. Is it instrumental music?" Li Luo nodded, "Pure music." In the past, the music of Liang Zhu was also very classic. Now that the story has come to pass, the music must also be brought along. Therefore, even if taking the initiative to compose a piece of music did not conform to Li Luo's strategic direction, there was nothing that could be done. Afterwards, Li Luo sat back in front of the computer, opened the Endpoint Novel Network, and registered a writer account. "I need a pen name." Li Luo thought for a long time and didn't know what pen name he should choose. "In the end, I just gave up on using my real name." Ling Qingxue thought it was okay. There are many writers who use their real names as pen names. Li Luo studied the background operations. "Got it. You can publish your work now." After entering the title of the book, you will also need a description. Introduction. Soon, Li Luo's eyes lit up. Got it. What is love in this world? It makes people promise to be together through life and death. This sentence was not originally used to describe the Ling Qingxue story, but Li Luo felt that it was perfect for the story. When Ling Qingxue saw this, her eyes suddenly became moist and she said two words, husband. Li Luo smiled slightly and hugged Ling Qingxue in his arms. This sentence comes from a poem, Mo Yuer Yinqiu Ci, by Yuan Haowen, a famous writer in the Jin and Yuan dynasties. What is love in this world? It makes people pledge to be together through life and death. Two travelers fly together from north to south, their old wings experiencing many winters and summers. It tells the story of a goose being shot by a hunter and then another goose committing suicide to show its love. This poem does not exist in this world. This was the first time Ling Qingxue saw this sentence, and it must have had a great impact on her psychology. Li Luo could understand. It was a long time before Ling Qingxue left Li Luo's arms. Li Luo continued to operate. Soon. Published successfully. Entering the review stage. Readers can only see it after it is reviewed and approved. After passing the review, Ling Qingxue will promote it on Douyin. Generally speaking, a work needs to be signed with Zhongjin Novel Network before it can obtain recommended resources from Zhongjin Novel Network and generate royalties. But this story doesn't require a contract. There are only tens of thousands of words in total, which is not enough to meet the word count requirement for listing. Therefore, even if a contract is signed, it is impossible to put the product on the shelves and obtain subscription revenue. With Ling Qingxue promoting on Douyin, Li Luo doesn't need the recommendation resources from Terminal Novel Network. Moreover, the copyright of this work can definitely be sold. There are still multiple copyrights. If you sign a contract with Zhongjin Novel Network and sell the copyright, Zhongjin Novel Network will also take a portion of the money. If you don't sign a contract, the buyer will negotiate with you directly and all the copyright fees will be yours. Also, if Ling Qingxue wants to invest in filming in the future, she can do it directly. If she signs a contract, she will have to pay for her own copyright. Therefore, no matter how you look at it, there is no need to sign a contract. Of course, if I publish a novel in the future, I can consider signing a contract with Endpoint Novel Network. Don't worry about that for now. An hour later, the review was passed. Readers can read it on the Endpoint Novel website or the Endpoint Reading app on their mobile phones. Ling Qingxue simply recorded a video. She said that her husband wrote a short story, which was published on the End Novel website, called The Butterfly Lovers. Everyone is welcome to read. The video was posted on Douyin. Many netizens who paid special attention to Ling Qingxue received notifications on their phones. Ling Qingxue, whom you are following, has released a new video. My eyes suddenly lit up. Is it possible that the goddess is going to release a new song? Are you releasing new songs so quickly now? Go and have a look now. When I clicked on the video, I was immediately stunned. Her husband wrote a novel. That guy who does nothing all day and just lies around taking Ling Qingxue to the mountains to look for mushrooms, can also write novels. Are these two joking with us? Even if I force myself to write tens of thousands of words, are you sure they are not meant to pollute everyone's eyes? First he could compose songs, and now he can write novels. This couple has been having a lot of fun lately. Didn't Ling Qingxue go back to her mother's home in Hanzhou? She also visited Wansong Academy, or some other academy. Her husband was there too. If that is the case, will I still have time to write novels? Netizens all thought it was a bit ridiculous and had no intention of reading the novel. They didn't want their eyes to be polluted. What's more, many netizens have no interest in reading novels, so they will not read it. However, the news that Ling Qingxue's husband had written a novel quickly spread on the internet. The popularity rose rapidly and soon rose to the top of the Douyin hot list. Now, more people know about it. Countless people were talking about it. Ling Qingxue's husband has been very active recently. I'm afraid he has appeared more times in the past 10 days than in the previous 2 years combined. Many people didn't know her husband's name before. Now I'm afraid everyone knows it. Isn't it possible that Ling Qingxue has made up her mind to change the image of her husband in the public's mind? She said earlier that Chengdu was written by her husband, but the effect was not very good. Now she has changed her strategy and started writing novels again. Isn't it because someone hired someone to write it for you? Look at the quality. If the quality is okay, then it was probably written by a ghostwriter. If the quality is terrible, then it must have been written by her husband himself. So, who's going to check it out? I won't go. I'm afraid it will irritate my eyes. I won't go either. I have no interest in reading novels. Chapter 18 is just an introduction, and I was completely conquered. Most netizens are unwilling to watch it. However, there are few people who, either out of curiosity or for some other reason, decide to go and take a look. The Butterfly Lovers. It sounds like two people's names. Open the End Reading app on your mobile phone and search for the title of the book. I see. Author's name, Li Luo. Just use your real name as your pen name. Is he afraid that others don't know that this is Li Luo's work? This is a little thought. Look at the introduction again. His eyes widened instantly. Oh shit. There is something about this Li Luo. Wrong. It is very interesting, so interesting. What is love in this world? It makes people promise to be together through life and death. Feeling tingling on the scalp. Many people may fall for just this one sentence. Including themselves. Definitely can be described in 2 words. Classic. How could Li Luo say such classic words? Why are you so unconvinced? Is it really like many people say, that a gunman was hired? This issue will be analyzed and discussed in detail later. Now let us look at the content. If everyone was just curious before and wanted to see what Li Luo had written, now they are eager and looking forward to the content of the story. This is clearly a love story. Start watching now. In Shanyu County, Kuaiji Prefecture, Zhejiang Province, there was a woman named Zhu Yingtai. The girl disguised herself as a man and went to Hangzhou to study. The beginning is somewhat interesting. Li Luo is really good at writing novels. If he really wrote it. Is the story set in Hangzhou? This is not surprising. Hangzhou is the hometown of her wife Ling Qingxue, and both of them should still be in Hangzhou. On the way, he met Liang Shambur, who was also going to Hangzhou to study. The two of them became sworn brothers and traveled together. This episode is quite ordinary. The two of them went to Wansong Academy and studied there. Wansong Academy. Why does this name seem familiar? Isn't this the place Ling Qingxue went to play a few days ago? It is said that her husband Li Luo was there too. Did you write it into this story after you played it once? Kind of interesting too. Liang Shambur and Zhu Yingtai studied at Wansong Academy for 3 years. During that time, they ate, lived and slept together. But Liang Shambur never knew that Zhu Yingtai was a girl? That's an exaggeration. This is too exaggerated. This doesn't sound like a plot written by a married man. Zhu Yingtai was going home, and Liang Shambur saw her off. 2 people were on the long bridge over West Lake. You sent me off and I sent you off. We walked back and forth 18 times. Everyone was a little surprised when they saw this scene. Such a plot is used to express the deep affection and reluctance of 2 people to part. What a talent! Li Luo is not only good at writing novels, but is also very talented. He should be the first person to write like this. Of course, looking at it from another angle, this proves that this is really the work of a gunman. Even if Li Luo could write novels, he shouldn't be able to write so well. What is the truth? I'm afraid it will cause controversy again. Westlake Long Bridge. I wonder if there really is such a place in Hangzhou. If it really exists, it might become a big hit. Keep reading. When they saw Liang Shambur die of lovesickness, everyone sighed. It was indeed a tragedy. The male protagonist is dead, so what about Zhu Yingtai? After hearing the news of Liang Shambur's death, Zhu Yingtai agreed to marry the prefect's son in spite of her grief and indignation. This Nima. So poisonous. 1 poison point destroys everything. Isn't Li Luo just asking for trouble? Regardless of whether he wrote it or not, since he is the nominal author, it is not wrong to criticize him. But soon, when everyone saw the ending, they were just like Ling Qingxue when she saw the ending before, surprised, shocked, stunned, delighted and excited. I also realized how superficial I was. The story of Liang Zhu turning into butterflies is one of the most amazing plots in all the novels they have read in their lives. They couldn't describe in words the shock they felt in their hearts at that moment. Genius. It takes an absolute genius to write a plot like this. So romantic. This is romanticism at its peak. If this work was really written by Li Luo, anyone who has slandered Li Luo before must line up to apologize to him. This is definitely not a work that an ordinary author can write. This is really asking what love is in this world. It makes people stay together through life and death. Li Luo used such a story to perfectly interpret this sentence. This is the most beautiful love in the world. This story is also the most beautiful love story ever. I am very lucky to see such a story today. Are there still too many people who are not going to read this story now? What a stupid decision. It's fine if people who don't usually read novels don't read it, but if people who usually read novels don't read it, they will miss one of the best novels. That's all. Since everyone likes Ling Qingxue, I'd better strongly recommend it to them. Regardless of whether it was written by Li Luo. First of all, you have to finish reading the story. For those who haven't watched The Butterfly Lovers yet, I'll just say one thing. Just reading the introduction alone had me completely hooked. The most beautiful love story ever was born. Although the story is tragic, the ending is so beautiful. As for the ending, it is the most amazing plot I have ever seen in the more than 10 years of reading novels. No doubt about it. This is a tragedy, but it is also a great romantic work. Of course, it is too early to call it great. But I believe that in a few years or decades, this work will be worthy of these two words. At this time, more netizens are already discussing the fact that Ling Qingxue's husband Li Luo wrote a novel. But still the vast majority of people have no intention of watching it. They were very interested in discussing the matter itself, but forget about asking them to watch the work. If it was written by a ghostwriter, it would be meaningless. If it was written by Li Luo himself, it would certainly be horrible. It would be a wise decision not to watch it. However, the statements of those netizens who have already watched the film gradually showed surprise and disbelief on their faces. Are you completely captivated by just one sentence in the introduction? What words could be so powerful? It's a tragedy, but it also has a happy ending? Isn't this contradictory? Does this mean that the story was originally a tragedy, but became a comedy because of the ending? What bullshit! What kind of ending is so awesome that it can turn a tragedy into a comedy? A great romantic work. Can the word great be used casually? These two words are absolutely unworthy of a classic work that is not handed down from generation to generation. Are you sure these guys were not bribed by Ling Qingxue and Li Luo and are here to play a joke on them? Or maybe they were the navy hired by Ling Qingxue and Li Luo. The level of this water army is really not good, they can't even brag. Don't they know that if they brag too much, no one will believe it? However, even though everyone thought this, they still decided to go and see the story. When I looked at it, I first saw the introduction. Just one sentence. But just this one sentence made their thoughts change quickly. Those guys are not trolls, and they are probably not bragging. At least there's no bragging about the introduction. It's really just one sentence that can make people fall. Not all of them, but at least a large part of them. What about the content? Start watching now. After reading it slowly. Totally shocked. Just like those people before. Chapter 19, Want to add the alias Liang Zhu Academy? This work is bound to become a classic. A few years or decades later, it might be completely fine to say that it is a great work. Although this work is not long, it is destined to shine brightly in the history of novels. Is this Li Luo's work? Absolutely impossible. Li Luo might be able to write a novel, but he could never write such a classic. Most people don't believe that it was really written by Li Luo. But some people also said, it is precisely because this work is so well written and so classic that it proves that it was indeed written by Li Luo. Although it is hard to believe and I dare not believe it, it is the only fact. What kind of logic is this? Many people don't understand. The logic is simple. If you wrote this work, would you be willing to be a ghostwriter and let it nominally become Li Luo's work? Of course I won't. This work will definitely bring me fame and fortune, so how can I let it become someone else's work? Money? How much money can he give me? The copyright of this work can definitely be sold. The copyrights of movies, TV series, operas, and even games, comics, etc. can be sold. Conservative estimates suggest that it can be sold for tens of millions. Moreover, the value of this work is priceless. How could I? Damn it. I get it. So, it was really written by Li Luo. That's the only truth. It could also be written by Ling Qingxue. If it was written by Ling Qingxue, it would make sense. That is true. However, I feel that it is more likely that Li Luo wrote it himself. Anyway, it was either written by Ling Qingxue or Li Luo, or maybe they both wrote it together. No matter who wrote it, I just want to know if there is really such a place as the Westlake Long Bridge in Hangzhou. Are there any friends in Hangzhou who can tell me about it? I don't know if there is a long bridge in Westlake, but there is one in Wansong Academy. I also know that Wansong Academy has one. It's the place Ling Qingxue and her husband went to play a few days ago. So I only asked about the Westlake Long Bridge. Among all the netizens, the most excited ones are definitely those in Hangzhou. They knew Ling Qingxue was back, but they didn't expect that Ling Qingxue's return this time would bring them such a huge surprise. Is their Westlake in Hangzhou starting to become famous? Since so many netizens from other places have asked questions, they must have answers. Yes. We have a lake in Hangzhou called West Lake. It is very beautiful. There are many bridges in West Lake, and one of them is indeed called Changqiao. Although it is called the Long Bridge, it is not long at all. It is no more than 10 meters long. However, now that Liang Shanbo and Zhu Yingtai have said goodbye to each other for 18 times on the bridge, it has become a real long bridge. Because it represents the infinite love between two people in love. Well said. The bridge may not be long, but the love is long. I must take my girlfriend there to check in. I hope our love can be infinitely long too. Welcome. You don't have to have a girlfriend to come. Single friends can come too. Take a walk on the long bridge, maybe your destiny will come to you. Har. That makes sense. In that case, Changqiao must go there. You can also go to Wansong Academy. Wansong Academy is also part of the West Lake Scenic Area. You must go. Go and see where Liang Shanbo and Zhu Yingtai studied. Welcome friends from other places. Let's go now. First to Changqiao, then to Wansong Academy. To be honest, as a Hangzhou native, I have been to Westlake many times, but I have never been to Wansong Academy. We must go today. Many netizens in Hangzhou set off immediately. The Westlake Long Bridge was originally inconspicuous, but now it is crowded with people. Wansong Academy, which used to be deserted with only a few tourists a day, now has started to have a steady stream of tourists. Chen Wanqiu, director of the Westlake Scenic Area Office, was very surprised when he learned about the situation. What is going on? It's so abnormal. The Long Bridge is not mentioned. It is inconspicuous among the many bridges in Westlake, and their scenic spot has never paid much attention to it. But Wansong Academy and their scenic spot have always paid great attention to it. In order to attract people to Wansong Academy, they tried various methods, but to no avail. What happened today? Why are there suddenly so many tourists? This has never happened in recent decades. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. Chen Wanqiu was about to ask someone about the situation when a staff member named Wang Dong knocked on the door and said excitedly, "Director, the Long Bridge and Wansong Academy in Westlake are very popular. There are already many tourists. Moreover, this should be just the beginning. The current tourists are basically all local people in Hangzhou. There should be many more tourists from other places coming in the future." Chen Wanqiu was surprised again after hearing this. Is the situation better than expected? Xia Wang, do you know what the reason is? Chen Wanqiu asked. Wang Dong nodded, I know. Ling Qingxue's husband Li Luo wrote a short story called Liang Shanbo and Zhu Yingtai. Wansong Academy and Changqiao are two very important places in this work. Chen Wanqiu was even more surprised after hearing this. Can a novel make the once unpopular Wansong Academy and the unremarkable Changqiao famous? They tried their best to do a lot of work, but it's still far less effective than a novel. Isn't this bullshit? What kind of novel could have such an influence? Is Wang Dong sure he has figured out the reason? Chen Wanqiu was very suspicious. Wang Dong knew that the director was doubting his words, so he smiled and said, Director, if you read the novel, you will know what is going on. The novel is on the End Novel website. Chen Wanqiu nodded. Okay. Then go and have a look. Soon, Chen Wanqiu found it on the Terminal Novel Network. Start watching. After reading it slowly, even though he was the director, he couldn't help but get excited. Wang Dong was indeed not wrong, and this is the reason. Isn't there a rumor that Ling Qingxue's husband does nothing and has no skills? How could someone without any talent write such a work? It turns out that the rumors are not credible. Chen Wanqiu laughed and said, "Xiao Wang, this is an opportunity. The opportunity for Wansong Academy in Chanqiao has finally come. Thank you Li Luo for writing such a good work. I didn't expect that he would write Wansong Academy in Chanqiao into this work." Wang Dong said, "It should be because of Ling Qingxue. They went to Wansong Academy together 2 days ago. Is there such a thing?" Chen Wanqiu laughed again. It seems that Li Luo likes Wansong Academy very much, so he chose Wansong Academy as the place for Liangzhu to study. Liangzhu. Chen Wanqiu seemed to be thinking about something. After a while, he said, "Xiao Wang, what do you think about giving Wansong Academy an alias, called Liangzhu Academy?" Wang Dong's eyes lit up after hearing this. This is possible. Chapter 20 No, not tonight. Then, Wang Dong said excitedly, "Director, I think it's totally possible. This way we can better capture this wave of traffic. Not only that, we can also do something about Chanqiao. Chanqiao used to be inconspicuous, but it's different now. We can erect a stone tablet and say that this is the place where Liang Shanbo and Zhu Yingtai said goodbye to each other." Chen Wanqiu nodded. "That's totally fine. I'll find a way to contact Li Luo right now. To add the alias Liangzhu Academy and to erect related stone tablets at Chanqiao, one must first obtain Li Luo's authorization. Because the relevant copyright is in Li Luo's hands. If Li Luo didn't have authorization, he could sue them later. It was difficult to contact Li Luo, but it would be easier if we contacted Ling Qingxue first. After obtaining Li Luo's authorization, apply to the higher authorities. After agreeing to the above, you can officially start the operation. This incident has nothing to do with music, but many musicians and singers in the entertainment industry still know about it. Of the top 10 Douyin hits, 4 are now related to this incident. Among them, the sentence, "What is love in this world? It makes people promise to be together through life and death," ranks first on the hot list. It's hard for people in the entertainment industry not to know this. They were very surprised. This couple has been very active recently. Moreover, the noise is getting bigger and bigger. I heard that Wansong Academy and Chanqiao in West Lake of Hangzhou have become very popular. The influence is too great. Could it really be Li Luo's work? Or was it actually written by Ling Qingxue? Or was it completed by the two of them together? Hard to judge. But one thing is certain, that is, there were some misunderstandings about Li Luo in the past. I don't know how talented Li Luo is, but he is definitely not without talent. After 2 years of silence, will Li Luo finally stop being silent? Let us take a look at it later. In addition, the few singers who did not want Li Luo to be talented all frowned at this time. Why does it seem like so many people have already believed that this is Li Luo's work? Don't they have brains? If Li Luo was really so talented, why would he wait until today, 2 years later, to suddenly show off? He would have already jumped out and shown off everywhere. Although I don't know where this novel came from, it is definitely not written by Li Luo. For those who already believe it, can you use your brains to think about whether it is possible? It's really speechless. Shanghai City. Editorial Department of Endpoint Novel Network. The editors have all finished reading The Butterfly Lovers. They didn't know about this at first. It was only after seeing the Douyin hot list that they knew that Ling Qingxue's husband had written a novel and published it on their End Novel website. In that case, it's a must-see. Although the quality may be very bad. The editors all thought so. However, after reading just a few paragraphs, they realized that their previous judgment was wrong. After finishing the story, I was even more amazed at Li Luo's talent for writing novels. Of all the novel authors on their website, including all the famous ones, it is estimated that no one could write a plot like Liangzhu turning into butterflies that is likely to amaze people for 1,000 years. To be able to write such a plot and have such a romantic and endless imagination, I can only say that he is extremely talented. Now, what the editors want to do most is to sign a contract for Liang Shanbo and Zhu Yingtai. It's not because the copyright of this work can definitely be sold and they want to share the money, but because it can make the relationship between Li Luo and their website closer. In this way, if Li Luo writes a novel again, he will most likely choose to continue publishing it on their End Novel website. If he hadn't signed the contract, Li Luo would most likely have published his book on another website next time. Although even if he signed the contract, Li could still choose other websites if he missed a book. They sign books, not people. However, after signing the contract, the possibility of Li Luo choosing other websites is definitely smaller than if he does not sign the contract. The editor-in-chief was Chu Wan. She decided to contact Li Luo personally and invite him to sign a contract. A contact number is required when registering a writer account. So, Chu Wan can call Li Luo directly. Wansong Academy really became popular, and Lianchang Bridge also became popular. My husband really did it. This can be considered a miracle, right? My husband is really awesome. Ling Qingxue blushed slightly, leaned close to Li Luo's ear, and whispered, "Husband, when we get back to Rongchen, if you want any new postures, I can satisfy you." Li Luo's eyes lit up and he said, "No need to wait until we get back to Rongchen, we can come tonight." Ling Qingxue shook her head repeatedly, No, this definitely won't work. My parents' rooms aren't far away, they will hear the noise." Li Luo laughed and wanted to tease Ling Qingxue some more, but the phone rang. I picked it up and saw that it was a call from an unfamiliar mobile phone number in Shanghai. Hesitated for a moment. "That's all. Answer the phone first. Answer the call." "Hello, Mr. Li Luo. I am Chu Wan, the editor-in-chief of the editorial department of Endpoint Novel Network. I am very sorry to bother you. It turns out that he is the editor-in-chief of Terminal Novel Network, so he should want to sign a contract for Butterfly Lovers." "Really?" After the two exchanged a few pleasantries, Chu Wan expressed her wish to be signed on for Butterfly Lovers. But Li Luo declined. Chu Wan was very sorry and expressed her hope to have another chance to work with Li Luo in the future. She also hoped that if Li Luo wrote his next book, he would still give priority to their End Novel Network when publishing it. This was not a problem for Li Luo, so he said, "That's fine, Editor Chu, don't worry." Okay. Chu Wan was very happy again, "Thank you, Mr. Li Luo." Shanghai City. Editorial Department of Endpoint Novel Network. Chu Wan told the editors the result of her conversation with Li Luo, and they all felt very sorry after hearing it. However, it was also expected. If they were Li Luo, they would definitely not sign. However, Li Luo agreed. If there is another novel, it will still be given priority to be published on our Terminal Novel Network. Chu Wan said again. After hearing this, the editors were all surprised. The reason why they hope to sign a contract with Liang Zhu is so that if Li Luo has another novel, he can still give priority to their End Novel Network. Now that Li Luo has said this, it doesn't matter whether or not to sign Butterfly Lovers. Hangzhou. Ling Qingxue received another call from Chen Wanqiu, director of the Westlake Scenic Area office. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Ling Qingxue, Chen Wanqiu expressed his wish to speak to Li Luo and stated the reasons why he wanted to speak to Li Luo. They intended to add an alias for Wansong Academy, called Liang Zhu Academy, and erect a stone tablet at Chanxiao, hoping to obtain Li Luo's authorization. Ling Qingxue was very surprised after hearing this. She didn't expect that the Westlake Scenic Area would have such an idea, and she was quite surprised and excited at the same time. Because this proves that the influence of Li Luo's Butterfly Lovers is even greater than she imagined. This actually gave the Westlake Scenic Area the idea of adding another name for Wansong Academy, Liang Zhu Academy. My husband really created a miracle. Chapter 21. Does Ling Qingxue have any new songs to participate in the competition? So, should we authorize it to the Westlake Scenic Area? Of course, Ling Qingxue was very willing. However, it ultimately depends on what my husband wants. Because it is my husband's work. Ling Qingxue told Li Luo that Chen Wanqiu wanted to talk to him and the reason. Li Luo was also very surprised. He did not expect that the Westlake Scenic Area would have such an idea. However, this is a good thing, and Li Luo will definitely be willing to authorize it. In fact, in the previous life, Wansong Academy was originally called Liang Zhu Academy. Of course, the place called Liang Zhu Academy in the previous life was not just the Westlake Wansong Academy, but several others. Everyone is vying for this, hoping that this beautiful legend will happen in their hometown. In the end, Li Luo and Chen Wanqiu talked and completed the authorization. Chen Wanqiu was very happy and expressed his gratitude to Li Luo repeatedly. He also invited and welcomed Li Luo and Ling Qingxue to visit the Westlake Scenic Area office. Li Luo expressed his gratitude for Chen Wanqiu's invitation and said that he would definitely visit him if he had the chance in the future. After hanging up the phone, Ling Qingxue said excitedly, "Husband, this story directly gave Wansong Academy a new nickname. Once this news spreads, their whole incident will definitely become even more popular." Li Luo nodded, "It should indeed be so. My father-in-law and mother-in-law already know that Wansong Academy and Chanqiao are now popular. I didn't expect that the effect of the son-in-law's story would be so immediate. It's simply a miracle. This is truly a wonderful son-in-law. My father-in-law and mother-in-law are very happy." 2 days later, Li Luo and Ling Qingxue said goodbye to their parents and left Hangzhou. Returned to Qingyu Bay Villa in Chengdu. The time is 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Li Luo said to Ling Qingxue, "Wife, I'm back. Can we start with the new posture now?" Ling Qingxue's face turned red again. "Yes, right now." Can't we wait until night?" "Cannot." Well, okay then." An hour later, Ling Qingxue collapsed on the bed, her whole body limp, not wanting to move. Li Luo walked out of the villa and came to the vegetable garden next to it to find some ingredients to prepare dinner. There is still cooking to do after the battle. "Thank you for your hard work. What to eat? Pick some garlic sprouts and make garlic sprouts and pork. Pick some green beans and stir-fry 1 green bean. Finally, pick 2 tomatoes and make tomato and egg soup. 2 dishes and 1 soup. That's enough." French beans, also known as kidney beans, April beans, etc., are rich in nutrients such as protein and dietary fiber. They also have certain medicinal value and have the effects of nourishing, diuresis, and swelling. However, this ingredient must be cooked thoroughly during the cooking process. If it is not fully cooked, it may cause poisoning after eating because it contains some anti-nutrients, such as lectins and saponins. If food is not cooked thoroughly, allowing these toxic factors to be completely decomposed and released, poisoning may occur. After picking all 3 ingredients, Li Luo returned to the villa. "Go into the kitchen and start working." 2 dishes and 1 soup were served one after another. Ling Qingxue walked out of the room wearing a white sling, her whole body still a little soft. After seeing the food on the table, she said, "Husband has already prepared the meal." Li Luo said, "There's nothing I can do. You look so limp that you can't move. I have to cook the meal quickly to replenish your energy." Ling Qingxue rolled her eyes and said, "It's all your fault, what are you talking about?" Li Luo laughed and said, "Let's eat." Good. The next day, the story of Liang Zhu is still very popular on the internet. The popularity of the Wansong Academy and the Long Bridge in Westlake, Hangzhou is still very high. Moreover, some tourists from other places have begun to post their check-in videos or photos at the Wansong Academy and the Long Bridge. At this time, another big news came out. The Westlake Scenic Area issued an official announcement. It was officially decided that from now on, Wansong Academy would have a new nickname, Liangzhu Academy. At the same time, a stone tablet with the inscription 18 farewells would be erected beside the Long Bridge. The announcement quickly spread on the internet. It didn't take long for it to reach the top of the Douyin hot list. Netizens were all very surprised after seeing it. A story actually gave Wansong Academy another nickname. This is so awesome. Ling Qingxue and Li Luo are awesome. Countless netizens were talking about it. This is the first time I've seen a story give a tourist academy a nickname. Can this be called a miracle? Of course. I wonder if Ling Qingxue and his wife will continue to create other novels in the future? I feel that if they enter the field of novels, they can also become one of the most popular writers. Although it's a bit arbitrary to say this based on just one story, it's indeed possible. In this case, while we are looking forward to Ling Qingxue's new songs, shouldn't we also be looking forward to their new novels? I just wonder if they will continue to create. I hope so. If the person who wrote the story of Butterfly Lovers stopped writing and stopped writing other stories, wouldn't it be a great pity? That's quite a pity. Netizens, especially those who like to read novels, all hope and expect that Ling Qingxue and Li Luo can continue to create novels. Many musicians and singers in the entertainment industry have also seen the official announcement from the Westlake Scenic Area. They were equally surprised. The story made up by this couple really has a huge impact. Even they have to say the word awesome. In addition, the new Douyin original song ranking competition is about to begin. There is reliable information that this time the Douyin official has invited Ling Qingxue. I wonder if she will participate. Will there be any new songs? Pay close attention then. Countless netizens are paying close attention to and looking forward to the upcoming new round of Douyin original song ranking competition. They have been looking forward to this event because there are at least 20 new songs in each episode. They are looking for treasures in these new songs, and if they find a good song, they will be very surprised and happy. Having a nice new song is a happy result. The treasure hunt process, which is like opening a blind box, is even more exciting. So, they look forward to every issue. The same is true for the new issue that is about to begin. Moreover, they also heard that Douyin officials had invited Ling Qingxue this time. I wonder if Ling Qingxue will participate. While they were discussing the incident of Wansong Academy adding another name, they were also discussing this issue. I really hope Ling Qingxue can participate. However, she has released 2 high-quality new songs, Chengdu and Rainy Night, in the past 10 days. I guess she doesn't have any new songs to participate in the competition. If Chengdu is indeed Li Luo's work, will he create a new song and let Ling Qingxue participate in the competition? You know what, I now believe that Chengdu is indeed Li Luo's work. I have no evidence, it's just a feeling. Fuck. Me too. Is it possible that Li Luo could compose a new song for Ling Qingxue to participate in the competition this time? I don't know. We'll know when the game starts. 2 more days. Almost. Chapter 22. Did Li Luo take Goddess Qingxue to dig wild Haochuinia Cordator again? Love Moon Bay Viller. Li Luo and Ling Qingxue were both reading netizens' discussions about Wansong Academy adding another name, Liangzhu Academy. Their guess was correct. After the Westlake Scenic Area issued the announcement, the popularity of the related incident became even higher. Good thing. After watching for a while, Li Luo said, "Come on, honey, let's go exercise." Come again in broad daylight. Ling Qingxue was a little panicked. What are you thinking about? Li Luo said with a teasing smile, "I'm talking about going out to dig up Haochuinia Cordator. Didn't you say you wanted to eat some mixed vegetables last night? Let's go dig up some Haochuinia Cordator and eat it cold at noon." It turned out to be digging up Haochuinia Cordator. Ling Qingxue knew that she had misunderstood. She picked up a pillow beside her and patted Li Luo, saying angrily, "If you want to dig out the Polygonum multiflorum, then dig out the Polygonum multiflorum. You need to explain it clearly." Li Luo said, "Wife, you are too lustful. When I talk about exercise, you only think about that kind of thing. Wife, are you really thinking about it again? If so, I can." No. I didn't think about it." Ling Qingxue quickly stopped Li Luo from continuing. Li Luo laughed and said, "In that case, go change your clothes and shoes and get ready to go out." Good. Ling Qingxue quickly ran away. Li Luo prepared 2 small hoes and a bag. On their way from the villa to Shaoqingshangshan, there are many places where wild Haochuinia Cordator grows. Just go dig in those places. Wild Haochuinia Cordator tastes much better than the cultivated ones sold on the market. Haochuinia Cordator, also known as fish mint, has the effects of clearing away heat, detoxifying, reducing swelling and curing sores. Many people can't eat it, thinking it has a fishy taste and is difficult to swallow, and some even dry heave as soon as it enters their mouths. But for those who can eat it, it is an absolute delicacy. Ling Qingxue, a native of Hangzhou, can eat Haochuinia Cordator and likes it very much. This surprised Li Luo at first. He originally thought that people in Zhejiang province don't eat Haochuinia Cordator. After asking Ling Qingxue, I found out that Haochuinia Cordator is also available in Zhejiang province and many people eat it. Ling Qingxue changed her clothes and shoes. Go out. By the way, husband, have you heard the cicadas chirping this year? Ling Qingxue asked after walking out of the villa. Li Luo shook his head. Not yet. But it should be soon. Or maybe there are already cicadas chirping. We just haven't noticed it yet. Ling Qingxue nodded, it's possible. Soon after, the 2 men arrived at the first place where wild Haochuinia Cordator grew. There is a large area on a slope. Here it is, start digging. It still takes some effort to dig this thing out. After digging for a while, Ling Qingxue felt a little tired, so she sat down on the ground to rest. I took out my phone and took a picture. The photos include his feet, a small hole on the ground next to his feet, and some water spinach growing in the ground. She posted the photo on her personal Douyin account, and captioned, "I went out with my husband to dig wild Houchuinia chordator and made a cold dish for lunch. Do you like it?" Although it was not a live video, many netizens still saw it very quickly. The news spread quickly. Damn it. Needless to say, it must be that Li Luo who took him there again. This is a physically demanding job, couldn't Li Luo let our goddess Qingxue do it? From the angle of the photo, Ling Qingxue sat directly on the ground. It's fine for a big star to go digging wild Houchuinia chordator. But when she got tired of digging, she just sat on the ground, not caring whether it would damage her image or not. Ling Qingxue has really gone further and further on the road of being an abnormal star. It's all Li Luo's fault. They said they blamed Li Luo, but in fact, not only did they not blame him, but they were actually very happy that Li Luo had brought them such a real star who did not feel like he was in the clouds at all. Such stars are more likable. By the way, have the couple returned to Chengdu? Houchuinia chordator is very popular in Sichuan province. Many people from other places don't eat Houchuinia chordator. The main reason is that I really can't eat it. If you put a little bit of it in your mouth, you will gag. It is one of the most dreaded ingredients. But isn't Ling Qingxue from Hangzhou? Does she also eat Houchuinia chordator? It's normal for people in Hangzhou to eat Houchuinia chordator. In fact, Houchuinia chordator is also found in Zhejiang province, and many people eat it. So that's how it is. I thought that only Sichuan province had Houchuinia chordator. I have never dug wild Houchuinia chordator. No, I have to find time to go out of the city and dig wild Houchuinia chordator. I can't fall behind the goddess Qingxue. I found wild mushrooms and dug up wild Polygonum multiflorum. It won't be long before I can go to the fields to catch yellow eels. Har 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 har. Ling Qingxue would definitely not dare to catch the yellow eel. Not to mention that she is a girl, even many boys would not dare to catch it. I admit that I did not dare to catch it. It looks too much like a snake. I don't think so. As long as you can't think of it, there is nothing that goddess Qingxue can't do. Ling Qingxue's latest update about digging wild Houchuinia chordator has sparked a new topic among netizens. At the same time, some netizens took the opportunity to leave a message under Ling Qingxue's dynamic, "Goddess Qingxue, the new Douyin new song ranking competition is about to begin. I heard that you have been invited by the Douyin official this time. Will you participate?" Many people are discussing and speculating on this issue today. Instead of all the discussions and speculations, it would be better to take advantage of the opportunity now and ask Ling Qingxue herself directly. It depends on whether Ling Qingxue will answer. Ling Qingxue saw the questions from netizens. It was a question she was happy to answer. So I replied directly, "Yes. My husband wrote another song for me. I think it's very nice, so I'm going to use it to participate in the competition. It's already been recorded. I hope everyone will like it, and please look forward to it." As soon as these words came out, countless netizens were instantly excited. Fuck. Were we right before? Did Li Luo really write another song for her and ask her to participate in the competition? Awesome. I'm talking about Li Luo being awesome. I know there will definitely be a lot of people who will say that Ling Qingxue said so, but who knows whether the song was written by Li Luo or by her? However, I am really more and more convinced that Li Luo can really write songs. Me too. But how is the quality of this new song? It's hard to say. The high quality of Chengdu doesn't mean the quality of this new song will be high. Ling Qingxue said she thought it sounded good, but that needs to be discounted. Li Luo is her husband, and she will listen to it with a special feeling. Even if the quality is average, she may still think it sounds good. That's true. Just because Ling Qingxue says it's good doesn't necessarily mean it's really good. It's true that Li Luo can write songs. But if, apart from Chengdu, the quality of his other songs is mediocre, it's useless. But no matter what, I'm still looking forward to Li Luo's new song this time. Me too. I'm looking forward to it. I hope it'll be good. You'll hear it in 2 days. Soon. Chapter 23. The couple had a fight. In addition to these netizens, there are indeed people who do not believe what Ling Qingxue said. Ling Qingxue said that it was written by her husband. So it was written by her husband. I don't believe it anyway. It's just Ling Qingxue using her old tricks again. I don't believe it either. Someone asked Li Luo to prove himself, but Li Luo never responded. It's obvious that he doesn't dare to prove himself. If he doesn't even dare to prove himself, how can people believe him? Some people refuted this statement. Li Luo is not afraid to prove himself, but he doesn't want to. You can believe it if you want, or forget it if you don't want to. Why should I prove myself? TSK. You are Li Luo, right? I just want Li Luo. I can sleep with Ling Qingxue in my arms every day and do the things I love. I'd be willing to live 100 years less. Many musicians and singers in the entertainment industry also learned about Ling Qingxue's answer about participating in the next Douyin original song ranking competition. A little surprised. Originally they were wondering if Ling Qingxue would participate. And would Song Ji also participate? It turns out that her husband composed another song for her and asked her to participate. If this is true, and the quality of the song this time is also very high, then who will be able to rival this couple in the music industry in the future? Ling Qingxue is already powerful enough. If someone as powerful as Li Luo is added to the mix, the couple would probably be truly invincible. So, what is the quality of Li Luo's song this time? It really needs special attention. Of course, not all musicians and singers believed that Li Luo could write songs. There were also some musicians and singers who thought that Ling Qingxue was just repeating her old tricks. Let's see how many times she will use the same trick again. Near Qingyu Bay Villa. Ling Qingxue said to Li Luo, "Husband, I have already told the netizens that you wrote another song for me to participate in the chart-topping competition." Li Luo said, "What do netizens say? Do they think you are using the same old tricks again?" Ling Qingxue nodded. Some netizens think so. They also said that if you want them to believe it, you have to find a way to prove it yourself. Li Luo shrugged. Those guys can believe it if they want, or forget it if they don't want. Self-proof? Self-proof. He would never do such a boring thing. Ling Qingxue chuckled. She knew that Li Luo would not prove himself. She also felt that there was no need to prove himself. Even if you proved yourself, people who didn't believe would still doubt you. There is no need to do such a thankless task. Then she continued, "But husband, more and more people believe in you, and everyone is looking forward to your new song." Li Luo nodded. "My wife sings so well, I believe they won't be disappointed." Ling Qingxue rolled her eyes and said, "That's because you write good songs." "What does that have to do with my singing skills?" Li Luo said, "That is still very relevant. No matter how good a song is, not just anyone can sing it well." The two continued digging Houtuinia chordator while talking. After digging for a while, we were almost there. Go back. After returning to the villa, Li Luo began to prepare lunch. In addition to the cold mixed watercress, you can also go to the vegetable garden to pick some green peppers and bitter gourds to make green pepper stewed pork, and stir fry some bitter gourd. Just one more soup. After some operations, all the dishes were placed on the table. Let us eat. Ling Qingxue first picked up a large piece of cold mixed jirgan and put it into her mouth. The little mouth is almost full. After finishing the meal, he said with satisfaction, "It's delicious. I haven't eaten mixed vegetables for a long time. I'm really craving for it." Li Luo smiled and said, "Then you should eat more." Good. After a while, Ling Qingxue said again, "By the way, husband, have you forgotten something?" "What's the matter? Which dish doesn't have enough salt? Did you forget to add salt?" Li Luo said. Ling Qingxue rolled her eyes and said, "Didn't you say that you would compose a piece of music for Butterfly Lovers after you came back?" "That matter." Li Luo said, "I haven't forgotten it. But I haven't got any inspiration yet. I will create it when I get some inspiration." "Are you really not creating now because you have no inspiration?" Ling Qingxue expressed doubt about Li Luo's words. Li Luo said, "Of course. Honey, you know that creating this stuff depends entirely on inspiration." Ling Qingxue couldn't refute this, so she could only say, "Then I hope you can get some inspiration soon, husband." Li Luo nodded. "It should be available soon." 2 days later. A new round of Douyin original song ranking competition has begun. First of all, Douyin officially announced the list of singers participating in this episode. Including Ling Qingxue, there are a total of 32 singers. Among them are famous singers like Ling Qingxue, new singers with no fame at all, and ordinary singers. When the official selects singers, they don't look at how famous you are. Instead, they have their own special selection criteria. Therefore, even new singers and ordinary singers have the same opportunity to participate in the competition. Therefore, for new singers and ordinary singers, this is a very good opportunity to reach the public. As long as your participating songs are of a certain quality, there is a chance that they will be recommended and supported by netizens. Countless netizens are already paying attention. There are a total of 32 singers participating in the competition. This round has quite a lot of singers participating. I wonder if there will be some good songs. I just want to know if Ling Qingxue's song is good. If it is good, it means her husband Li Luo is also really good at writing songs. In addition to Ling Qingxue, there are also other equally famous singers such as Rao Shaoqing, Ji Yufei, and Ning Xiaoying. This episode is a bit like a battle of gods. I wonder whose song will end up being number one. The songs of Rao Shaoqing, Ji Yufei, and Ning Xiaoying are all sure to be of high quality, and they all have the potential to rank first. As for the quality of Ling Qingxue's song, it's hard to say right now, as it's a variable. But it's very exciting. The number of people who are most looking forward to Ling Qingxue's songs should be the largest. Amid various discussions among netizens, the participating singers uploaded the songs they had already prepared. According to the requirements, all participating singers must upload their songs within 1 hour after the list of participating singers is announced. Otherwise, it will be deemed as automatic waiver. Ling Qingxue also uploaded her own competition song, The Rain Keeps Falling. What will be the final result? Will it be ranked first? Ling Qingxue is looking forward to it. The competition will last for a week and the results will be announced after a week. Countless netizens are constantly refreshing the charts, looking forward to seeing Ling Qingxue's songs. Finally. I see. The Rain Keeps Falling. This is a normal song title, nothing special. But netizens were all stunned. Because they all thought of a new song, Rainy Night, which Ling Qingxue had released almost 10 days ago. That song was written and composed by Ling Qingxue herself, and the music was also arranged. This song was written and composed by Li Luo, and the music was also arranged. One is called Rainy Night and the other is called The Rain Keeps Falling, and they are a couple. It's hard to believe that there is no connection between these two songs. Could it be that one night, it rained for a long time? Maybe it lasted all night. The couple were inspired by this rain and each wrote a song about rain. If that's true, it would be really interesting. Because this is equivalent to a direct competition between the couple. Netizens are all very excited. Chapter 24, The Rain Keeps Falling, it's not a problem to win first place. So, who will win between the couple? Whose song is better? Netizens are all eager to know the answer. Then hurry up and click on Li Luo's new song. Start listening. The prelude came out. After listening for more than 10 seconds, all the netizens' eyes brightened. This prelude sounds very touching. Very contagious. Li Luo's arranging ability might even be better than Ling Qingxue's. Of course, if you still don't believe that this is Li Luo's work, then just pretend he didn't say anything. The lyrics are sung. The rain keeps falling. The atmosphere was not harmonious. Under the same roof. You gradually feel your heart changing. You love him. Maybe with hatred too. Oh shit. Sounds nice. Although it was the first time they heard it, most netizens thought it was very nice. Even after just listening to a short clip, they were sure that they would like this song very much. Continue listening. The more I listen to it, the more I like it. Why were you so stupid and wanted to marry him? It is because I love him so deeply that I blame him. Whether I am willing or not, I will break up with him. That is a cliff with no way out. Only when you love someone deeply can you let him go, and you must be able to let go even if your heart is broken. This is more than just nice to hear. But it sounds super nice. Better than Ling Qingxue's Rainy Night. Who will win this time between the couple? The answer already exists. Li Luo won. His The Rain Keeps Falling sounds better than Ling Qingxue's Rainy Night. Of course, not everyone thinks so. Some people also think that Ling Qingxue's Rainy Night is better to listen to and more delicate, like a trickle of water flowing in the heart. It's normal to think whose song is better. There are just many more people who think that The Rain Keeps Falling sounds better. They are very excited. Li Luo is really awesome. Judging from the two songs, Chengdu and The Rain Keeps Falling, I think his creative ability is even better than Ling Qingxue's. Two songs, two styles, but both are very nice. This is one of the best songs I've ever heard. There should be no suspense that it will be ranked first in this chart competition. Although so far, I have only listened to this one out of the 32 songs. I have to say that Ling Qingxue's singing skills are really amazing. The two songs have completely different styles, one is delicate and the other is unrestrained, but Ling Qingxue handled them both perfectly. Li Luo certainly wrote this song well, but it is also very important that Ling Qingxue sings well. That's for sure. If I were to sing this song, it would be terrible. Li Luo is so talented, but why has he only started writing songs now even though he has been married to Ling Qingxue for 2 years? Who knows? I guess his mind is not on writing songs. Look, he's fishing today, and taking Ling Qingxue to dig up Polygonum multiflorum tomorrow. How can he have the mind to write songs? This is such a waste of talent. Netizens were talking about it in excitement. They were still saying yesterday that just because Ling Qingxue was Li Luo's wife, she said that Li Luo's new song was good, but that didn't mean that Li Luo's new song was really good. But now, they were wrong. Ling Qingxue was right, her husband's new song was really nice. Then many netizens went to Ling Qingxue's Douyin video comment section and left messages. You're right. Your husband's new song is really good. Ask your husband to write more songs in the future, at least one song a week. Har har har. We all believe that the song was really written by your husband. Tell him to do less fishing and write more songs in the future. You two are amazing. At the same time, some people also said, The Rain Keeps Falling is indeed nice to listen to, but judging from the lyrics, there might be some problems in the relationship between the couple, right? Look, under the same roof, you gradually feel your heart changing, it's incredible, the dream collapsed in an instant. Why were you so stupid to want to marry him? And so on. It feels like every line of the lyrics is saying that there is something wrong with their relationship. This isn't possible. If netizens had heard before that there were problems in the relationship between Ling Qingxue and Li Luo, they would have been very surprised and happy. Good, well done. Get a divorce now. Ling Qingxue shouldn't have married Li Luo. The goddess is still so young, why would she get married? Leave. Get out of here. However, now, they don't want any problems in the relationship between the two of them. Not only because Li Luo can write songs, and writes them very well, but also because they like to see Li Luo taking Ling Qingxue to do this and that. Very interesting. Even though they complained about Li Luo taking Ling Qingxue out, they actually really hoped that Li Luo could take Ling Qingxue to do more interesting things. They love watching. Love watching. If there was no Li Luo, Ling Qingxue would just be a normal star. They would like her, but it would be no different from liking other stars. With Li Luo, Ling Qingxue becomes more real. Their liking for Ling Qingxue is completely different from their liking for other stars. Therefore, there must be no problems in the relationship between Ling Qingxue and Li Luo. Just when some people were getting worried, someone else said, "You are just overthinking. Songs are a form of artistic creation. There must be couples or husbands and wives in the song The Rain Keeps Falling." However, it does not mean that the author is experiencing this. Look at what Ling Qingxue said yesterday, "How proud my husband is." Does this look like a relationship problem? Some people who were worried thought about it and realized that it was indeed not the case at all. Har har har. It seems that we have indeed thought too much. This is good. I only liked Ling Qingxue before, but now I like both of them. I hope that their relationship will never have problems. Me too. Okay, let's stop talking for now. I'm going to go listen to the songs of other contestants. Although I think it's not a problem for The Rain Keeps Falling to win first place in the end, which of the other singers didn't come prepared? Their songs must be good. Especially the singers like Rao Shaoqing, Ji Yufei, Ning Xiaoying, who are not less famous than Ling Qingxue. Let's listen to their songs first, and then we'll have a better idea. That's right. Every round of the chart-topping competition can be said to be full of hidden talents. We must not underestimate the works of other singers. In that case, let's go listen to the songs of other contestants and see if there are any better songs than The Rain Keeps Falling. Let's go. All netizens who like Ling Qingxue and Li Luo very much hope that The Rain Keeps Falling will eventually win the first place in this round of the ranking competition. However, in this round of competition, will there be better songs? It is hard to say. You need to listen to each of the participating songs at least once. So, netizens all took action. Chapter 25, Catch a golden cicada and show it to Ling Qingxue. At the same time, many musicians and singers in the entertainment industry are also paying close attention to Ling Qingxue's entry. Especially the famous singers who also participated in the competition this time include Rao Xiaoqing, Ji Yufei, Ning Xiaoying, etc. After seeing the song title, The Rain Keeps Falling, they also thought of Ling Qingxue's new song Rainy Night, released not long ago. This couple knows how to have fun. The quality of Rainy Night is very high, so let's see how the quality of The Rain Keeps Falling is. A number of musicians and singers also started listening. After listening to it once, everyone exclaimed, "If this song, The Rain Keeps Falling, is really entirely the work of Li Luo, then who in the music industry can surpass this couple in the future?" The quality of It Keeps Raining is very high, even higher than Rainy Night. The two songs, one is like a small stream, the other is like a big river. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they complement each other. The couple is invincible. I feel more and more that Chengdu and The Rain Keeps Falling are really Li Luo's works. But why did Li Luo only start composing songs after they had been married for 2 years? This is puzzling. I can only say that the couple really knows how to have fun. Specifically for this ranking competition, The Rain Keeps Falling is likely to win the championship. The quality of the songs submitted by singers such as Rao Xiaoqing, Ji Yufei, and Ning Xiaoying is also very high, but there is a clear gap compared to The Rain Keeps Falling. Of course, everyone has different preferences. There will definitely be people who think that the songs sung by singers such as Rao Xiaoqing, Ji Yufei, and Ning Xiaoying are better than The Rain Keeps Falling. Especially their loyal fans. So, it's just that The Rain Keeps Falling has a high chance of winning, but it's not certain. The ranking of the participating songs is entirely determined by their popularity, without any scoring by professional judges. The higher the click rate and play rate of a song, the higher its popularity. Contestants are prohibited from inflating their own data. Douyin officials have special technical means to detect at any time. Once a song is found to have data brushing behavior, that song will be directly disqualified from the competition. Singers such as Rao Xiaoqing, Ji Yufei, and Ning Xiaoying have also clicked on The Rain Keeps Falling and listened to it. They took a deep breath in their hearts. This Li Luo is so strong. I originally thought that the high quality of Chengdu did not mean that the quality of the songs this time would also be high. But now, the quality of the songs this time is really high. The quality is higher than that of my own entry. This time, I prepared my competition song carefully for a long time, with the goal of winning. I thought I had a great chance, but I didn't expect Li Luo to show up. If Ling Qingxue used her recently released new song Rainy Night to participate in this round of competition, it would not pose much of a threat to her winning the championship. What a pity. However, if his fans can be more supportive, it is not impossible for him to win the championship by beating The Rain Keeps Falling. It just means that the possibility is relatively small. In order to increase the possibility, I have to find some ways to liven up the show and interact more with my fans in the next week. How to make life better. Singers such as Rao Xiaoqing, Ji Yufei, and Ning Xiaoying all immediately began discussions with their agents and their respective companies. Netizens who like Ling Qingxue and Li Luo have already listened to the songs sung by Rao Xiaoqing, Ji Yufei, Ning Xiaoying and others. Let out a sigh of relief. Although the quality of their entries is also very high, there is a clear gap compared to The Rain Keeps Falling. It should be a sure thing that The Rain Keeps Falling will win the championship in the end. Of course, we cannot be absolutely sure. In the next week, Rao Xiaoqing, Ji Yufei, Ning Xiaoying and others will probably try to find various ways to interact with fans. The official prohibition on brushing data means that we can only find ways to interact more with fans. Let's see how effective their work is. According to the current ranking, The Rain Keeps Falling ranks first with a popularity value of over 100,000. The second ranked song is Rao Xiaoqing's We Have Walked Together, with a popularity value of only over 30,000. There is a big gap. Love Moon Bay Viller. Ling Qingxue said to Li Luo, "Hubby, did you see that? Most netizens say that your song, The Rain Keeps Falling, is better than my song, Rainy Night. Netizens have sharp ears. Li Luo's songs are more popular. Ling Qingxue can only be happy and think that her husband is so awesome." Li Luo laughed and said, "I've never heard of someone with sharp ears. People think my songs are better, mainly because my wife sings well." Ling Qingxue said proudly, "There is absolutely no problem with my singing skills. If my husband doesn't believe me, you can write another 10 or 8 songs in different styles. Then I will sing them for you. Do you think they are good?" Li Luo said, "Believe it. I absolutely believe it, so there is no need to try again." Ling Qingxue snorted softly. The two of them also listened to the songs of other participating singers, and found that the quality of many songs was still very good. Especially the songs of singers such as Rao Xiaoqing, Ji Yufei, and Ning Xiaoyan. However, it shouldn't pose much of a threat to The Rain Keeps Falling. They also know that singers such as Rao Xiaoqing, Ji Yufei, and Ning Xiaoyan will definitely think of various ways to do things in the next week in order to increase the popularity of their participating songs. Neither Li Luo nor Ling Qingxue cared about this. It's not that they are confident that no matter what those people do, they will never be able to beat The Rain Keeps Falling, but the two of them don't take the championship too seriously. I would be very happy if I could win the championship. It doesn't matter if we don't win the championship. It's enough as long as so many people like the song The Rain Keeps Falling. On this issue, the two people have the same mentality. Time slowly passed into the evening. Li Luo walked out of the villa and prepared to go to the vegetable garden to look for ingredients for dinner. There is a blood orange tree next to a vegetable plot, which was planted by Li Luo last year. Blood orange, a variety of citrus. It has bloomed this year and has produced several fruits. However, Li Luo had already picked all the fruits and thrown them away. Don't allow a tree that has only been planted for a year to bear fruit. The results will affect the growth of the tree. Let the tree grow for another year, it will not be too late to bear fruit next year. When he walked to the blood orange tree, Li Luo's eyes suddenly lit up and he saw something on a branch. Cicada shell. It is also called cicada skin, cicada molt, etc. It is the outer shell left behind when the cicada emerges from the ground and completes its last metamorphosis. If there are already cicada shells, that means there are also cicadas. He and Ling Qingxue also said that they had not yet heard the first cicada chirp of this summer. It seemed that he must have heard it, but he just didn't pay attention. Pay close attention next time. Then, Li Luo reached out and took off the cicada shell, intending to take it back to show Ling Qingxue. After taking it off, the weight felt a bit off. Looking closely, the cicada shell's feet are still moving. Li Luo was even more surprised. It turned out not to be a cicada shell, but a golden cicada. Also called cicada monkey. It is the form of the cicada larvae before they crawl out of the ground and complete their final metamorphosis. If Li Luo didn't pick it off, by tonight, the cicada would begin its final metamorphosis and become an adult cicada. Then before tomorrow morning it will fly away, leaving only the shell here. That's when it becomes the real cicada shell. I actually caught a golden cicada. I must show it to Ling Qingxue. She had never seen it before. Chapter 26. This evening I am going to catch cicadas with my husband. Li Luo caught the golden cicada in his hand and picked some ingredients for dinner from the vegetable garden. Return to the villa. Wife, open your hands. I'll show you something good. Li Luo walked up to Ling Qingxue and said. What good stuff? Ling Qingxue asked while spreading out her hands very obediently. Palms facing up. Li Luo clenched his fist, held the golden cicada in his palm, and placed it on Ling Qingxue's open palm. Move your hands away. When Ling Qingxue saw the golden cicada, she showed joy on her face and said, Is this a cicada shell? Do you already have a cicada shell? Where are you, husband, HM? Before he finished speaking, Ling Qingxue seemed to sense something was wrong and opened her eyes wide to look carefully. Then he exclaimed, and quickly pulled his hand back. Honey, it's moving. Ling Qingxue was still frightened. Li Luo laughed, bent down to pick up the golden cicada that had fallen on the ground, and said, It's alive, of course it will move. Alive? Ling Qingxue was puzzled. Li Luo placed the golden cicada in his palm and asked Ling Qingxue to look at it again. He said, "This is a golden cicada, not a cicada shell. Look, the cicada larva is still inside. Only when it breaks out of the shell and becomes an adult and flies away, the remaining shell is the cicada shell." Golden cicada? Ling Qingxue knew about cicada shells and had seen them before, but she had never seen a golden cicada. She had heard of it and had a vague idea of what it was, but she had no idea what it was. At this moment I couldn't help but be very curious. She reached out and grabbed the golden cicada, intending to take a closer look. She just didn't expect the cicada shell to move, and was frightened by the suddenness. Now that she knew it was a golden cicada, not a cicada shell, she was no longer afraid. The cicada doesn't look scary. Ling Qingxue took a closer look and saw the larva inside. She felt it was amazing and asked, "Has it always lived underground?" Li Luo nodded. Larvae burrow underground as soon as they are born. They live underground for several years, or even more than 10 years. When they crawl out of the ground and shed their shells to become adults, their lifespan is only 10 days or 1 to 2 months. Ling Qingxue nodded. What a magical insect. After a while, she said angrily, "Husband, you just scared me on purpose and lied to me. You said you wanted to show me something good. I'll give it back to you." As he said this, he handed the golden cicada in his hand to Li Luo. Li Luo took it and said, "I'm not lying to you. This is really good stuff. It's a delicious ingredient that is only available in summer. It's delicious. Fried cicada, have you ever tried it? This is a special delicacy." Ling Qingxue shook her head repeatedly, "I won't eat it." Li Luo said, "Golden cicadas are not scary, unlike scorpions and centipedes. You can try eating golden cicadas. Come on, I will take you to catch golden cicadas." Ling Qingxue was about to refuse, but thought again. She doesn't eat cicadas, but it seems okay to catch them. She has never caught a cicada since she was a child, and she really wants to experience it. So he asked, "When are you going?" Li Luo said, "Let's do it tomorrow. Let's prepare dinner early tomorrow night and go after dinner. It is necessary to catch cicadas at least in the evening. Best at night. The cicadas will not come out of the ground during the day, but will start to crawl out of the ground at least in the evening. Then they will turn into adults and fly away before dawn the next morning. Therefore, during the day, you can only find cicada shells but cannot catch cicadas." Ling Qingxue had no objection to going after dinner tomorrow night. She is looking forward to it. The next day, singers such as Rao Shaoqing, Ji Yufei, and Ning Xiaoyin started to perform. The effect is pretty good. The popularity of their participating songs is growing rapidly. However, it is still unable to put pressure on the number 1 ranked The Rain Keeps Falling. At least that's what it looks like for now. Many netizens have been paying attention to the updates of the participating singers and the rankings of the song charts. Singers like Rao Shaoqing, Ji Yufei, and Ning Xiaoyin have really started to make some moves, and their fans are really happy about it. It's a pity that I'm not their fan. I still prefer Ling Qingxue and Li Luo. I wonder if they will come out to do something. Probably not. Not to mention that there is no pressure on The Rain Keeps Falling right now. Even if there is pressure, the couple probably won't do anything. I always feel that the championship is dispensable to them. It would be best if they have it, but it doesn't matter if they don't. Having said that, it would definitely be more satisfying if such a good song won the championship. Although it seems that there is no pressure for The Rain Keeps Falling at the moment. But there are still several days to go, and no one can predict what will happen next. I will at Ling Qingxue on Douyin and ask her if the couple has any plans. This is fine. These two are really worrying. Many netizens have this idea. Everyone is under the latest post of Ling Qingxue on Douyin, which is the post about digging wild Houchuinia Cordator 2 days ago, and at Ling Qingxue asked if there were any plans. Love Moon Bay Viller. Ling Qingxue saw that so many netizens were adding her, and she knew that everyone was concerned about them and worried that if they didn't do something, The Rain Keeps Falling would not win the championship. In this case, we must express our gratitude to netizens for their concern. So I left a message saying, "Thank you very much for your concern, and thank you for your love and support for our song this time. We don't have any plans, just let everything take its course. By the way, are you interested in golden cicadas? My husband will take me to catch golden cicadas this evening. If you are interested, I will post a video then." The message was quickly seen by netizens. Ling Qingxue replied, and they were very surprised. Look at the content carefully. Really? The couple had no plans to make any arrangements. Just let it be. The couple's mentality is indeed completely different from that of other stars. Everyone was very calm at this time. They had actually guessed that Ling Qingxue would reply like this. But then, when netizens saw Ling Qingxue say that she was going to catch a cicada, they instantly lost their composure. Very excited. Ling Qingxue was indeed different from other stars. Others tried every possible means to win the championship, but she didn't make any arrangements, and she even went with her husband to catch golden cicadas. Li Luo started again, and was about to take their goddess Qingxue into the woods again. This is really so likable. Har har har. Well done. They like Ling Qingxue like this and like to watch Ling Qingxue do these things. So, netizens responded to Ling Qingxue one after another, saying that they were very interested in the golden cicada, very interested. Be sure to post videos, post more, and make each video longer. It would be best if it could be broadcast live. However, some people also asked, what is a golden cicada? Fuck. You don't even know what a golden cicada is? Do you know what a cicada monkey is? Or do you still not know? Go look it up online yourself. All right. Chapter 27. I finally saw the goddess in the woods again. Soon, the news that Ling Qingxue was going to follow Li Luo to catch the golden cicada this evening spread on the internet and was even on the Douyin hot list. More netizens know about it. Among them are fans of singers such as Rao Xiaoqing, Ji Yufei, and Ning Xiaoyan. They were very surprised. This couple has such big hearts. They actually still have the mood to catch cicadas. Aren't they afraid that the rain keeps falling will be overtaken by others? Although it seems that the advantage of it keeps raining is still very obvious, but there are still several days to go, who knows what will happen? Or do they not care about the championship? But this shouldn't be possible. Among all the singers who participate in the chart competition, which one doesn't he want to win the championship? Never mind. Don't bother with that. Since my idol has worked so hard, I as a fan must support him and work hard to promote my idol's song. Strive to surpass, the rain keeps falling. Netizens who like Ling Qingxue and Li Luo are all very excited. Li Luo finally started again. Although they all hope that Li Luo can write more songs, he can do things like going fishing less often. However, if I take Ling Qingxue to go into the woods, then there is no problem. Go. Go more often. It would be best if you could go every day. Now they were no longer interested in all kinds of news about other stars, all kinds of gossips, etc. They just liked to watch Li Luo taking Ling Qingxue to look for mushrooms and dig for Polygonum multiflorum, or other things like that. It would be even cooler if Ling Qingxue could live broadcast. Unfortunately, Ling Qingxue doesn't like live streaming, and it seems that I have never seen her do it. We can only hope that she will shoot more videos. Summer is here, and it's time to catch cicadas. It's a pity that I've never caught one in my life. No, I must catch one this year and get closer to Ling Qingxue and her husband. When I was a kid growing up in the countryside, I would go catch them every summer. I would catch them and fry them and eat them. It was fun and delicious. It's a pity that they are now all just memories. Let's watch the performance of Ling Qingxue and Li Luo tonight. Many musicians and singers in the entertainment industry have also seen the news. They were also somewhat surprised. Are these two very confident in their songs, thinking that no matter how other singers perform, they can never surpass them? Or do they really not care too much about winning the championship? The musicians and singers had no answer. They could only say that Ling Qingxue had become less and less like someone from their circle recently. Singers such as Rao Xiaoqing, Ji Yufei, and Ning Xiaoyan all frowned. What do these two mean? Do you not take them seriously, or do you really not value the championship very much? No matter what the reason is, I just hope that when my song finally wins the championship, the couple won't jump out and say that their victory was unfair. Love Moon Bay Viller. Ling Qingxue said to Li Luo, "Husband, I have already told my netizens that you are going to take me to catch golden cicadas tonight. What do netizens say?" Li Luo asked. Ling Qingxue said, "The netizens are all very happy. They seem to really like watching you take me to do this kind of thing. They also hope that I can broadcast live. But I don't like live broadcasts, so I'll just shoot a few more videos for them when the time comes." Li Luo nodded. Ling Qingxue doesn't like live streaming, and he doesn't like live streaming either. It's best not to broadcast live. Unless you occasionally encounter some special situation and need to live broadcast, it doesn't matter. As for the fact that netizens like to watch him taking Ling Qingxue to do things like catching golden cicadas, Li Luo was not too surprised. There are so many stars nowadays. In order to create hype or establish their image, many of them try every means to design all kinds of eye-catching news, including deliberately creating scandals. Netizens probably no longer have much interest in watching it. Not all netizens are like this, but it will definitely be a large portion. They are now more interested in Ling Qingxue going to the mountains to look for mushrooms and catch cicadas. Coincidentally, this is also his interest. And Ling Qingxue liked it more and more. 7 p.m. Li Luo and Ling Qingxue had already had dinner. Put on long sleeves and long pants, pick up a bucket, take a flashlight, and set out to catch cicadas. It's still bright outside, so there's no need for a flashlight yet. But we might come back after dark, so bring a flashlight with us as a backup. Go catch it in a small woods. Li Luo had already chosen the spot in advance. It would take about 10 minutes to walk from the villa. Along the way, Ling Qingxue was excited and expectant. Also, I heard the chirping of cicadas. This made Ling Qingxue even more excited. Hubby, did you hear that? It's the sound of cicadas. I finally heard the first sound of cicadas this summer. Li Luo also heard it and he was also very happy. The music of summer has finally begun. Then he nodded to show that he had heard it, and said, I'll take you to catch golden cicadas tonight. I'll take you to catch adult cicadas another day. Okay. Ling Qingxue was very interested. Do we need a special cicada net to catch adult cicadas? Can we buy it online or somewhere else? We'll buy it tomorrow. Li Luo said, there are indeed special nets for catching cicadas. However, we can't use them. When the time comes, I will find a bamboo pole, a piece of bamboo strips, and some spider webs, and make a tool for catching cicadas. It will be more useful than a special net for catching cicadas. Is this possible? Ling Qingxue's eyes lit up and she was very much looking forward to the cicada catching tools that Li Luo mentioned. 10 minutes later, we arrived at the grove. Ling Qingxue took out her phone and shot a video of the grove. To show her sincerity, she asked Li Luo to take the video and put herself in the shot. She said, we're here. My husband said we should catch them in this grove. From this time on, the cicadas will start to crawl out of the soil and climb up the trees. It's easy to catch them. How much will we get tonight? You can look forward to it. After shooting, simply edit it. Posted on Douyin. Many netizens have been looking forward to Ling Qingxue's updated video since this afternoon. Now their wait has finally come. In the video, Ling Qingxue is still as beautiful as ever, with a good figure and tall stature. With such beauty, figure and height, it would be hard to find anyone more perfect, not to mention in the entire entertainment industry, even across the country. Li Luo is such a lucky boy. After a long period of envious sighs, netizens' attention finally shifted to the grove behind Ling Qingxue. Are we going to catch them right here in this grove? Sure. We must take more videos. It would be so cool if we could capture the cicada crawling out of the soil. The goddess must show her face more often. Also, let that kid Li Luo show his face as well. An ugly daughter-in-law has to meet her parents-in-law anyway, don't be shy. Finally I saw the goddess going into the woods again. Netizens left messages one after another. Ling Qingxue and Li Luo have already started looking for the golden cicada. Chapter 28 Netbox Office Share Cooperation. This was the first time Ling Qingxue had caught a cicada in her life. He was very excited and looked at every tree with wide eyes. The height that the golden cicada climbs is generally around 1 meter, and rarely exceeds 2 meters. Therefore, you don't need to look at the part above 2 meters of the tree trunk, you only need to look at the part below 2 meters. Sudden. Ling Qingxue was very surprised and said loudly, "Husband, come quickly, I found one. It's still crawling. On the trunk of a tree, a cicada is climbing up little by little." Ling Qingxue quickly took out her cell phone to take pictures. Netizens want to see the scene of the cicada breaking out of the ground, but it is not available at the moment. It would be nice to watch a scene of the cicada climbing up first. It is estimated that more than 90% of netizens have never seen this scene. Li Luo walked over quickly. Ling Qingxue handed the phone to Li Luo again, and entered the camera again, catching the golden cicada that was climbing up. At the same time, she said, "This is the first harvest of the night. My husband said it is a kind of food, fried and eaten, it is delicious. Do you dare to eat it?" After shooting, the video was simply edited. Posted on Douyin again. Since I promised netizens to post more videos, I must do it. At this time, netizens had already watched Ling Qingxue's previous video several times. Watch and discuss at the same time. I found that Ling Qingxue updated the video again. Another surprise in an instant. Sure. Ling Qingxue's speed of updating videos today is pretty good. Although it is a pity that Ling Qingxue refused to live broadcast, it would be great if she could continue to post videos at this speed. I finally seen a cicada climbing up a tree after growing up like this. This thing is indeed edible. But not many people would dare to eat it, right? I don't dare to eat it anyway. Golden cicadas are okay, there should be many people who dare to eat them. Li Luo will definitely take the golden cicadas he catches back to eat. I wonder if my goddess Qingxue dares to eat them. I definitely wouldn't dare to do that before. But now that Li Luo is eating beside me, I'm sure goddess Qingxue will eat it, too. Anyway, goddess Qingxue is getting bolder and bolder now. Ask then. Many musicians and singers in the entertainment industry have also seen Ling Qingxue's latest video posted on Douyin. Are you really going to catch cicadas? Quite interesting. However, this is not what a musician or singer should do. Ling Qingxue has really gone further and further astray recently, and is really no longer a member of their circle. But she herself seems to be enjoying it very much. Okay. Let her husband lead her further astray. This way, they may have one less competitor. In the woods, Li Luo and Ling Qingxue have gained more and more. Li Luo has successfully captured the scene of the golden cicada breaking out of the ground, which netizens are very eager to see. Ling Qingxue posted it on Douyin, which surprised all netizens again, and they said that the cicada is really a very magical insect. It was getting dark and almost completely dark. There were about 1.5 kilograms of harvest in the bucket, enough for one meal. Then go back. Ling Qingxue posted the last video. They informed netizens of their gains and thanked everyone for their support and company tonight. Finally, they said they were planning to go back and said goodbye to the netizens. After seeing the last video, netizens were all very reluctant to let it go. They haven't seen enough. But there is no way, I can only look forward to the next time, when Li Luo can take Ling Qingxue to do something again. Honey, after you take these cicadas back, you're not really going to fry them and eat them, are you? Ling Qingxue said on their way back. Of course. Li Luo said, we can't waste such good ingredients, right? You can eat them when the time comes. They are really delicious, I'm not lying to you. Ling Qingxue shook her head, I won't eat it. Li Luo did not continue the question, but just thought to himself, I say I don't want to eat it now. Then I'll see how delicious it is. Will you eat it? The next day. Morning. Li Luo was in the kitchen processing the cicada he had caught last night. Ready to start frying. Ling Qingxue walked into the kitchen and said, Honey, Xinghe Film and Television Company just called and said they want to buy the film adaptation rights of Liangzhu. Do you want to sell it? Li Luo said, sell it. Sell it if the price is right. The film and television adaptation of Liangzhu can better spread the story, which is very beneficial to the story. Li Luo was not surprised that a film and television company wanted to buy the film adaptation rights of Butterfly Lovers. And this should only be the beginning. Next, the copyrights for TV drama adaptations, opera adaptations, as well as games, comics, etc. should all be sold. What's a suitable price? Ling Qingxue asked again. Well. Li Luo pondered, did the other party say how much it could cost? Ling Qingxue said, about 5 million. Maybe we can add a little more, but not too much. Around 5 million, which is quite high if you just look at the price. However, for Butterfly Lovers, it is a little less. This is a classic story that has been passed down for more than 1,000 years in previous lives. But the problem is that Galaxy Film and Television didn't know this. To them, Liangzhu was just a new story that Li Luo had just written and was worthy of being adapted into a movie. Therefore, it is probably unrealistic to ask them to offer a higher price. Although Li Luo has become a huge hit, it is precisely because it has become a huge hit that the other party offered around 5 million. If it doesn't become popular, it would be good if it can make 500,000. Li Luo thought about it and said, "Well, my dear, we won't sell the copyright directly, but we will change the way of cooperation and share the net box office revenue. As for how much we will share, we can discuss it. As long as they agree to this way of cooperation, we can also provide some soundtracks. For them, there will be less advance payment of copyright fees, and there will be less risk, which is also good. Net box office is not net profit. The gross box office of a movie minus taxes is the net box office. Then the cinema chain and the theater will share more than 50% of the net box office. Generally speaking, cinemas get 50% of the profits, while theater chains get 6% or 7%. The remaining money must be used to deduct various costs to obtain the film and television company's net profit. Therefore, for film and television companies, the risk of investing in movies is very high. The other party should agree to the cooperation method that Li Luo proposed. Li Luo proposed this cooperation method because he was confident in the market for the movie Li Qingxue. He could get more money through this cooperation method. Of course, the prerequisite is that Qinghe film and television can shoot better. If it's not well made, the box office will definitely not be high. So, there are still certain risks. The safest option is to directly sell the copyright and get around 5 million. However, after some hesitation, Li Luo decided to adopt a profit-sharing cooperation method. Galaxy Films is a big company, it shouldn't be possible for the quality to be so bad, right? Profits and risks coexist. If you want higher returns, you have to take some risks. It depends on whether Qinghe film and television will agree. Chapter 29. The music of Butterfly Lovers should also be brought along. Ling Qingxue had no objection to the cooperation method proposed by Li Luo, and said, "Then I will reply to Qinghe film and television in this way. Let's see what they say." Good. Ling Qingxue left to make a phone call, and Li Luo continued to deal with Jin Chan. Not long after, Ling Qingxue came back and said happily, "Honey, Qinghe Films agreed. Originally, they were a little hesitant at first. But when they heard me say that we could provide some of the soundtrack, they immediately agreed." Just agree. Li Luo was also very happy. However, there is still a key point: how many points is the other party willing to give? 1. Ling Qingxue said again, "The other party said they can give us 1 point. 1 point is pretty good. If the net box office can reach 1 billion, it will be 10 million. The so-called net box office refers to the money from the total box office after deducting taxes." Li Luo had no objection to this point. Ling Qingxue thought it was okay, and said, "Then I'll give Qinghe film and television a reply. If nothing unexpected happens, we'll sign the contract with them." Li Luo nodded, "Thank you for your hard work, my wife." Ling Qingxue shook her head to indicate that it was not hard. After a while, Ling Qingxue came to the kitchen again. "Honey, we've already negotiated with Galaxy Films. However, they hope to listen to the soundtrack we provide before signing the contract. Should we first consider the quality of the soundtrack?" "Can." Li Luo could understand. "You can promise them." "Okay." Half an hour later. Li Luo's fried cicada is out of the pan. Ling Qingxue has also reached an agreement with Qinghe Films. After listening to the soundtrack, she will sign the contract. Let us not worry about the contract for now. Eat the cicada first. The fried cicadas in front of me look delicious. Li Luo picked one up and put it in his mouth. It was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, fresh and delicious. It's really delicious. Ling Qingxue watched from the side and showed no intention of eating. However, he seemed a little hesitant. "Wife, are you sure you don't want to eat one? This thing is not only delicious, but also has high nutritional value. Aren't netizens all wondering whether you dare to eat it? Eat one and show them." Li Luo said with a smile. Ling Qingxue curled her lips. She also knew that netizens were still waiting for the outcome of last night's cicada catching incident, which was whether she dared to eat the cicada. Originally, until Li Luo was processing the golden cicada in the kitchen, Ling Qingxue was still very firm in her belief that she would definitely not eat it. But now, seeing Li Luo eating so happily, it seemed like it was really delicious. Moreover, after the golden cicada exploded, it looked okay and not as creepy as imagined. How about trying one? After hesitating for a while, Ling Qingxue finally reached out and took one. Put it into your mouth. When Li Luo saw this, his face was full of smiles. He knew this would be the outcome. Ling Qingxue's eyes soon lit up, and after swallowing the golden cicada in her mouth, she said happily, "It's really delicious." After saying that, he picked up another one and put it in his mouth. Li Luo smiled and said, "I didn't lie to you." Ling Qingxue nodded repeatedly. After eating several of them, she handed her phone to Li Luo and said, "Honey, take a video of me eating the golden cicada. I'll post it on Douyin, which will be the finale of last night's golden cicada catching incident." Li Luo nodded. The camera was pointed at Ling Qingxue. Ling Qingxue picked up a golden cicada, showed it in front of the camera, and said, "My husband has fried the golden cicada I caught last night. It looks good. Let's have one." After saying that, he put the cicada into his mouth. After eating, he said, "It's really fragrant and delicious. Friends who have never eaten it can go and try it." Finish shooting. Li Luo returned the phone to Ling Qingxue. Ling Qingxue processed the video briefly. She opened the Douyin app and was about to post the video when she exclaimed, "Hubby, my fans have exceeded 40 million, almost 41 million. When did it break through? I didn't even notice." Li Luo smiled and said, "My wife is a big star. It's normal to break 40 million. It's normal." Ling Qingxue continued, "The number of fans was already increasing very slowly before. But it has suddenly increased rapidly recently. It seems that netizens really like to see you take me to do things like catching golden cicadas." Li Luo said, "This is a pleasant surprise." Ling Qingxue nodded, and then posted the video of eating cicada. Netizens really want to know whether Ling Qingxue and Li Luo ate the cicadas they caught last night. Did Ling Qingxue eat them? Does she dare to eat them? Someone wants to at Ling Qingxue and ask. But at this time, I saw Ling Qingxue posted another video. I clicked it and was instantly surprised. Here it comes. The answer is here. A plate of fried cicadas looks quite appetizing. It seems that Li Luo's cooking skills are pretty good. Ling Qingxue picked up a golden cicada and put it into her mouth. It looked so delicious. Har har har. See. I told you that Ling Qingxue would dare to eat it, right? She might not have dared to do so before, but now that Li Luo is by her side, there's nothing she can't do. This stuff looks really delicious. I've never eaten it before. Should I be able to buy golden cicadas online? I'll have to buy some and try them. We had golden cicada today, what will we eat tomorrow? I hope Li Luo will take Ling Qingxue to eat more delicious things like this. Goddess Qingxue looks so good even when she eats. Ling Qingxue continued to eat cicadas while reading netizens' comments in the comments section of the video that had just been released. After watching for a while, she said, "Honey, netizens want to see you take me to eat things like golden cicada. Are there any other ingredients of this kind?" "Yes, there are many." Li Luo said, "Like bamboo shoot worms, locusts, centipedes, scorpions and the like." Ling Qingxue shook her head repeatedly, "I don't eat centipedes and scorpions." "But what are bamboo shoot worms?" Li Luo said, "Now there are bamboo shoot worms. I will take you to the bamboo forest to find them someday, and then you will know." Ling Qingxue nodded, "Okay then." After that, both of them continued to eat cicadas. Their whole plate of cicadas was quickly eaten up by the two of them. Ling Qingxue said, "It's delicious. Honey, when can we go get some more?" Li Luo smiled and nodded, "No problem. Also, husband." Ling Qingxue added, "We have reached a cooperation agreement with Xinghe Film and Television, and we have also agreed to let them try out the soundtrack first. Is it almost time to start composing the instrumental music for Butterfly Lovers that you mentioned before?" Li Luo nodded, "I just happened to have some inspiration these 2 days. I can try to create something now." This time, Li Luo did not push back any further. The story of Butterfly Lovers is a classic, and the music composed for it by the two masters He Jianhao and Chen Gang is also a classic. The original version is a violin concerto. The total duration is 27 minutes and is divided into 3 movements. It corresponds one by one to the main plots in the story, such as Swan Brotherhood at the Grass Bridge, 3 Years of Being Classmates, The 18 Farewells, Qingxue's resistance to the marriage, the meeting on the tower, and the transformation into a butterfly in front of the grave. It is not only an auditory feast, but also allows people to generate various emotions as the story develops. Li Luo must also bring such classic music along. Now that Galaxy Film and Television is going to shoot their Ling Qingxue movie, that's just perfect. Just put it in the movie. How will the audience evaluate it then? Very exciting. It was made in these few days. Chapter 30, this couple is still the best. 3 days later. Li Luo has completed the production of the music for Butterfly Lovers. Ling Qingxue was the first listener. After listening slowly, Ling Qingxue just wanted to say that her husband's musical talent was indeed better than hers. There is a high probability that this music will also become a classic. After hearing this, Qinghe Film and Television will definitely be very surprised and will immediately look for me to sign a contract. Because I'm worried that I'll regret it. After all, they are not the only film and television company interested in making Butterfly Lovers into a movie. Just based on this music, the box office revenue is expected to increase by hundreds of millions. Honey, I'll send the music file to Galaxy Films now. Good. Galaxy Films. General Manager Wang Heng personally approved the film adaptation project of Butterfly Lovers. The copyright fee of 5 million was also decided by Wang Heng himself. When making your first quotation, you must show enough sincerity. Otherwise, things are likely to fail. Wang Heng was very hesitant at first about the cooperation method proposed by Li Luo. He would prefer to pay the copyright fee in one lump sum. Because he has absolute confidence in the market for this film, if they adopt the cooperation method proposed by Li Luo, the money that their company will eventually give to Li Luo will almost certainly exceed 5 million. Only when they have no confidence in the market for a movie will they cooperate with the original creator of the story to share the box office revenue. This can reduce cost risks. However, after Ling Qingxue said that Li Luo could personally compose part of the music for the movie, Wang Heng agreed without hesitation. As the original author of the story, Li Luo understands the story best. The music he composed himself is not necessarily the best, but at least it is likely to be the best. The soundtrack of a film is very important. A good soundtrack can add points to a movie to a great extent, and it is not impossible for it to even achieve higher box office results. So, Wang Heng no longer hesitated. Now all we have to do is wait for Ling Qingxue to send the soundtrack over. Just as I was thinking this, Ling Qingxue called and said that her husband had completed all the music, and the files and related instructions had been sent to her email. It's very fast. Wang Heng was a little surprised. Then quickly log into your email. I see. Start listening. After listening to it, he called Ling Qingxue immediately. Find Ling Qingxue to sign the contract immediately. Wang Heng was very confident about the market for the movie Ling Qingxue. I feel more confident now. With this soundtrack, the box office will most likely be higher than previously estimated. We must hurry up and sign the contract. If it's too late, something might happen. The reason why Qinghe Film and Television was able to reach a cooperation with Ling Qingxue and Li Luo so smoothly this time was mainly because they seized the initiative and showed enough sincerity. So, can't delay. They have all the contracts ready. It is an electronic contract. Nowadays, electronic contracts are used, which makes signing contracts very convenient. Love Moon Bay Viller. After Ling Qingxue answered the call from Wang Heng, she smiled and said to Li Luo, "How is it, husband?" I said that after Qinghe Film and Television heard the soundtrack, they couldn't wait to find us to sign a contract. Calculating the time, Mr. Wang should have called me immediately after listening to the soundtrack, without a delay of even a minute. Li Luo gave a thumbs up. My wife's calculations are really accurate. Ling Qingxue said, "It's mainly because my husband's music is so perfect." Afterwards, Ling Qingxue and Qinghe Film and Television completed the signing. In this way, we just have to wait for Galaxy Films to finish filming the movie, release it, and then divide the money. Not long after, Qinghe Films held a press conference and officially announced that the filming of Liang Shanbo and Zhu Yingtai will begin soon. In addition, the soundtrack for important storylines in the film will be composed by Li Luo himself. The news spread quickly and it didn't take long for it to top the Douyin hot list. Butterfly Lovers has once again topped the Douyin hot list. Countless netizens were excited once again. Wow! That's awesome! They are going to be filming a movie so soon. So, a truly good story will be put on the screen in a matter of minutes. Li Luo is awesome. I now completely believe that Butterfly Lovers is the work of Li Luo. You must go and see it after it's released. The appeal of the film version of the story of Ling Qingxue is already high enough, and with Li Luo composing the music himself, it's even more worth looking forward to. We will go to Wansong Academy on the West Lake in Hangzhou. Oh, by the way, it is now called Liangzhou Academy. Will we go to Liangzhou Academy in Changqiao for actual filming? If so, I will go there when the time comes. Har har har. I wonder who will play Zhu Yingtai and Liang Shanbo respectively. I look forward to the announcement of the cast list soon. By the way, when will Li Luo write another novel? I want to see more of his novels. Of course, I also want to hear more of his songs. Ling Qingxue hasn't released a new song for a week. It's time to release a new song. This round of the chart competition will end tomorrow. The Rain Keeps Falling has always been ranked first. After winning the championship tomorrow, I guess he will release a new song. It must be like this. Netizens talked about Butterfly Lovers and The Rain Keeps Falling. In the past few days, singers such as Rao Xiaoqing, Ji Yufei, and Ning Xiaoyin have been working hard to ensure that their parameter songs win the championship. The effect is still very good. The popularity of their participating songs was close to that of The Rain Keeps Falling several times, but unfortunately they were never able to surpass it. I haven't been able to surpass it in the past few days, and now there is only one day left. I guess I can't surpass it. The probability of The Rain Keeps Falling winning the championship is very high. This made netizens say that when the gap between two songs is obvious enough, no matter how hard you try, it will always be difficult to surpass the other. Unless you brush the data. But none of the participating singers dared to do so. Congratulations to It Keeps Raining. Congratulations to Ling Qingxue and Li Luo. The next day, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The latest episode of Douyin's new song ranking competition has officially ended. The popularity and rankings of the 32 new songs have been frozen. The Rain Keeps Falling ranked first with a popularity value of over 50 million. Since the first day, The Rain Keeps Falling has always ranked first in popularity. Never came down once. Ranked second is Rao Xiaoqing's We Have Walked Together, with a popularity value of over 46 million. Afterwards, the popularity of works by several singers including Ji Yufei and Ning Xiaoyin also exceeded 40 million. In the past few issues, even the popularity of the champion works failed to exceed 40 million. This episode is really a fight between gods. Countless netizens were talking about it. Fans of singers such as Rao Xiaoqing, Ji Yufei, and Ning Xiaoyin were very disappointed, while netizens who liked Ling Qingxue and Li Luo were very excited. This couple is still the best. Chapter 31 Let Li Luo write another song to celebrate. As for singers such as Rao Xiaoqing, Ji Yufei, and Ning Xiaoyin, they all sighed helplessly. They once had a chance to surpass It Keeps Raining, but they were always just a little bit short. The quality of Li Luo's works is indeed very high. If I have another chance in the future, I hope I can beat him. There were also many other musicians and singers who felt sorry for singers such as Rao Xiaoqing, Ji Yufei, and Ning Xiaoyin at this time. It's also very regrettable. For several days, they had been eager to see if any of these singers could surpass The Rain Keeps Falling. It's not that they have any opinion on Ling Qingxue and Li Luo, but singers like Rao Xiaoqing, Ji Yufei, and Ning Xiaoyin are obviously much more eager for the championship than Ling Qingxue and Li Luo. They have also been working hard to achieve it. In this case, it is natural to hope that a champion will be born among them. But the result was regrettable. But then again, the quality of It Keeps Raining is indeed very high, and it is not surprising that it has been ranked first. I really misunderstood Li Luo before. Let us see if he will produce more songs next time. In addition, the few singers who hoped that Li Luo was indeed a waste were all inexplicably annoyed at this time. They have always firmly believed that the two songs, Chengdu and The Rain Keeps Falling, are the works of Ling Qingxue, and Butterfly Lovers is also the work of Ling Qingxue. However, more and more people believe that these are Li Luo's works. This is true for both people in the entertainment industry and ordinary netizens. This is hard for them to accept. Ling Qingxue and Li Luo are both big liars. They hope that someone can come out and expose them, or that they themselves will reveal their true colors. Love Moon Bay Viller. The Rain Keeps Falling finally held onto the first place, and Ling Qingxue and Li Luo were both very happy. Although they are not as eager for the championship as other participating singers, they will definitely be happy if they can win the championship. Ling Qingxue posted a video on Douyin, expressing her gratitude to netizens for their support for The Rain Keeps Falling over the past week. Without the support of netizens, The Rain Keeps Falling would definitely not have won the championship. Netizens commented one after another. No need to thank me or anything like that. Just ask Li Luo to write another song. In this episode, the gods are fighting, and The Rain Keeps Falling can win the championship. Shouldn't Li Luo write a song to celebrate immediately? The goddess hasn't released a new song for a week. It's time to release a new song. Ling Qingxue showed Li Luo the comments from netizens and said, "Husband, since netizens all hope that you can write another song, why don't we satisfy them?" Li Luo said, "Wife, tell the netizens that I am very grateful for their expectations for my songs, and I also want to write a song to celebrate. However, I have run out of ideas. I may not be able to meet their requirements." Ling Qingxue rolled her eyes and said, "That depends on the netizens being willing to believe it." Li Luo said, "There should still be netizens who believe it." Ling Qingxue said, "Then I will tell you, and then you can see for yourself what the netizens will say." Li Luo nodded. Ling Qingxue wrote in the comment section of the thank you video she just released, "My husband said he was very grateful for everyone's anticipation for his songs, and he also wanted to write a song to celebrate. However, he said he has run out of ideas and may not be able to meet everyone's requests. I apologize to everyone. Release. Then pin it." Netizens soon saw it. Fuck. I've never seen such a shameless person. I don't believe it. Li Luo is a very bad guy. You're out of ideas. Stop messing around with all this nonsense and just write a song. I would rather believe that Qin Shi Huang asked me to transfer money than believe that Li Luo has run out of ideas. Is this kid thinking of going fishing again? Ling Qingxue showed Li Luo the comments from netizens, her eyes full of smiles, and said, "Hubby, see. No one seems to believe you." Li Luo said helplessly, "No one believes the truth these days." Ling Qingxue's eyes were still full of smiles. "That's because you are not telling the truth." After a while, she said, "Hubby" again, and said unexpectedly, "Honey, you're on the Douyin hot list." Douyin hot list? Li Luo was puzzled. Ling Qingxue handed the phone to Li Luo again. Li Luo took a look. The 10th position on a hot list. Ling Qingxue's husband Li Luo said that he has run out of ideas. Good job. Can this make it to the hot list? Then he said, "Wife, you have a lot of traffic on Douyin. I am just riding on your popularity." Ling Qingxue said, "Hubby, your own popularity is not low now. This is your own popularity. However, it is indeed a bit surprising that it has been included in the hot list like this." Li Luo said, "Don't worry about it. By the way, didn't Lin Yushin say she would come over this afternoon? When will she arrive?" Ling Qingxue said, "It should be soon. She called me an hour ago and said she had already set off." Li Luo nodded, "Then I'll go buy a chicken and make you a dry pot chicken tonight." Li Luo had a good impression of Lin Yushin. He is also a singer. He has participated in several talent shows. Although he is not a big star, he is still famous. He has more than 2 million fans on Douyin. Relying on more than 2 million fans, Lin Yushin usually posts videos and occasionally live broadcasts singing. "Although I am not rich, I can live a comfortable life." She has repeatedly said that she is very satisfied with her current life. In fact, she could have further increased her followers by riding on Ling Qingxue's traffic, but she never did so. Although he was very dissatisfied with himself for not doing his job, he would greet him politely every time he saw him for Ling Qingxue's sake. He would come over once in a while to chat with Ling Qingxue. "Come here today and stay one night. So, go buy a chicken and cook a delicious meal to treat her. Thank you for your hard work, husband," Ling Qingxue said. Li Luo rode on an electric bike and set off. He likes to ride an electric scooter when buying food. About 20 minutes ride away, there is a market that sells all kinds of food. Li Luo usually goes there to buy. The news that Li Luo had run out of ideas quickly spread throughout the entertainment industry. Many musicians and singers know about it. I also learned that many netizens wanted him to write another song to celebrate the victory of The Rain Keeps Falling, and then he said that he had run out of ideas. What does it mean? Could it be that I really can't write a good song anymore, and have to say that I have run out of ideas? But this shouldn't be possible. Although it is normal to run out of ideas, every creator has his or her time to run out of ideas, and no creator can always produce good works. But isn't it a bit too fast that Jiang Lang has run out of ideas now? I always feel that guy is not telling the truth. But if he can really take this opportunity to create another good song, his fame will definitely increase further. This is a rare opportunity. Other creators don't have this opportunity yet. Why did he push it away? Could it be that he is only interested in fishing and catching cicadas, and has no interest in composing songs at all? Even though they are completely uninterested in music, they can still create such high-quality songs as Chengdu and The Rain Keeps Falling. How can other musicians survive? Plus, it had been quiet for the previous 2 years. It feels like this kid is full of mystery. Chapter 32 Under the Moonlight, Li Luo has another inspiration. The few singers who had expected Li Luo to be a waste were all suddenly enlightened at this moment. That guy is not going to continue pretending? Admitting that he has run out of ideas, etc. Wrong. Those 2 songs are not his works. He has no talent, so how can he say he has run out of ideas? By saying this, isn't he misleading everyone again, making everyone think that those 2 songs are indeed his works? In this way, even if Ling Qingxue no longer publishes works under his name in the future, those 2 songs will probably really become his works. Damn, this couple are so cunning. Unfortunately, many people have been misled by them. Fortunately, it seems that Ling Qingxue is planning to give up on deifying her husband. She was probably afraid that if she continued to create a god, her husband would reveal his true colors at some point. It was better to stop while the going was good and let her husband finish 2 songs, which was enough. This originally made the singers very happy. But then they thought, if this were the case, wouldn't Li Luo never be exposed? In this way, those 2 songs truly became his works. This made some singers very unhappy. Even so, Li Luo will eventually reveal his true colors one day. Love Moon Bay Viller. Li Luo had already gone to the market and bought a slaughtered chicken and came back. Lin Yushin has arrived. At this time, Ling Qingxue was taking her to visit her vegetable garden. Li Luo walked towards the 2 people carrying the chicken. Go over and say hello. Lin Yushin was also quite tall, with a net height of 1.7 meters, and a good figure and appearance. Although she was not as beautiful as Ling Qingxue, she was definitely a beauty. Lin Yushin saw Li Luo walking towards them. This man is very talented, she is very happy for Ling Qingxue. Even if this man is not talented, Ling Qingxue is still living a happy life. But, it is better to have talent after all. However, Lin Yushin became unhappy again when she thought about the fact that this man had deceived Ling Qingxue for 2 whole years. Why lie? It's just that I'm lazy, I don't want to use my brain to create, and I just want to lie down. It's really outrageous. Lin Yushin had originally planned to come here this time and, when she saw Li Luo, give him a few good words, telling him that he shouldn't have lied to Ling Qingxue or something like that. But now seeing Li falling behind, he didn't know how to start the conversation. After all, he is not my husband, so it's hard to say. In the end, that's all. Never mind. The past was no longer important. As long as Li Luo stopped lying down all day and wrote a few more good songs for Qingxue, that would be enough. As for saying that he has run out of ideas, it's a lie. Li Luo approached, raised the chicken in his hand, and said, Miss Lin is here, I'll make dry pot chicken for you tonight. Lin Yushin said, thank you for your hard work. Li Luo, Qingxue said that the dishes you cook are getting better and better. I have to try them tonight. Li Luo smiled and said, you will have to eat more then. After chatting for a few more sentences, Li Luo walked into the vegetable garden and picked a handful of water spinach, also known as vine vegetable. In addition to the dry pot chicken, stir-fry some green vegetables. Just use water spinach. Although some people say that water spinach contains a lot of heavy metals and is the king of all poisons, so it must not be eaten, this is purely a rumor and there is no scientific basis for such a statement. In fact, the nutritional value of water spinach is still good, it has the function of detoxification, and it tastes good. It is a very good ingredient. After picking the water spinach, Li Luo said goodbye to Ling Qingxue and Lin Yushin, and returned to the villa with the chicken and water spinach. After Li Luo left, Lin Yushin said, "Since we have our own vegetable garden, eating vegetables is much more convenient and healthier." Ling Qingxue nodded, "Indeed." At 6:30 in the evening, the food was already on the table. In addition to dry pot chicken and stir-fried water spinach, I also made a tomato and egg soup. Let us eat. After eating a piece of chicken, Lin Yushin said excitedly, "Li Luo, the dishes you cook now are really delicious. I envy Qingxue for being able to eat such delicious dishes every day." Li Luo smiled and said, "Whenever you want to find a husband in the future, just follow my standards. Once you find one, you can eat such delicious food every day." Lin Yushin said, "I don't know how many years it will take. I won't marry myself off so early like Qingxue." Li Luo said, "Marry early and be happy sooner." Lin Yushin shook her head, "No." Then continue eating. She really wants to eat more tonight. Really delicious. Li Luo and Ling Qingxue of course ate too. After eating slowly, Ling Qingxue and Lin Yushin were watching the moon and chatting on the open-air balcony. The moon is very round and bright tonight. Li Luo also came to the balcony. Seeing Li Luo falling behind, Lin Yushin said, "Li Luo, Qingxue told me that one night it rained all night, and the next day you wrote, the rain keeps falling. The moon is so round and bright tonight, have you been inspired to write another song about the moon?" Li Luo shook his head. "I was just lucky that time, but I can't do it now. But my wife can. That time, my wife wrote Rainy Night entirely by her own strength. You can ask my wife to see if she has any inspiration." Lin Yushin said, "I have asked your wife, and she said she has no inspiration. She just wants you to write another one for her." Li Luo said, "I don't have any inspiration right now. But the moonlight tonight is really nice. You guys can enjoy it here slowly, I won't disturb you." After saying that, Li Luo prepared to slip away. Lin Yushin added, "Your wife also said that if you can write one more song, she will pay for your breakfast for the next week." It seems pretty good. Li Luo looked at Ling Qingxue. Under the moonlight, Ling Qingxue nodded to indicate that it was indeed the case. Li Luo coughed lightly and said, "You know what, under this kind of moonlight, it's really easy for people to get inspiration. I seem to have a little inspiration. But it's still very vague and not clear at all. You guys chat here, I'll go downstairs and take a walk to see if I can make that little inspiration clearer." After saying that, he left the balcony. After Li Luo left, Lin Yushin said in surprise, "Qingxue, could it be that he really got inspiration just like that?" Ling Qingxue said, "That should be the case. His talent and ability in songwriting is really better than mine. Not to mention his ability in writing novels." Lin Yushin said, "He said he has run out of ideas. He is not being honest at all. However, if he can really write another high-quality song, his talent and ability are truly amazing." Ling Qingxue said, "The quality will definitely not be bad. You will know after he finishes writing it." Lin Yushin added, "In this case, I am really looking forward to it." Chapter 33, Husband, can you take us to catch fireflies? Li Luo went downstairs and walked out of the villa. Of course, he didn't really come out to look for inspiration, but the moonlight tonight was really beautiful, so he came out to appreciate the earth under the moonlight. Compared to daytime, there is a different kind of beauty. As for the song, he had already thought of a song from his previous life. Another song sung by Zhang Yu, The Moon's Trouble, was composed by Zhang Yu, written by Shi Lang, and arranged by Michael Thompson. A very nice song. I'll use it this time. I will write the music score tomorrow. On a blade of grass not far ahead, something was flashing a yellow-green light. Firefly. Summer night elves. When Li Luo saw it, his eyes lit up. Then he returned to the villa and found a glass bottle. Catch some fireflies and bring them back to show the two beauties. They will not be harmed. After the two beauties have seen them, they will release them. The lifespan of adult fireflies is very short, only about a week, and a few can reach about 20 days. Although life is short, it decorates summer nights and people's dreams. You don't need any tools to catch fireflies, you can catch them with your bare hands. When Li Luo was a child in his previous life, he often went to catch fireflies with his friends on summer nights. This is a lot of fun. Li Luo walked out of the villa again and quickly locked onto a firefly. Flying. But the flight altitude is not high and the speed is not fast. This one is easy to catch. Li Luo walked over and caught it easily. Pack into glass bottles. Continue. Catch about 10 or 20. It didn't take long to catch enough. The fireflies in the bottle are still flashing. Very beautiful. Return to the villa and come to the open-air balcony on the second floor. When Ling Qingxue and Lin Yushin saw Li Luo coming back, they were about to ask if his inspiration had become clearer, and then they saw the glass bottle in Li Luo's hand. Is this a firefly? So beautiful. Both of them showed surprise on their faces, stood up from their chairs and walked over quickly. Li Luo handed the glass bottle to Ling Qingxue. Ling Qingxue took it. It turned out that my husband went to catch fireflies. This is the first time I have observed fireflies so closely. It turns out that fireflies look like this, a bit like longhorn beetles, but much smaller. I have only seen fireflies from a distance before, and I didn't know what they looked like specifically. Ling Qingxue said. Me too. Lin Yushin also said, this is also the first time I've seen fireflies clearly. And after a moment, Lin Yushin continued, if I hadn't seen fireflies now, I would have forgotten that there are fireflies in the summer nights. Did I see fireflies last summer? I don't even remember. Probably not. Maybe I haven't seen them for many years. The main thing is that you can't see fireflies in the city. It's better to go out to the suburbs. Li Luo said, the city and the suburbs each have their own advantages, it depends on what you like. Lin Yushin said, that's true. But the summer nights in the suburbs are so lively. I was just talking to Qingxue, I heard the sound of frogs. It feels like I haven't heard the sound of frogs for many years. There was also a sound similar to chirp chirp, crisp and rapid. Qingxue said it was the sound of crickets. Li Luo nodded, indeed. Crickets, also known as crickets, are nocturnal insects that chirp at night. Lin Yushin said, I know crickets chirp at night, but I don't know how they chirp. I've never heard of it before. Tonight is probably the first time I've heard them chirp. Of course, I may have heard them before, but I just didn't pay attention. Li Luo said, I think I have heard it. After chatting about crickets for a while, Ling Qingxue and Lin Yushin focused their attention on the fireflies in the glass bottle. Really beautiful. Li Luo, how did you catch them? Lin Yushin asked. Li Luo said, it's easy to catch with bare hands. Can you catch it with your bare hands? Lin Yushin's eyes lit up instantly, and she excitedly said to Ling Qingxue, Qingxue, let's go catch fireflies too, how about that? I've never caught a firefly in my life. Ling Qingxue had never caught one before, so she became very interested after hearing this and said to Li Luo, husband, can you take us to catch one? Sure. Let's go. Since the two beauties were interested, Li Luo naturally had to satisfy them. Ling Qingxue and Lin Yushin were both very happy. They followed Li Luo downstairs holding the glass bottles containing fireflies. Walk out of the villa. There are twinkling fireflies everywhere. Either flying or staying still on the grass tips. After seeing this, Ling Qingxue and Lin Yushin just wanted to say that summer nights are really beautiful. Li Luo demonstrated to two people how to catch fireflies. Both of them stared with wide eyes. It seemed that Li Luo had caught another one very easily. It does look easy to catch. They also hurried to try it. After each of them selected their target, they moved over. But unfortunately, they all failed. However, after trying many times, both of them successfully caught the first firefly in their lives. Very excited. Everyone took out their phones to take pictures. Then continued to catch. It wasn't until 10 o'clock in the evening that the two finally felt they had enough fun. You can go back now. Before going back, open the lid of the glass bottle containing the fireflies. The fireflies inside flew out one after another. They twinkle and gradually fly away, continuing to decorate this beautiful night. At this time, the croaking of frogs was still coming from far and near, and insects such as crickets were also vying to add to the music. Summer nights are so lively and so quiet. The next day, Li Luo got up early and prepared breakfast for 3 people. Although Ling Qingxue said last night that if he wrote another song, she would be responsible for making breakfast for a week. But has the song been written yet? But soon. After breakfast, Li Luo went into the study and wrote the music score of The Moon's Trouble. Fold it and put it on your body. After walking out of the study, then out of the villa, and taking a walk around a few vegetable plots, Ling Qingxue and Lin Yushin had both gotten up. Having breakfast. Li Luo, thank you for preparing my breakfast. I'm sorry to bother you. Lin Yushin expressed her gratitude to Li Luo. Li Luo smiled and said, it's just a matter of convenience. Miss Lin, you don't have to be polite. Lin Yushin thanked him again, and then said, what about that song? Li Luo, when can I see it? Li Luo took out the music score that he had placed on his body and said, you can read it now. Ling Qingxue was still calm, but Lin Yushin was shocked. Did you really write the song in one night? Is this too exaggerated? However, it still depends on the quality of the song. If the quality is not good, then it doesn't matter. Some people can produce a song in 1 or 2 hours, but the quality is really not good. How is the quality of this song by Li Luo? Lin Yushin wanted to know very urgently. Ling Qingxue opened the music score that Li Luo handed to her and looked at it with Lin Yushin. It's the moon's trouble. 3-4 The trouble caused by the moon, written under the moonlight. This song title is interesting. Looking at the music score again, it is for time, which is quite common. Finally, look at the lyrics. It's all your fault for falling in love with me so easily. Let me unknowingly satisfy the vanity of being loved. It's all your fault, your pampering of others. It's a temptation. The more Lin Yushin looked, the more frightened she became. The lyrics are good, and the melody and rhythm feel are great too. This song is of high quality. It is difficult for Qingxue to write a song of such high quality in just one night. Li Luo's talent and ability in songwriting are indeed better than Qingxue's. When Ling Qingxue said this before, Lin Yushin didn't believe it. But now, she believes it. Shocked, unbelievable, and envious. I envy those people who have great talent and ability in songwriting. A good song that is enough to become a singer's representative work can be written just by saying it. It's as simple as eating and sleeping. Lin Yushin can also write songs, but she has yet to write a hit song. This made her a little depressed. But I'm very open-minded. After all, there are only a very small number of people who have great talent and ability in songwriting. It is normal for musicians like her to not be able to write good songs. However, there is one downside to this song. That's acid. For a single person like her. Acid. I admit that it's all the moon's fault. The moonlight is so beautiful and you are so gentle. Only in a moment. I just want to grow old with you. Look at the lyrics. Is this something a single person like her should read? Why do I feel like coming here this time is a mistake? However, now that I'm here, I can only eat this pile of dog food. Also, eat thoroughly. Lin Yushin said to Ling Qingxue excitedly and expectantly, Qingxue, try to sing it for us. Ling Qingxue nodded, she also had the same idea. She likes this song very much. This is a song her husband wrote for her. It not only shows her husband's high creative talent, but also contains his deep affection for her. This song must be sung well. Build up your emotions and start singing. I was a little unfamiliar at first, but soon I was singing very well. It sounds really good just singing it a cappella. After singing it once, Lin Yushin gave a thumbs up and said, you two are a perfect match. One writes well. The other sings well. Li Luo said, Miss Lin, what you said is not entirely true. My wife is not only a good singer, she is also a good writer. Lin Yushin pretended to leave and said, I'm leaving. I really can't stay here any longer. Li Luo laughed. Ling Qingxue rolled her eyes at Li Luo and said, Husband, when will you finish the accompaniment? Li Luo said, just these 2 days. Ling Qingxue nodded. After it's done, I'll record the song and release it through Douyin. Netizens are very much looking forward to hearing your new song again, so we'll satisfy them. Li Luo said, just let my wife arrange it. Ling Qingxue thought about it and said, no, I have to post a video now to give you a preview. So I posted a moonlight video I took last night on Douyin. There was only the scenery she, Lin Yushin, and Li Luo did not appear in the shot. Soon after the video was successfully released, many netizens left comments. Fuck. I thought Li Luo was really writing a new song. Turns out it's just a moonlight video. Was this filmed last night? The moon in Chengdu was really big last night. The moon was also very big here last night. It was a very beautiful moonlight. The moonlight is indeed beautiful. However, did Goddess Qingxue post this video just to share the moonlight with us, or is there some other purpose? I don't know. Netizens have been speculating whether Ling Qingxue has other intentions. This was within Ling Qingxue's expectations and was exactly what she needed. She wrote in the video comment area, "The moonlight last night was beautiful. Under this moonlight, my husband wrote a new song called The Moon Causes Trouble. It will be released in a few days. I hope everyone will like and support it. Thank you everyone." After successful release. Pinned. Many netizens saw it at the first time. Fuck. Fuck. Netizens just wanted to say the two words wow. And at the same time they were very surprised and excited. Har har har. It turns out that Li Luo has written a new song. I was wondering why Goddess Qingxue would share the moonlight video with us for no reason. It turns out that her husband has written a new song, and he wrote it under the moonlight. Didn't Li Luo say yesterday that he had run out of ideas? I knew that guy was talking nonsense. How could he have run out of ideas? He meant that he ran out of ideas yesterday. Not today. Fuck. Got it. The Moon's Trouble. This song title is quite interesting, I like it. But I don't know how good the song is. Is it good? Although Li Luo is not honest, his talent and ability in songwriting are beyond doubt. I believe it will be another good song. It rained all night one night before, and the song The Rain Keeps Falling, written by Li Luo the next day, was already a big hit. How is the quality of The Moon Causes Trouble, written under the moonlight this time? What kind of trouble did the moon cause? Let's wait and see. I can't wait to listen to it. Goddess Qingxue, please release it quickly. Netizens were excited and urged Ling Qingxue to release the song as soon as possible. They can't wait to hear it. As netizens discuss the issue, it becomes more and more popular. Finally, Li Luo completed the new song The Moon's Trouble, Under the Moonlight, and it directly topped the Douyin Hot list. More netizens saw it, including fans of singers such as Rao Xiaoqing, Ji Yufei, and Ning Xiaoyin. Didn't Li Luo say yesterday that he had run out of ideas? He has a new song today. That's bullshit. However, judging by the title of this new song, it's really exciting. Just because a song title is attractive doesn't mean the song will be good. You'll know when you listen to it. Although they are fans of singers such as Rao Xiaoqing, Ji Yufei, and Ning Xiaoyin, they also listen to songs by other singers. They were very interested in listening to Li Luo's new song. Many musicians and singers in the entertainment industry also learned the news. Everyone was a little surprised. Although everyone knew that Li Luo's statement that he had run out of ideas was definitely not true, and that he would not run out of ideas so soon, they never expected that a new song would be released so soon. Is it because the moon was very big and the moonlight was very beautiful last night, and then I suddenly got inspiration? If that's the case, it's normal. However, the quality of the songs remains a question. Pay close attention then. All the singers who hoped that Li Luo was a waste frowned again. What on earth are these two doing? Or what kind of plane is Ling Qingxue making? Didn't he already plan to stop deifying Li Luo? How come he is writing songs again so soon? It's totally incomprehensible. They felt inexplicably irritated again. Chapter 35, finally we know what trouble the moon caused. Love Moon Bay Viller. After looking at the news on the internet for a while, Lin Yushin said, "Li Luo, you are very popular on the internet now. Not only are many netizens looking forward to your new song, but even many musicians and singers in the entertainment industry are paying attention to it." Li Luo said, "I am mainly taking advantage of my wife's popularity. By the way, what do you want to eat for lunch?" After lunch, Lin Yushin was about to leave. "So, ask your guests what they want to eat." Lin Yushin thought for a moment and said, "I saw some edible loofers in the vegetable garden yesterday. I want to eat some. It's easy." Li Luo said, "Then I'll go pick two." Lin Yushin said, "Can I pick them myself? I rarely have the opportunity to pick vegetables in the fields myself, so I want to experience it for myself." Li Luo smiled and said, "Of course. You can pick any other food you want to eat." "Okay. Thank you." Lin Yushin was very happy. Then, the three of them went to their vegetable field together. Come to the loofah rack. There are two main types of loofah. One has a rough surface and the other has a relatively smooth surface. The one planted by Li Luo has a rough surface. Lin Yushin used a pair of scissors to cut off 2 edible loofers. Loafer should be eaten when it is immature. If fully ripe, the flesh inside will dry up and form a network of fibers called vascular bundles. You can't eat it anymore. However, although it cannot be eaten, it is still very useful. It is a traditional Chinese medicine that can treat milk obstruction, mastitis, swelling and pain, etc. It can also be used as a sanitary ware, and is very useful for washing dishes and pots. It is much better than the dishwashing towels sold on the market. Lin Yushin took 2 loofers in her hands, picked some large green peppers to make tiger skin peppers, and also picked 2 cucumbers and a large tomato. Noon. Stir-fried loofer, tiger skin green peppers, cucumber and pork slices, and tomato and egg soup, 3 dishes and 1 soup were served on the table. Lin Yushin enjoyed the meal very much and kept saying it was delicious. After slowly finishing their meal and resting for a while, Li Luo and Ling Qingxue accompanied Lin Yushin to the garage. She drove here by herself. Lin Yushin got into the car, drove away slowly as both sides said goodbye. Afterwards, Li Luo entered the recording studio, getting ready to make the accompaniment for It's the Moon's Trouble. 3 days later, Ling Qingxue has completed the recording of The Moon's Trouble. Very good singing. Li Luo praised him a lot. Ling Qingxue was very happy and asked, "When are we going to release it?" "Now." Li Luo nodded. "Let's post it. Netizens are already eagerly waiting for it, so I won't keep them waiting any longer." Good. Immediately, Ling Qingxue completed the song publishing operation and recorded a video, which roughly said that the new song, The Moon's Trouble, has been released on Douyin, and everyone is welcome to listen to it, and I hope everyone will like it. Send the video to Douyin. In 3 days, countless fans have been waiting for Ling Qingxue to release her new song, The Moon's Trouble. I am mainly very curious and looking forward to it. What kind of song did Li Luo write under the moonlight? Why did he say that the moon was to blame? What on earth did the moon do to cause trouble? If I don't hear it, I feel uncomfortable. Some people dreamed at night that Ling Qingxue had released the song. They hurried to listen to it, but for various reasons they could not hear it clearly. Very anxious. It's been 3 days, it should be almost ready, right? Many people think so. The results were surprising and exciting. They saw Ling Qingxue's latest video. It's finally here. In addition to being excited, netizens rushed to listen to it as soon as possible. Start playback. The prelude still feels pretty good. Li Luo's arrangements are very infectious. But the first line of lyrics made all netizens slightly stunned. It's all your fault. Fall in love with me easily. What does it mean? This is the song Li Luo wrote for Ling Qingxue. What this means is that Li Luo is blaming Ling Qingxue for falling in love with him so easily. This kid is getting cocky. However, netizens soon discovered that they had wronged Li Luo. It allows me to unknowingly satisfy my vanity of being loved. I see. This kid Li Luo is scary. Netizens all breathed a sigh of relief and were very surprised to find that the song was indeed very nice. Even though they had only listened to a few lines, they were already sure that the song would be good. Moreover, the lyrics are very talented. This kid Li Luo is really a genius. Very good, very good. I must find a way to get him to write more songs in the future. Now continue listening to this song. It's all your fault. Your favor to others is a temptation. Well written. The melody is good, and Ling Qingxue sings it very well too. The more netizens listen to it, the better it sounds. I admit that it's all the moon's fault. The moonlight is so beautiful and you are so gentle. Only in a moment. I just want to grow old with you. Oh shit. Awesome. At this point, netizens finally know what trouble the moon has caused. It's only because the moonlight is so beautiful, and Ling Qingxue is so beautiful and gentle under the moonlight, that Li Luo only wants to grow old with Ling Qingxue. He clearly wanted to grow old with Ling Qingxue, but he said it was because the moonlight was too beautiful and it was all the moon's fault. If the moonlight wasn't so beautiful, why would he want to grow old with Ling Qingxue? This kid is really a genius. Imagine that under the beautiful moonlight, Li Luo wrote this song for Ling Qingxue. How touched and happy would Ling Qingxue be when she saw it? No wonder Ling Qingxue posted a moonlight video 3 days ago to preview this new song. Everyone was actually a little confused at the time. Ling Qingxue had never given any advance notice of a new song before. Why did she give an advance notice this time? Now I understand. It turns out that they couldn't wait to show off their love to netizens. This couple. It's sour, sour. Also slipped away, slipped away. This song can no longer be listened to. However, although they said they wanted to escape, no one actually did it. I admit that it was all caused by the oath. But it is like sugar and honey that is the most touching. No matter how hard your heart is, it can eventually become as soft as steel. Even though I ate a mouthful of dog food, I had to listen to it a few more times because the song was so good. Many netizens listened to it many times in a row and couldn't stop. The more I listen, the more I want to listen. The popularity of Ling Qingxue's new song, The Moon's Trouble, rose rapidly, and it didn't take long for it to top the Douyin hot list. At the same time, related terms such as "What trouble did the moon cause?" and "No dog food allowed" also made it to the Douyin hot list. Many musicians and singers in the entertainment industry were surprised and moved after seeing this. This couple is going to dominate the Douyin hot list again today. However, there were not many surprises. Because they have also heard the song, It's the Moon's Trouble. The quality of the song was already very high. In addition, this song was written by Li Luo for Ling Qingxue under the moonlight, and Ling Qingxue was showing off her love in advance, so it was normal for multiple related entries to be on the hot list. There is no way, since the couple has a huge amount of traffic on Douyin now. All I can say is that Li Luo's talent and aptitude for songwriting are higher than I imagined. This guy might really become invincible. All the musicians and singers were very moved. Chapter 36, Homemade Cicada Catching Tools, Taking My Wife to Catch Cicadas. Love Moon Bay Viller. Ling Qingxue was very happy when she saw netizens saying that she was showing off her love. The more netizens talked, the happier she became. Because she just wants to show off her love. Who made her have such a talented husband who loves her so much? My husband is going to pick vegetables in the vegetable garden again. She wants to go too. I went to the vegetable garden with my husband. The sound of cicadas came from a distance. By the way, husband, didn't you say you wanted to make a tool to catch cicadas and take me to catch them? When are we going? Ling Qingxue asked. You can go anytime. Li Luo said, how about going after lunch today? Okay. Let's go today. Ling Qingxue was very happy and expectant. Later, she wrote in her Douyin status, thank you very much for liking my husband's new song The Moon Causes Trouble. This afternoon, my husband will make a tool to catch cicadas and take me to catch cicadas. Friends who are interested in catching cicadas can pay attention. I will share the video at that time, and everyone can feel the joy of catching cicadas together. Keep showing off your love. Netizens are still listening to The Moon's Trouble, still discussing the song, and also talking about Ling Qingxue's love affair. A voice suddenly appeared. Fuck. I can't stand it anymore. Ling Qingxue is showing off her love again. I haven't even finished the previous love yet, and she's showing off again. When netizens saw it, they all exclaimed, oh wow. What's going on? Why is Ling Qingxue showing off her love again? Where did she do it? How did she do it? Ling Qingxue just released some new Douyin updates. You will know after you go and check it out. Really? Then we have to criticize it. How can you continue to spread dog food before you even finish eating it? Do you want to let the singles live? Netizens flocked to Ling Qingxue's dynamic homepage. I see. Sure enough, they are showing off their love again. However, this wave of dog food made all the netizens' eyes light up. Very excited. Li Luo made his own cicada catching tools and took Ling Qingxue to catch cicadas. They are willing to eat this kind of dog food and can even order more. Because they like watching very much, and have always been looking forward to Li Luo taking Ling Qingxue into nature more often to do some interesting things. Now, their wait has finally come. Li Luo is doing great today. He just released a new song that's really nice, and now he's taking Ling Qingxue to catch cicadas again. I have to give Li Luo a thumbs up today. It's finally started again. We can finally see Li Luo taking Goddess Qingxue into nature again. Now I am looking forward to Li Luo's new songs and looking forward to him taking Goddess Qingxue into nature. I caught golden cicadas a few days ago, and now I'm catching adult cicadas. There's nothing wrong with that. However, Li Luo wants to make his own tools. Is this reliable? Aren't there special tools for catching cicadas for sale? Go buy a special tool. If you make your own tools, you may end up not being able to catch any. It's obvious that the people upstairs are not from the countryside. We rural people know that we can make our own tools for catching cicadas. Moreover, they are better than those bought from the market. They are also very simple to make. All you need is a bamboo pole, a piece of bamboo strips, and some spider webs. These three materials are enough. When I was a child in the countryside, I often made my own tools to catch cicadas. Oh! The childhood time that can never be returned. Of course, I don't know if the tools that Li Luo is going to make are the same as the tools we made when we were kids. But I think they should be similar. Bamboo poles, bamboo strips, and spider webs. What kind of cicada catching tools can be made with these three materials? I'm curious. You'll know after watching the video shared by Ling Qingxue. I have lived in the city since I was a child, and I have never been to a cicada house. I must watch the video shared by Ling Qingxue later to experience the joy of catching cicadas. Netizens who grew up in rural areas have basically caught cicadas when they were young, also using homemade cicada catching tools. So, they probably know what kind of tools Li Luo is going to make by himself. Although they know this, they are still very interested. After all, watching Ling Qingxue and Li Luo catch cicadas is completely different from catching cicadas themselves when they were children. Besides, they haven't caught cicadas for many years, and the scenes of catching cicadas have become blurred in their memories. Most of the netizens who grew up in cities have never caught cicadas, nor have they seen others catching cicadas. Therefore, it is completely hard to imagine what kind of cicada catching tool Li Luo can make using these three materials: bamboo poles, bamboo strips, and spider webs. They are very curious. Whether they are netizens who grew up in the countryside or those who grew up in the city, they are all very interested in the cicada catching operation that Ling Qingxue and Li Luo are about to embark on, and they are looking forward to it. They left messages under Ling Qingxue's latest updates, asking Ling Qingxue to share more videos when the time comes. Love Moon Bay Villa. Li Luo was cooking lunch in the kitchen, and Ling Qingxue was helping her. After finishing the job, she took out her phone and looked at it for a while, then said, "Honey, many netizens are very interested in our cicada catching operation this afternoon, and they are looking forward to it." Li Luo nodded. He was not surprised by this. Netizens are now increasingly fond of watching him taking Ling Qingxue to do this kind of things. Regarding your homemade tools, Ling Qingxue continued, some netizens know what they are like, while others simply cannot imagine what kind of tools you can make. Li Luo said, it's normal that some netizens know about it. They must have done it themselves when they were young, or have seen it. Although the tools made in different places may be slightly different, they are definitely roughly the same. Ling Qingxue nodded, it should be. As for herself, she had no idea what kind of tools Li Luo would make. But we will soon find out. Like many netizens, she is also very curious and looking forward to it. After a while, the food was ready. Let us eat. After dinner, the cicada catching operation begins. Make the tools first. Bamboo poles and bamboo strips, these two materials are readily available in the villa. There is a wild bamboo forest on their way to Qingshan. Li Luo had gone there to cut some bamboos and brought them back to build a rack for vegetables. Not used up. There is a bamboo pole that is about 4 meters long and only about 4 centimeters in diameter at its thickest point. It has been air dried and is relatively light to hold. It is very suitable as a tool for catching cicadas. As for the bamboo strips, it is even simpler. Just get a piece that is about 50 to 60 centimeters long and about 1 centimeter wide. The only problem was the spider webs. There are no spider webs in the whole villa, but there are spider webs among the grass and trees nearby, which can be seen occasionally. But there are too few of them, and it would take a lot of time to look for them. So, it is not Li Luo's choice. So where can I find spider webs? Li Luo has an ideal place in mind. There is a village near the market where he often buys ingredients. It's called a small fishing village. There are a lot of spider webs in some abandoned houses in the village. Just go there and get it. It only takes about 20 minutes to get there by electric bike, which is very fast. Don't drive. There is a small road after entering the village, which cars cannot pass through. Electric cars are much more convenient. After taking out the bamboo poles and preparing the bamboo strips, we set off for the small fishing village. Li Luo got on the electric car. Ling Qingxue took the bamboo pole and strips in her hands and also sat on the back seat of the electric car. Li Luo set off on his electric scooter. After leaving the villa, Ling Qingxue took out her mobile phone and shot a video from the perspective of the back seat of the electric bike, including the bamboo pole and bamboo strips she was holding in her hands. And she said, "My husband said that making tools for catching cicadas requires 3 materials: bamboo poles, bamboo strips, and spider webs. I already have bamboo poles and bamboo strips. Now I'm going to get the spider webs." Then I posted it on Douyin. The first video of the cicada capture operation was released. Chapter 37, Making Spider Webs in an Abandoned Earthen House. Countless netizens have been waiting for Ling Qingxue to update the video since noon. Now, their wait has finally come. Click in and take a look. I was surprised at first sight. Is this the view from the back seat of an electric scooter? Do big stars also take electric cars when they travel? The young man riding a bicycle who can be seen from the side must be Li Luo. The boy is really handsome. Although I can only see a little bit of the side, I can still tell that he is a handsome guy. But that's not the point. The point is that this couple actually rides an electric scooter when they go out. Just like ordinary people like them. In an instant, netizens felt that Ling Qingxue and Li Luo were closer to them. This couple is really becoming more and more popular. Netizens are very excited. Then he noticed the bamboo pole and bamboo strips in Ling Qingxue's hand, as well as what Ling Qingxue said. The materials that Li Luo used to make his own cicada catching tools were actually bamboo poles, bamboo strips, and spider webs. Someone said it right this morning. Those who said the right thing will be even more excited at this time. Har har har. Look. It's really made of 3 materials: bamboo poles, bamboo strips, and spider webs. The tools that Li Luo wants to make are indeed the same as the tools we made when we were kids. It's full of memories. Li Luo will bend the bamboo strips into the shape of a badminton racket and tie them to the end of the bamboo pole. Strictly speaking, there are 4 materials and a rope. After tying it, wrap the badminton racket-shaped bamboo strip device with spider webs. The tool is ready. When catching it, you only need to touch the device covered with spider webs to the cicada resting on the tree, and the spider web will stick to the cicada firmly. It's very interesting. After hearing this, netizens who couldn't figure out what kind of tools Li Luo would make pondered in their hearts. Soon my eyes became bright. Understood. Wonderful. The materials are simple and the production is simple, but it is a great wisdom. The first person to make this kind of tool must have been a very intelligent person. By the way, this tool can be used to catch not only cicadas, but also dragonflies, butterflies and the like, right? Of course. But the success rate of catching dragonflies is a little lower. Dragonflies react faster and may miss. But for cicadas and butterflies, you can basically catch them with certainty. It seems like it's really fun. That's for sure. I wonder where they are going to get the spider webs. There are a lot of spider webs in some old houses in the countryside. I wonder if they are going to go to places like this. After arriving at the place, Ling Qingxue should continue to update the video. Looking forward to it. In non-rural areas, spider webs are difficult to deal with. Netizens are very curious, where would Ling Qingxue and Li Luo get the spider web? Everyone is waiting for Ling Qingxue's next video. Many musicians and singers in the entertainment industry also know that Ling Qingxue and Li Luo are currently conducting an operation to catch cicadas. They were surprised, but no longer surprised. Ling Qingxue is now influenced by her husband and no longer looks like a member of their circle. Before, people only said that Li Luo did not do his job properly. Now, even Ling Qingxue has joined in and stopped doing her job. In their view, as musicians and singers, going to the mountains to look for mushrooms, fishing, catching cicadas, etc. is not doing the right thing. But it seems that many people just like to watch Ling Qingxue not doing her job. This made them not know how to evaluate it for a moment. Never mind. No comment. Let the couple do whatever they want. Just treat them as an outlier in the entertainment industry. Li Luo carried Ling Qingxue all their way forward. 20 minutes later, we had entered the small fishing village. After a few minutes, the car stopped in front of a house that had obviously been abandoned for a long time. The house has earthen walls and is covered with tiles. There are 3 main rooms and a side room on the right. The roof of the side room had decayed and had a large hole in it, with tiles falling to the ground. Broken into pieces. There was a door, but it had long been broken. The owner of the house must have chosen a better location and built a new house. This situation is more common in rural areas. When Li Luo went to the market to buy things, he would sometimes turn into this village for a walk. So, I have a better understanding of the situation in this village. Ling Qingxue came here for the first time. At this moment, he was looking at the house in front of him with curiosity. She knew this type of earthen-walled house, but it was the first time she saw it in real life. The dilapidated house was surrounded by weeds and looked a bit desolate. Li Luo bent the bamboo strips into the shape of a badminton racket and then tied it to the end of a bamboo pole. Ling Qingxue watched Li Luo operate. Next, we just need to wrap this part with spider webs. Li Luo said, pointing to the bamboo strips that had become the shape of a badminton racket. Ling Qingxue nodded, and her eyes lit up. Does she already know how to catch cicadas with this tool? It is indeed a very simple tool to make. But it's very interesting. Then he took out his cell phone and took a video of the house and its surroundings, including the tools before they were covered in spider webs. Li Luo walked into their house with a bamboo pole. Ling Qingxue followed behind and walked into their house. From the side room came to the main room. The roof of this house was not damaged, and the sunlight shone through the bright tiles on the roof, forming a column of light. The beam of light was filled with fine dust. But this is normal. It's not that the air here is bad. This is true of air anywhere that is exposed to sunlight. Ling Qingxue knew about this phenomenon, so she didn't care. She was looking above the house in surprise at this moment. There are spider webs all over the top. Large and small, vertical or diagonal, they almost cover the entire upper half of the room. This was also the first time Ling Qingxue had seen this scene. If she were here alone, she would probably be very scared. Li Luo raised the bamboo pole and began to wrap the spider web. Ling Qingxue took out her cell phone and started filming. After wrapping for a while, the entire badminton racket-shaped device was covered with spider webs. Layer upon layer, several layers in total. With so many spider webs, not to mention a cicada, even a small bird would be unable to break free. However, this thing can't catch birds. Birds are too alert. Before you get too close to them, they'll fly away. Can we start catching cicadas now? Ling Qingxue asked excitedly. Li Luo nodded, okay. There are a lot of cicadas on the trees around here, we can catch them around here. Good. Two people walked out of the house. Before catching the cicadas, Ling Qingxue needs to update a video first. She knew that many netizens were waiting to see where they would get the spider webs and the tools Li Luo would make. Although netizens already know what the tools look like, they still want to see the tools made by Li Luo. See if it looks the same as they imagined. Ling Qingxue edited several videos that she had shot previously. The content includes the appearance of the house, the surrounding environment, them entering the house, and the process of Li Luo wrapping the spider webs. After editing, I posted it on Douyin. Second video update. Chapter 38. There are so many cicadas on the walnut tree. Indeed, many netizens are waiting for Ling Qingxue to update her videos. Now their wait has finally come. In addition to being surprised, they clicked on the video as soon as possible. This should be an old abandoned house in the countryside, right? It's still a mud wall house. This house is at least 40 or 50 years old. It was once full of life, but now it is overgrown with weeds, which is a bit sad. The two people actually went to the old house in the countryside to remove the spider webs. Someone said it right before. Har har har. What do you think? Am I right? Earthen-walled houses like this with tiles on top are most likely to form spider webs. They are also called bot webs. We call spiders bots here. Har har. We also call it bossy here. Li Luo actually knew that there was a bossy net in such a house. Could it be that he also grew up in the countryside? It should be. In addition, the tools made by Li Luo also appeared in the video. All netizens' eyes lit up. It was just as they imagined. Those netizens who originally couldn't figure out what kind of tools could be made with bamboo poles, bamboo strips, and spider webs, after listening to the method of making the tools in the previous video, have already imagined what the tools look like. Now when he saw the tools made by Li Luo, they were exactly the same as what he had imagined before, and he couldn't help but feel very excited. Next, Li Luo and his wife going into their house to wrap up the spider webs. Really? The two men walked into their house and came to one of the rooms. The camera tilts up. The dense spider webs made many netizens gasp. There are indeed a lot of spider webs. The dilapidated house, the overgrown weeds, and the dense spider webs. Fortunately, it is broad daylight now. If it was at night, it would be really scary. Li Luo did find a good place to make a spider web. Next, Li Luo was seen raising the bamboo pole and spinning it among the spider webs. The spider webs were all wrapped around the badminton racket-shaped area. Looks very stress-relieved. I feel a little sorry for the spider. It took it a long time to weave a web, but now it is gone after you wrap it up. It's okay. Spiders are very hardworking and they weave webs very quickly. When you come back after a while, the spider webs here will return to their previous appearance, said one netizen. The rest of the netizens all nodded. In addition, it's a pity that Ling Qingxue didn't capture Li Luo's face. This must be criticized. And next, is it time to officially start catching cicadas? Looking forward to Ling Qingxue continuing to update videos. All netizens are looking forward to it. Small fishing village. Li Luo and Ling Qingxue have officially started catching cicadas. Li Luo demonstrated it first. Right next to it, there is a very tall walnut tree. It is covered with walnuts. Can't eat yet. Of course, if you like to eat tender walnuts, you can eat them. The walnut tree should belong to the owner of the house. Now the owner has moved away, but the walnut tree is still here. Walnut trees are one of the favorite trees for cicadas to stay. The sounds of many cicadas came from the trees. Li Luo and Ling Qingxue came under the tree. Looking up at the tree, the first thing I saw was several cicadas, perched on different positions on the trunk and branches. The lowest one is less than 2 meters from the ground. After looking a few more times, I discovered more cicadas. There are at least dozens of cicadas on this tree. Ling Qingxue was very excited. It was the first time she saw so many cicadas on a tree. I quickly took out my phone to record a video as material. After recording, Li Luo started to operate. First select a cicada as the target, then raise the bamboo pole and slowly bring the part covered with spider webs closer. Finally, he quickly pressed forward and successfully covered the cicada. At this point, the spider silk has firmly stuck to the target cicada. Several cicadas nearby were startled and flew away instantly, chirping even more sharply than usual. Of course, if it is a female cicada, it cannot chirp. Only male cicadas have vocalization devices, female cicadas do not. The vocal apparatus is in the abdomen. The abdominal structure of female cicadas is very different from that of male cicadas. The cicadas that were farther away were not alarmed. Li Luo took back the bamboo pole. The cicada struggled desperately in the spider web, but to no avail. This cicada did not make any chirping sound while struggling. It was a female cicada. If it is a male cicada, it will make a sharp chirping sound while struggling. Ling Qingxue's eyes brightened. This was the first time she had seen someone catch cicadas since she was a child. It is very interesting indeed. Li Luo pulled the cicada off the spider web and put it into a wide plastic bottle. Just keep them for now, and release them eventually. Their lives are already very short, so we won't harm them. Of course, cicadas can also be eaten as a food, but the taste is much worse than that of golden cicadas. Li Luo didn't plan to eat. Of course Ling Qingxue wouldn't eat it either. Honey, let me do it. Let me try. Ling Qingxue was eager to try. Li Luo handed the bamboo pole to Ling Qingxue with a smile. Ling Qingxue took the bamboo pole and imitated what Li Luo had just done. Soon, a cicada was successfully stuck. It worked the first time. Ling Qingxue was very excited. She finally experienced the joy of catching cicadas. Very interesting indeed. The cicada made a sharp chirping sound while struggling. It's a male cicada. Put it in a plastic bottle as well. Honey, I'll catch another one. This time, please take a video for me and I'll share it with netizens later. Li Luo nodded. Start filming with Ling Qingxue's mobile phone. In the camera, Ling Qingxue first greeted the netizens, and then said that there were at least dozens of cicadas on this walnut tree, and now she would use the tools in her hands to catch them. Then he successfully caught another cicada. The whole process was captured on film. It's time to post the third video. After this video was released, the entire process of catching cicadas was completed. No more posting videos. Edit and process the video. After processing, send it to Douyin. Countless netizens finally waited for Ling Qingxue to update her third video. I couldn't wait to click it. Sure enough, I started catching cicadas. These 3 consecutive videos are like a TV series, very interesting. Fuck. There really are a lot of cicadas on this walnut tree. There are at least dozens of them. These walnuts are ready to eat. I like to eat this kind of tender walnuts. If I were here, I would steal a few and eat them. The process of Goddess Qingxue catching cicadas is exactly as I imagined. It's so interesting to watch. I really want to try it myself. It's the same process as when we were kids catching cicadas. I never thought I could see Goddess Qingxue catching cicadas in the same way. Thanks to Li Luo. If it weren't for Li Luo, Goddess Qingxue would definitely be like other stars, high up in the clouds. And this kind of Goddess Qingxue is what we really like. Well said. I really like this couple more and more. It makes me want to catch cicadas. It's really fun. Netizens were talking about it and were excited again. 39 I am good at turning ghost stories into love stories. After reading netizens' comments for a while, Ling Qingxue continued to catch cicadas. In addition to walnut trees, cicadas also like to stay and chirp on trees such as sycamore trees and pine trees. Li Luo took Ling Qingxue for a walk around the area and successfully harvested fruits from different trees. On their way, Ling Qingxue even used tools to successfully intercept a flying red dragonfly. This thing is also good for catching dragonflies. This made Ling Qingxue even more excited, and she experienced a happiness that she had never experienced before. Although generally speaking, such happiness belongs to children, but who says that adults can't enjoy such happiness? Ling Qingxue carefully took the red dragonfly off the spider web, held it in her hand and looked at it for a while, then released it. Dragonflies are beneficial insects, so we should not harm them. Time slowly passed to 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and Ling Qingxue was still not satisfied. But we should go back. If you want to continue, just come back another time. The 2 men returned to the mud-walled house covered with cobwebs. Li Luo put the tools under the eaves. The tools are left here and will not be taken back. After Ling Qingxue took the photo, all the cicadas in the plastic bottle were released. Then returned to the battery car. Li Luo was still riding the bike, and Ling Qingxue was sitting on the back seat. When he arrived at the entrance of the village, Li Luo met an acquaintance named Liu Zhongqi. Li Luo had met Liu Zhongqi several times when he came to the village before, and the two gradually became familiar with each other. After chatting with Liu Zhongqi for a few words, he continued on his journey. 20 minutes later, we returned to Qingyu Bay Villa. Honey, I'll cook tonight. How about it? Ling Qingxue said with anticipation. I had so much fun this afternoon that I really want to cook for my husband in the evening. Li Luo was naturally happy to do so and said with a smile, then let's try my wife's cooking tonight. Ling Qingxue was very happy and asked, what does my husband want to eat? Li Luo said, my wife, just let me arrange it. Ling Qingxue nodded, and then thought about what dish to cook. In the end, I made a dish of shredded pork with green pepper, a dish of stir-fried shredded potatoes, and a century egg and cucumber soup. 2 dishes and 1 soup. Honey, come and try it and see how it tastes. Ling Qingxue said expectantly at the dinner table. After Li Luo tasted it, he thought it tasted okay. Although it was far inferior to his own cooking skills, it was still at the level of ordinary home cooking. Li Luo thought it was great that Ling Qingxue had such cooking skills. So, don't be stingy with your praise. Ling Qingxue was even happier after hearing this. The next day. Morning. Li Luo fell beside the vegetable patch and watered it with a pipe. It hasn't rained for many days. The vegetable garden needs some watering. When watering the vegetable garden in summer, be sure to choose the morning or evening. Not at noon or in the afternoon. Because the soil temperature is high at noon and in the afternoon, watering will cause the soil temperature to drop sharply, which will affect the growth of vegetables. Li Luo specially installed water pipes on the edge of each vegetable plot. Watering is very convenient. Soon after I finished watering the plants, the phone rang. It was Chu Wan, the editor-in-chief of the End Novel website. Li Luo was a little surprised and confused. Answer the call. Hello, Mr. Li Luo. I'm very sorry to bother you. May I ask, are you interested in writing ghost stories? Chu Wan's voice came from the phone. Ghost story? Li Luo was still confused. Why did editor Chu ask this? It's like this. Chu Wan continued, we have recently launched a new short-length ghost story writing competition at End Novel. We would like to invite Mr. Li Luo to participate. The competition will select one first prize, 5 second prizes, 10 third prizes, and several winners. Their website will give different levels of rewards to their winning works. The first prize is 100,000 yuan in cash and a copyright recommendation. I wonder if Mr. Li Luo is interested in participating. So that's how it is. Li Luo understood. After thinking for a while, he said, Editor Chu, let me think about it. If I want to participate, can I just publish the book on the End Novel network? Yes. Chu Wan said, when you send out the book, you will be prompted whether you want to participate in this ghost story writing competition. Just check, participate. The rest of the process is the same as the normal workbook sending process. Okay, I understand. I'll think about it. Thank you, Editor-in-Chief Chu, for the invitation. Li Luo said. Mr. Li Luo, you are too polite. I should be the one to say thank you. Chu Wan said. Shanghai City. Editorial Department of Endpoint Novel Network. Chu Wan put down the phone. Although Li Luo did not agree directly, he did not refuse directly either. Instead, he said he would consider it. This result has made Chu Wan very happy. Being willing to consider it means there is hope. Editor-in-Chief, what did Li Luo say? An editor asked. The other editors also pricked up their ears. In fact, they were not very optimistic about Li Luo's participation in this ghost story writing competition. It's not that I think Li Luo will not participate, but I think that even if Li Luo is interested in participating, the quality of his work will not be very high. Li Luo is good at love stories. Liangzhu is very well written. It is no exaggeration to say that it is amazing for 1,000 years. However, ghost stories and love stories are two completely different tracks. Just because Li Luo is good at writing love stories doesn't mean he is also good at writing ghost stories. Therefore, there is not much significance in inviting Li Luo to participate. Of course, if we look at it from the perspective of traffic, it is necessary to invite Li Luo to participate. Because Li Luo is very popular at present, many netizens are looking forward to seeing his new novel. If he could participate in this ghost story writing competition, he would at least be able to bring a lot of traffic to the End Novel network. So, in general, it would be best if Li Luo is interested in participating. However, it is unlikely that Li Luo will participate. Because if he were to write another novel, it would definitely be a love story. There is no need to write a ghost story that he is not good at, which would disappoint those netizens who are looking forward to seeing his new novel. It's not that netizens are disappointed to see him write ghost stories. Rather, they are disappointed because the quality of the ghost stories is not high. Li Luo must know this too. Therefore, it is more likely that he will not participate. However, Chu Wan said, he said he would consider it. I think he is still interested and is likely to participate. Chu Wan has a slightly different opinion from the other editors. She thought that if Li Luo wrote a ghost story, it would also be likely to surprise people. She doesn't think that someone who could write a work like Butterfly Lovers, that is sure to become a classic, would be only good at love stories. Therefore, Chu Wan had the strongest desire to invite Li Luo to participate in the competition this time. She is also the person who most hopes that Li Luo will be interested in participating. Of course, the other editors also knew Chu Wan's opinion. So which side's view is more accurate, theirs or Chu Wan's? We can only wait and see. Love Moon Bay Villa. Li Luo told Ling Qingxue that Chu Wan had invited him to participate in a ghost story writing competition. Ling Qingxue was a little surprised. Hubby, you are good at love stories. Why did editor Chu invite you to participate in the ghost story writing competition? Li Luo said, maybe you think I'm also good at ghost stories. So, husband, are you good at ghost stories? Ling Qingxue asked. Li Luo chuckled and said, I'm good at turning ghost stories into love stories. Chapter 40. Write the opening chapter first. Hearing Li Luo say this, Ling Qingxue looked at Li Luo in surprise. Turning a ghost story into a love story. What is this, husband? Let ghosts fall in love with each other? Or let humans fall in love with ghosts? No author has ever written like this. There has never been a ghost story where ghosts fall in love. Aren't ghost stories all spooky, scary, and terrifying? Ghosts are often depicted with green faces and fangs, or skulls, or ugly and disgusting. Can I fall in love with this image? Is your husband serious or is he just joking? Ling Qingxue was not sure, so she asked, Hubby, are you serious or are you just kidding? Li Luo said, You must be serious. I know that no author has ever written about ghosts falling in love. But, this doesn't mean that ghosts can't fall in love. As the saying goes, the love between humans and ghosts continues. Ghosts can also have feelings and fall in love with humans. A ghost story. Ling Qingxue's eyes lit up. My husband has been saying a lot of golden sentences lately. Ling Qingxue agreed with what Li Luo said. It's true that ghosts can have feelings too. However, I don't know if readers can accept this way of writing. Ling Qingxue was a little worried. Li Luo said, Give it a try. When it comes to ghost stories, there has to be someone who is bold enough to innovate and try. Ling Qingxue's eyes became brighter. Is my husband planning to innovate ghost stories and write a unique ghost story? As expected of my husband, he is different from other authors. Of course, many other ghost story writers may have also thought about innovation and breakthroughs, but their strength did not allow them to succeed. Or perhaps, the difficulty of successful innovation and breakthroughs is greater than imagined. However, now that my husband has this idea, the ghost story should usher in the first innovative story. Ling Qingxue has absolute faith in Li Luo. She increasingly had a feeling that her husband's talent might be higher than she imagined. Honey, so you have decided to participate in the ghost story writing competition held by Endpoint Novel Network? Ling Qing said. Li Luo nodded. The first place prize is 100,000 yuan, which is quite a lot. In addition to bonuses, Endpoint Novel Network will also recommend copyrights for works. But for the story that Li Luo was going to tell, he didn't need Jinzhong Novel Network to recommend the copyright. Although Jinzhong Novel Network had its own resources, Li Luo believed that once the story came out, a film and television company would come to buy the copyright. It's just like the previous story of Butterfly Lovers. As for the story you are going to tell this time, which story is it? It is one of the most influential and well-known stories in the classic and great work, Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, by Pu Songling, a famous Qing dynasty writer and novelist, Nai Xiaoqian. The classic movie, A Chinese Ghost Story, starring Leslie Chung, Joey Wong and Wu Ma in the previous life was adapted from Nai Xiaoqian. When Li Luo launches this story in this world, he will make reference to some very good changes in the movie, A Chinese Ghost Story based on the original novel. For example, the character of Ning Qingxue. In the original story, Ning Qingxue already had a wife at home. He often told people that he would never love another woman in his life, but in the end he brought Nai Xiaoqian home. After his wife died of illness, he not only married Nai Xiaoqian, but also took a concubine. Another example is the ending. The ending of the original story is as mentioned before. Ning Qingxue took Nai Xiaoqian home. After his wife died of illness, he married Nai Xiaoqian and later took a concubine. Nai Xiaoqian and his concubine also gave birth to sons for him. But in the movie A Chinese Ghost Story, Nai Xiaoqian was unable to be with Ning Qingxue in the end. However, he has been given the opportunity to reincarnate and be reborn as a human being. It's a comedic ending too. Compared with the ending of the original story, Li Luo still prefers the ending of A Chinese Ghost Story. So, he would definitely choose this ending. As for writing a ghost story like this, will readers accept it? Li Luo believes that most readers should be able to accept it. Not only will you be able to accept it, you will also be very surprised. It turns out that ghost stories can be written like this, and they can also be love stories. You will know after the book is published. How will readers evaluate it? It's really exciting. I started typing this afternoon. Code a part first, then publish the book. See how readers react, and then decide whether to continue coding the rest. In case most readers find it difficult to accept, the following content will not be coded. Direct eunuch. although the possibility is very, very small, but just in case. Ling Qingxue was very much looking forward to Li Luo's innovative ghost story and said, "Husband, do you have any preliminary ideas? How about I cook lunch today and you concentrate on thinking about it?" Li Luo's eyes lit up and he said, "In that case, I'll have to trouble my wife once again." Ling Qingxue said, "Hubby, what are you talking about? You usually do it most of the time, so it's only natural for me to do it once in a while. What do you want to eat for lunch today?" Li Luo thought for a moment and said, "When I was watering the plants this morning, I saw a few eggplants that were ready to eat. Let me make some fish-flavored eggplants." Ling Qingxue nodded, "Okay, then I'll go pick eggplants." Having said that, he stood up, walked out of the villa, and came to the vegetable field where eggplants were planted. Sure enough, there were several eggplants that were edible. Ling Qingxue went forward happily and picked 4. "My husband told me that eggplant has a very high nutritional value and can prevent cancer, aging, cardiovascular disease and diabetes. Moreover, its roots, stems and leaves can be used as medicine to clear away heat, promote blood circulation, and reduce swelling. You can eat more eggplant." She can make fish-flavored eggplant, but it's not as delicious as her husband's. "My husband had to make do with the meal today at noon." After Ling Qingxue had been busy in the kitchen for a while, the fish-flavored eggplant was finally out of the pot. It feels okay, with a slight fishy smell. This dish is a Sichuan dish. It does not use fish ingredients, but only uses sweet and sour seasoning to give it a fishy flavor. Ling Qingxue always fails to cook this dish well, but today she seems to have done it well. This made Ling Qingxue very happy. After cooking another vegetarian dish, she couldn't wait to call Li Luo to eat. After Li Luo sat down at the table, she said eagerly, "Honey, try the fish-flavored eggplant. I think it's pretty good today." Li Luo smiled and said, "It does smell good." Then he picked up a piece of eggplant and put it in his mouth. It's actually okay, and it's not far from the passing level. For a non-professional chef, being able to achieve this level is really good. Li Luo praised him a lot. Ling Qingxue was very happy and asked Li Luo to eat more. Li Luo nodded. After eating for a while, Ling Qingxue asked again, "By the way, husband, how is your idea going?" Li Luo said, "I already have the outline of the story. I will try to write the opening chapter this afternoon." After hearing this, Ling Qingxue thought to herself, "My husband is really amazing. In just such a short time, he has already come up with the outline of the story." She is very much looking forward to the opening.